plus NIA officers are involved in this raid. Over 80 locations are being raided, and these 80 locations we are learning are in about 10 states. So specific details that we are getting seem to suggest that funding terrorism, organizing training camps and radicalizing people, these are the charges against the PFI. Let's go back across to Shravan. Shravan, good morning. Give us more details of what we are learning. These do appear to be the biggest raids that the NIA may have undertaken.
Well, in fact, these are the details that we are picking up right now, that these are joint searches that are being carried out. The Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency and state police are basically conducting searches in 10 states is what we have been told. Almost 100 arrests have already been made by the joint force is what we are picking up. Top PFI leaders have already been arrested. That's the latest details that are coming in. A short while back, what we picked up was the NIA was basically targeting at persons who have been involved in funding terrorism, organizing training camps and radicalizing people to join proscribed organizations. So there is a possibility that these searches would basically be spreading beyond the Popular Front of India. There are other organizations which are basically under the scanner. At this point in time, of course, they are certainly tight-lipped because over 300 NIA officials are basically a part of these raids that are being carried out. Tentatively, about 80 locations where these searches are being carried out. 10 states is what we have been told. These numbers could certainly change given the fact that the arrests that have already been made by the joint force, the NIA, as well as the Enforcement Directorate. All that we are picking up right now, that it does appear that this is largely with the aim of targeting certain organizations which have been indulging in anti-national activities. But it's important to point out that this perhaps is turning out to be one of the biggest crackdown that we are looking at on terror groups as well as proscribed organizations in our country. And remember, as far as the Popular Front of India is concerned, they have also been under the scanner for what the NIA has been calling in multiple charge sheets that have been filed, that the organization has basically indulged in anti-national activities. Remember, the Popular Front of India has also been under the scanner, not just of the National Investigation Agency, but also of the Enforcement Directorate. But it also turns out that these searches could be way beyond the Popular Front of India. If you look at the sheer number of the searches that are being carried out right now, the locations, as well as how it's spreading beyond a single state, it is a clear indication of the fact that the intention right now is of a bigger crackdown across the country on terror groups as well as groups that have been have been linked with anti-national activities.
Right now, Shravan, we are given to understand that perhaps already over 100 detentions have been made in these raids so far. Now, the ED also can you give us more information in terms of whether the ED is actually probing the funding angle? Because that's something that's been talked about, Shravan, and the fact that that the PFI essentially does receive a large number of its funds from overseas. That's the allegation.
Well, as far as the funding is concerned, remember that is something that the Enforcement Directorate is already looking at. If you look at the investigation that was carried out by the Enforcement Directorate in the Delhi riots, as well as the riots that took place in the state of Uttar Pradesh post the anti-CAA protests, it was a clear reflection of the fact that there were certain dubious transactions that have basically taken place. And particularly transactions that have originated from the Middle East was under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, several of these PFI leaders have already been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate in the past. They were essentially asked to explain, one, the source of funding, second, how exactly was it being utilized? Because it turns out is that if you look at the timing of the funding, and the protests that have been organized by the Popular Front of India, there seems to be a correlation. And that is the reason why the Enforcement Directorate in the past has already acted upon it. But today's searches appear to be with a larger mandate, because it turns out that not just the National Investigation Agency, but the Enforcement Directorate and certain state police are also part of these searches that are being carried out. That is the reason why it is essentially being touted as one of the largest ever searches that have been carried out in the country. And secondly, this is the biggest crackdown on what they are calling is the biggest crackdown on organizations that have been indulging in anti-national activities and who have also been linked to certain terror groups. Perhaps clarity would only come in a little later in the day, because the searches started just a short while back. And right now, all that we can confirm is that the searches are being carried out at least 10 locations. At least 100 arrests have already been made. Of the 100 arrests that have been made, there are top PFI leaders who have already been arrested. We do not know at this point in time if the arrests have been made by the National Investigation Agency or the Enforcement Directorate. We'll have to wait for a confirmation to come in. But all we can say, there have been reports that have already come in right now suggesting that 100 arrests have already been made, and the fact that these searches are being carried out at 10 states, roughly about 80 locations. 300 plus officials are part of this entire search operation that is being carried out. As of now, even our colleagues have been reporting that digital devices have been seized by the National Investigation Agency as the searches basically continue.
Right, absolutely. As you're pointing out, Shravan, we are still awaiting further details to come in terms of what are the cases under which these arrests, detentions rather, have been made. They appear to be detentions at the moment. Also, Shravan, would you say that this is perhaps the largest operation that has been conducted against the PFI till date, or the first major crackdown rather? Because we've been hearing about the PFI's role, in several cases across the country, but this perhaps is the largest operation that we are seeing in terms of various agencies essentially coordinating their efforts. Would you say that? All right, we seem to have lost that audio connection with Shravan Sen. We're going to try and get him back in just a bit. But here's what we know so far. About 100 people have been detained, including, we are given to understand, some top leaders of the PFI. We are also given to understand that these raids are being carried out in 100 locations across 13 states. And to give us a breakdown on what's happening in each of these states, we are now joined by Varshini. She's live from Chennai, Prajwal, who's joined from Bengaluru, Ashwin, who's live from Thiruvananthapuram, and Harsha, who is live from New Delhi. To begin with you first, Prajwal, you are reporting from Bengaluru. Now give us a sense of what's happening in the state where you are. What are you hearing from the authorities in terms of the number of detentions that have been made and the places and the locations which have been raided? All right, we seem to be running into an audio trouble over there. I'm going to go across to Harsha on that one now. Harsha, we are given to understand that this is a very well coordinated operation that's taking place, and the ED as well as the NIA are involved in it, and there are of course certain local police forces that are also looking at it. But give us an overall sense of what's happening.
See, we can see it as largest anti-terror probe which is being done by National Investigation Agency and Enforcement Directorate, which is being conducted right now in 10 states and at the residences, offices of PFI leaders. Almost 10 of the PFI leaders are already in the custody of NIA, and also we have seen that from past few months, if we see a span of year or two, we see that NIA has conducted several raids in a small way at the residences of PFI leaders and officers, but it is the largest anti-terror probe which is being conducted. There are several PFI leaders who are involved in the terror funding, radicalizing people to join prescribed organization, the cyber crime, the kind of brainwash they do of the youngsters and youth. And several times we have seen the incidents coming in from Kerala and from different parts of South as well, where PFI leaders are very much active. And now the national, state and local offices of PFI leaders is being raided by National Investigation Agency at several places in this, not only the states which come in the south section, but also UP, Delhi, NCR, different places are also being raided of the close aides of PFI, the PFI leaders, how they are operating, because literally NIA has been in the look of the people who are in PFI. They're associated with different radicalization operation, brainwashing youth and involving them in certain activities, terror funding, not only terror funding. The money through different ways is also being entered in the country by PFI leaders, taking help from the people who are abroad linked with the terror organization. These things are largely seen with the PFI leaders. Their action was closely monitored by National Investigation Agency since year or so. And from past few months, we have also seen that at many places, PFI leaders were previously also raided and they were questioned and taken into custody. Now, this is the largest anti-terror attack, anti-terror probe which we are seeing by NIA and Enforcement Directorate in 10 states of PFI leaders. Back to you.
All right. So Harsha, of course, over there giving us an overview. Let's also go across to Varshini right now. She's reporting from Chennai. Varshini, give us a sense of what's happening in Tamil Nadu. There are several locations which are being raided by the ED as well as the NIA. And we're also learning, Varshini, that certain detentions have been made. Can you tell us more, please?
Well, definitely. So the situation in Tamil Nadu, if you see, is that the NIA and the ED are conducting raids in almost 10 locations in different districts, which is spread all over the state. And as we know, the reason behind these raids are definitely because of terror funding and polarizing people and organizing terror camps related to that and making people join certain groups is what the reason behind these raids are, as we hear as of now. But in Tamil Nadu, we see that in districts such as Tenkasi, in Ramanathapuram, in Dindigul, in Theni, and in Kadalur, etc. These raids are happening. In Chennai, even in Chennai, in the PFI headquarters, these raids are happening from the morning. And we hear that many NIA officials are currently, camped in these NIA PFI offices at several districts in the state, and the raids are going on since morning. And even previously, we have seen several NIA raids, happening in a smaller scale in the in Tamil Nadu state at several instances. But this time around, it's definitely massive. It's definitely huge. In 10 different districts at same time, the raids are happening in Tamil Nadu, and we hear that there are going to be arrests and detentions also being made. And as of now, the details of which PFI leader being arrested is not out yet. But there is a certain amount of rumors that are spreading out about how many leaders of the PFI could be arrested today during the course of the raid that's happening. Therefore, we'll have to look out to see what are the details that we are able to get out of these raids that are currently happening, and the different locations in Tamil Nadu, particularly in Chennai, the PFI headquarters, where the NIA officials are raiding the whole, along with the ED also. Therefore, these raids are considered to be one of the biggest raids in the state of Tamil Nadu by the NIA. So more details are expected to emerge out of these raids in some time as well.
All right, let's now go across to Prajwal. Prajwal, to begin with, give us a sense of what's happening in Karnataka. And also, we are now learning that the ED is looking at the funds that are allegedly being received by the PFI from various countries abroad, specifically the countries in the Middle East.
Absolutely. Now, more and more information coming, especially from Mangaluru, because there has been simultaneous raids which has been conducted in Mangaluru across 11 locations now, and one location in Bengaluru too has been raided, and it is now being learnt that an apartment in Richmond town is being raided. So the financial angle that the ED is looking into in this particular case is in accordance with the NIA raid which is being conducted at the apartment in Richmond town too. And coming to Mangaluru, several SDPI leaders have been arrested. We still do not know who they are. Their names have not been divulged. But one name is very clear, Abu Bakar Kulaisi, who is the SDPI president in Dakshina Kannada district. His brother's house has been raided in accordance with the terror angle which was being probed in the Shimoga incident, and also in relation to the Praveen Nettaru's murder case, a BJP worker who was hacked to death. And there was, the investigation was handed over to the NIA in this particular case, and therefore the NIA was probing this angle. The raid started as early as 3:30 this morning in Mangaluru, and at anywhere between 7:30 to 8 the raids have started in Bengaluru. More and more information coming that the NIA had already seized explosive material from the outskirts of Shimoga when they had conducted a recce of the spot where the trial blasts were held in relation with the Shimoga terror case, where two of them had been taken into custody, one by the name of Maz, and the other person is Syed Yassin. So it is now being learnt that in relation with all these cases, the NIA has cracked down on Mangaluru, which of late has become a safe haven for terrorists and also a hotbed for terror activities in Karnataka.
Well, in fact, pictures on your screen right now are from Mangaluru. Now, we're given to understand that several of these detentions have actually been made from Mangaluru, and I'm going to go back to Prajwal on this one. Prajwal, we're also hearing that there were some protests that were held in Mangaluru. Give us more details. Of course, pictures that we are now getting are specifically from Mangaluru, where we can see several of those people being detained. Right, hold your thoughts, Prajwal. Let's listen into what this person is saying.
ಇದು ಈ ಸಂಘ ಪರಿವಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಕಾಲ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಇವರು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷ
All right, Prajwal, if I can come back to you, give us a sense specifically of what's happening in Mangaluru. We are also told that there were protests that were taking place over there.
Yes, protests are taking place over there, and it is now coming to light that the SDPI leaders who have been arrested are saying that it is a political conspiracy by the BJP, and the RSS too are involved, behind their arrests in this particular case. And many of the SDPI workers too, who were present outside the offices, have started shouting NIA go back, and there were huge protests which were being held, and therefore the local police had to be called in, because the rapid action force had already been deployed to give cover to the NIA teams, but the local police too started coming in, and the Mangaluru police commissioner too has reacted to Republic. He has reacted to Republic, and he stated that the cooperation of the local cops will be given completely to the NIA, and wherever there will be raids, they will make sure that they will be going along with the NIA teams, and they will make sure that there will be no sort of untoward incident, or there will be no sort of mob attack too, because the scenario seems to be quite ugly out there in Mangaluru, because hundreds of people have already gathered outside the offices, and it is becoming absolutely tough for the cops to control the entire situation. So more and more number of forces are being deployed even as we talk, and the entire road has been barricaded, but the sheer number of people, the mob which is present there, is pressing against, and it is not, the NIA convoy was not able to leave, but shortly after the police came in, they were able to leave. So all these people have been taken to an undisclosed location as of now. We're still not getting information as to where they have been taken to, but they will be grilled and interrogated in the murder cases in respect to the terror angle as well as the funding angle here.
Right, Prajwal, do stay with us. I'm going to go across to Aneri now. She's bringing us the latest in terms of what's happening in Telangana. What we are hearing, Aneri, is that a large number of raids are taking place in Telangana as well. So give us more details of what's taking place in the state.
That's right, Nupur. We have been seeing how a few days back there were massive raids which were taking place in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana in connection with the PFI case, where the Nizamabad police few months back had arrested few people, and they were said to be the PFI activists. And now we see that there are NIA raids which are being held in 3 different locations, including Andhra Pradesh, where we see that in Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh there are raids going on, and also in 2 various locations there are also raids which are happening in Telangana in this connection of the PFI case. So definitely more and more raids which are being conducted. Earlier also there were 4 people who were arrested, and also we were the first to break that these 4 people who were arrested on Sunday were sent to judicial remand that these 4 arrested are said to be the PFI activists, and also not to forget they were planning and they were planning to have a terror act, and also there have been various angles to it. So now definitely probe has been done by the NIA teams, and now as we talk about the latest update in this matter, we have been seeing that NIA is conducting raids at 3 different locations in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana.
Back to Harsha in New Delhi now. Harsha, we were hearing earlier that the Home Ministry was actively coordinating with what's happening on the ground, and this of course is turning out to be quite a huge multi-agency operation.
Exactly. Home Ministry along with the agencies was keeping a very close eye, because this is not the first raid. Though it is the very largest anti-terror terror probe which is being conducted by NIA and ED. But one thing to tell you, that on September 18 also NIA conducted raid at 38 locations in link with the case which was registered against PFI member Abdul Qadir and 26 others, where NIA clearly claimed that they were involved in providing training to commit terror attacks, and not only terror attacks, they were also linked with terror funding and also creating enmity between different religious communities. Now we are seeing at across 100, more than 80 locations these raids are being conducted. More than 100 cadres are already being detained by NIA and ED, and as our colleague was also telling that many more could be taken and detained also. You are watching Republic TV. Stay tuned with us, as on the other side of the break we'll give you more updates on the NIA raids against PFI and STPI members. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining me on this very important broadcast. I thought I'd begin by speaking to you for a little longer this evening. Viewers, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, they called me names and they called me a thief. They called me a thief, viewers. And they even said that I had paid 500 rupees to every Indian to make the Republic Network #1 in India. In other words, they accused us of bribing you. They said we were giving bribes and you were taking bribes, and because you took bribes, we became the most watched network in India. Can you believe it? They actually said that, viewers. They said that. They wanted you to believe that. And they said that some of those said they were walking in my shoes, and that Republic was a mafia operation. You know who I'm talking about, don't you, viewers? They conspired with the tainted Parambir Singh and the murder charge Sachin Waze and the now in jail Anil Deshmukh of the NCP to claim, ladies and gentlemen, that Republic's success was a result of deceit. And they joined hands, ladies and gentlemen. They became a collaborative effort, you know it, but I'm saying all this to you tonight for a reason. Ladies and gentlemen, these people, these good-for-nothing people who claim they inherited my shoes, along with the Vadra Congress, they even shamelessly joined hands with Pakistan to attack me, to attack my colleagues, to attack this network, to attack this channel. And they celebrated, viewers. Oh, they celebrated so hard when 200 AK-47 wielding policemen led by Sachin Waze walked into my home and assaulted my family and assaulted me and took me with 20 vehicles in front and 20 behind in the presence of 500 armed policemen like a terrorist to jail. They said they were so happy that night when I was arrested, even happier than the night when the Vadra Congress publicly claimed on social media the responsibility for carrying out an acid attack on me in the heart of Mumbai.
Thanks for staying with us on the Morning Express. I'm Nivedna Prabhu. Big news coming in. The NIA is conducting searches in multiple locations in the largest ever investigation process till date. Now, these searches are being conducted in the residential and official premises of persons involved in the following, which is funding terrorism, organizing training camps, and radicalizing people to join prescribed organizations. Now, top PFI leaders have been arrested as well. Now, this is a massive crackdown that we're seeing by the NIA. What we also understand is that searches are underway in across 10 states, and the NIA raids are happening all over the country, and several top leaders have been arrested. Over 100 have already been detained, is what we're learning so far. Now, it's also, it looks like, what it seems like is a well-coordinated multiple agency coming together to carry out this particular top crackdown, where this special operation of the NIA, ED and the state police are working in tandem to carry out this operation. Talking about the raids, 300 plus NIA officers in raids, over 80 locations have been raided, is what we're understanding, including in states like Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh as well, and over 100 have already been detained. Now, this is of course a big crackdown on PFI, where the National Investigative Agency as well as the ED have been raiding offices across states, and what we're learning so far is that 100 people have been detained as well. Now, earlier when we broke out the story on Republic, we did tell you that the agencies are also conducting raids at the house of PFI chairman Umar Salam in Malappum's Manjeri in Kerala as well. Now, these searches are of course being conducted across states in residential and official premises of persons involved in funding terrorism, organizing training camps, and radicalizing people to join prescribed organizations. What we've further understood about the locations as well is that the NIA is conducting searches at PFI office bearer houses at several places in Tamil Nadu, including Coimbatore as well. We have Prajwal joining us from Bengaluru, Ashwin from Kerala, and we will cut across to them. Coming to you first, Ashwin, we did break out that particular story where we said that, like you gave us that information, that 50 places across Kerala were being raided. This seems like a very well coordinated raid that is being carried out by special agencies. But what is the latest information that we have so far?
Nivedana, what we definitely get to gather is that the top activists of the PFI have been taken into custody. Like we have got information that the National General Secretary Nasruddin has been taken into custody by the NIA. We also got information that the state committee member Yahya Tangal, whose name had popped up when we were covering the PFI activities in Alappuzha, his name has also come up. He has also been taken into custody. Also, we get to gather is that E. Abu Bakr, who is the former president of PFI, his house was also raided. There was a massive protest outside his house by PFI members as soon as the NIA had come in at this house at around 3 a.m. We are getting to gather that our visuals, we have got visuals to confirm that raids that happened in Kollam and Karnagapalli. Karnagapalli is one of the stronghold areas of the PFI. There has been a massive raid. There has been a raid at Chavakad in Thrissur, another very strong area of the PFI. Also in Palakkad, where there were 2 RSS workers were also murdered. There also in Palakkad district as well, we have seen raids happening. Along with that, in Thiruvananthapuram, our video journalist just went there physically to confirm. We got information that at around 6 o'clock, only the Enforcement Directorate officials had come to the Thiruvananthapuram office. They have a very small office in Thiruvananthapuram, but in half an hour they wrapped up the raid and went off, is what we get to gather. Similarly, there has been raid that has happened across various districts of Kerala. Predominantly, the state committee office, the headquarters of the PFI, called as the Unity House, where this raid has also taken place. If we get together, Ume Salam, who is the chairman of the PFI, as well as the top leaders of the PFI. Their homes are also being raided, including the former president E. Abu Bakr, Nasruddin taken into custody, the national secretary taken into custody, as well as the state committee member Yahya Tangal is also taken into custody, is what we get together. Massive raid. We are definitely sure that there has been a jointed effort, not just by the NIA, but also by the Enforcement Directorate, because it certainly looks like they're trying to get all the information on whether there has been a financial transaction. There has been very shady financial transactions, especially the public has broken those stories when it comes to Delhi riots as well. So certainly there's a massive raid, the biggest ever operation that we see so far. There's a huge combing operation, we can say, more than 50 locations in Kerala. We also get together in Bangalore, in other southern states also this similar kind of raid is happening. So certainly a big crackdown. Could it be a precedent to banning the PFI? It's yet to be seen. But definitely a huge crackdown by the NIA as well as the Enforcement Directorate. Nivedana, back to you.
Right, Ashwin, stay with us. I'll come back to you. But Aneri, talking about these raids, we also saw a couple of days ago this was already being carried out by the NIA. But give us a sense of what is happening in Hyderabad as well in connection with these NIA raids. Also, in terms of detentions, do we have any details about that?
Well, as we have been seeing how there were massive raids which were taking place in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana. Well, on Sunday we had seen there were raids which were taking place at 38 different locations, but also at the same time now we see that there are raids which are happening in Kurnool and in Telangana, in various locations in Telangana, but also at the same time, as we have accessed one of the videos from Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh, where we see that the people there are raising slogans like NIA go back and NIA down. So we have been seeing how there is anger among the people when NIA has been conducting raids since last night. There were massive raids which were happening at various locations in Kurnool, and so now also at the same time, not to forget, NIA had arrested 4 people and they were sent to judicial remand in connection with the PFI case when Nizamabad police few months back had arrested one of the person who was said to be a karate trainer, but he was running an NIA training center where they used to attract youth and they used to train them. But now we see a mega crackdown by the NIA, not only in Telangana and in Andhra Pradesh, but across various states, where we see that there are massive raids which are being conducted by NIA since last night.
All right, Aneri, getting us all those details as well. We will, of course, continue to track this big story. It is a huge crackdown on anti-national terror activities, where we see that the NIA, in coordination with other special agencies, are carrying pan-India searches. What we understand so far, of course, is that top PFI leaders have been arrested. On the other hand, of course, 100 people are detained, is what we're understanding. We will, of course, continue to get all the details from across India. Our reporters are on the ground trying to get us more information about this massive crackdown. But moving on to other news, it's a massive win for Republic TV in the TRP rigging case. Now, the PTI accessed the TRP report and claimed that no evidence was found against Republic TV's TRP case. The report alleged a wider conspiracy between channel viewers, agents and regional managers. Take a look.
2 years after he accused Republic of tampering with TRPs and harassed the editor-in-chief of Republic, Arnab Goswami, and others. The shamed former Mumbai top cop Parambir Singh faces trial in the extortion case, while his accomplices are still struggling with their consequences of their wrongdoings. And Republic TV stands vindicated.
It's been 2 years in which all kinds of charges were put against us. It was told that we operate out of the proceeds of crime. Yeah. And it was told to us that we pay 500 rupees to people to watch our channel. Right? It was told to us that we are some kind of a mafia syndicate. And it was told to us that we are not the #1 channel, but we pay people 500 rupees to be the #1 channel. So I, for one, am really eagerly looking forward to the release of the TRP report.
As reported by the Press Trust of India, the Enforcement Directorate filed its charge sheet before a special court in Mumbai in the alleged TRP rigging scam and claimed in it that no evidence was found against Republic TV. The central agency further said that the Mumbai Police's investigation into the matter was at variance with its probe. It was further mentioned in the charge sheet that evidence was found against some regional and entertainment channels which were involved in manipulating TRP or television rating points by paying sample or panel households. The ED charge sheet also stated that there was a wider conspiracy between channel viewers, regional managers and agents to influence the panel households to watch certain channels for financial gains. The charge sheet states how the panel households denied having taken any money in lieu of watching Republic TV or Republic Bharat, and the regional managers who confessed to paying panel households to watch specific television channels denied doing the same for Republic TV.
The scale of the conspiracy can be gauged from the fact that when Parambir Singh carried out that press conference announcing the investigation, he began by taking names of the networks, including that of Republic TV. That was even before the proper FIR was looked into. That clearly shows that this was a premeditated investigation that was carried out by Parambir Singh and his men, including Sachin Waze. Also, you look at the omerta that was observed by Latvian media on Hansa report, for example. And then we had many of them interviewing Parambir Singh, and whatever he said being taken as gospel truth. And again, despite no investigation having taken place, the fact that even as Parambir Singh was carrying out his press conference, there were crews outside Arnab Goswami's residence and at Republic TV clearly showed that there was someone who had leaked that information. There was someone who was coordinating those moves, and that really indicates towards the possibility of Latvian media, of Parambir Singh, of the then government in Maharashtra, led by their Minister Anil Deshmukh, all coming together and conspiring against Republic Network. All that now becoming exposed with the coming out of this report, or this report getting submitted. Obviously, we have to wait for the contents to come out.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on, nearly 2 years ago, tainted Mumbai cop Parambir spun a web of lies, claiming that Republic TV was involved in a TRP rigging scam. Later in a statement to ED, he revealed it was a political conspiracy. After investigation, the final report by the ED has been submitted to the court. While we are yet to access the ED charge sheet, PTI claims there's no evidence against Republic TV. We get you the details.
Nearly 2 years ago, Parambir Singh held a conference and said Republic paid viewers to watch the channel.
Republic Television.
Later, he revealed it was a hoax, a political conspiracy, ultimately spilling the beans on the Fix Arna plot. But our journalists were targeted, falsehoods were planted, all under political patronage. Now the final report has been submitted by the Enforcement Directorate before the special court. While Republic TV is yet to access the charge sheet, PTI has revealed that ED charge sheet mentions that there is no evidence against Republic TV or Republic Bharat in the TRP rigging case, while other regional and entertainment channels were mentioned.
In a fight that began in September-October 2020, after 2 years, the final TRP report is out, and we don't have the full report yet. But the details put out on news agencies and websites claim that there was zero evidence against Republic TV. Few other channels, as per the reports we are hearing, took and gave cash for viewership and continue to be under investigation.
Lutyens media went all out to target Republic TV after Parambir lied. Well, now they choose to blank out the final TRP report. But ultimately, nobody can deny that in the end, it's the victory of truth.
This network is an idea. It is a thought. It is a faith. It is an ideology.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Jai Maharashtra! Jai Maharashtra!
But the NIA is conducting searches in multiple locations in the largest ever investigation process till date. These searches are being conducted in the residential and official premises of persons involved in funding terrorism, organizing training camps and radicalizing people to join proscribed organizations. We'll get you all those details right here on Republic TV after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now
Welcome back. It's a massive win for Republic TV in the TRP rigging case. Now, this comes as PTI accessed the TRP report and claimed that no evidence was found against Republic TV in the TRP case. The report alleged a wider conspiracy between channel viewers, agents and regional managers.
In a massive win, no evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging case. The Press Trust of India released a report in the TRP rigging case. As per the reports by PTI, there was zero evidence against Republic TV in the case. The report claimed that the investigation by Mumbai police was at variance. Furthermore, a wider conspiracy was at par between the channel viewers, agents and regional managers. The PTI report alleged that various channel owners had manipulated the system for a considerable period of time. The PTI reported that the ED had also found evidence against some regional and entertainment channels. The channels are said to be involved in manipulating television rating points by paying sample or panel houses. No evidence was found against Republic TV either by the statement or by the digital data evidence. This comes as the final TRP report was submitted yesterday.
I just wanted to come on air and say this, that we have just heard, Niranjan, that the final report in the TRP case has been filed, and I for one am eagerly anticipating it, because there are so many questions which will finally be settled, and we know that these questions need to be settled. And I hope the Lutyens media agrees with me. I hope the media conspirators, and I hope the conspirators in the media and the media who are the conspirators agree with me, because I think it is high time that the people of this country know the truth behind this so-called TRP scam, behind the scam which is the concoction of Parambir Singh, Sachin Vaze, Uddhav Thackeray, Anil. It's been 2 years. It's been 2 years. 2 years in which all kinds of charges were put against us. It was told that we operate out of the proceeds of crime.
Yeah.
And it was told to us that we pay 500 rupees to people to watch our channel. Right? It was told to us that we are some kind of a mafia syndicate. And it was told to us that we are not the #1 channel, but we pay people 500 rupees to be the #1 channel. So I, for one, am really, really, really eagerly looking forward to the release of the TRP report.
The ED filed an enforcement case information report following the first information report registered by Mumbai Police against Republic TV, 2 Marathi channels and a few individuals for alleged TRP manipulation. The scam came to light when ratings agency Broadcast Audience Research Council filed a complaint through Hansa Research Group. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Conspiracy against Republic TV in the TRP scam has been fallen flat, and in fact now the ED's final report says no name of Republic TV in TRP scam. We are slipping into a short break right now, but stay tuned for more updates on this story.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years, 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
What's making news at this hour? It's a massive win for Republic TV in the TRP rigging case. PTI accessed the TRP report and claimed that no evidence was found against Republic TV in the TRP case. The Supreme Court directed the Sessions Court to take up the hearing of Satyendra Jain in the money laundering case today. A 3-judge bench headed by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud will hear the case. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan's close aide Kaushar Imam Siddiqui has been nabbed from Telangana. He was wanted in a case of arms act registered against him after a country-made pistol and 3 live rounds were found in his premises. Well, that's all we have for you on Morning Express. But on the other side, on Live and Breaking, we'll continue to track the NIA conducting searches in multiple locations in the largest ever investigation process till date. Now, these searches, of course, are being conducted pan-India in residential and official premises of persons involved in funding terrorism, organizing training camps and radicalizing people to join proscribed organizations. We'll get you all of this on this big crackdown only on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
sanctions, escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state.
National speculation over the final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. Nation's most awaited final TRP report is submitted. Zero evidence against Republic TV. Mega shame for Lutyens Media. Sources suggest the accused will be served a copy soon. Nationwide, NIA and ED raids are on. It is the largest ever anti-terror operation. Massive crackdown on the PFI. Pan-India offices are raided. Several top leaders are now under the scanner. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with the largest ever crackdown on the PFI that's taking place across the country. The NIA is conducting searches in multiple locations in what is being seen as the largest investigation process till date. These searches are being conducted in the residential and official premises of people who are involved with various activities of the PFI. These, of course, include allegations of funding terrorism, organizing training camps and radicalizing the people to join these proscribed organizations. Now, raids, of course, are currently on in several states, about 80 locations being raided, and this, of course, is a joint process between the NIA, the ED and also the local police in certain cases. Now, pictures on your screen are coming to you from various locations where these raids and detentions are currently on. Raids, of course, in Karnataka are focusing on Mangaluru. Now, several of the PFI leaders have been arrested from there, and other parts, of course, include raids being conducted in Kerala as well as Andhra Pradesh, Telangana and Karnataka. We are told that there are locations that are being raided in the national capital as well. Let's go across first to Anuj, who's looking at the whole aspect of it. He's reporting from New Delhi. Anuj, give us an overall sense of what's happening. We do understand that the Home Ministry is coordinating these raids since these are multiple agency raids that are being conducted.
Well, this is the mega crackdown of the agencies on PFI, and as you were pointing it out very rightly, that this is not limited to one or two places, but this is multiple places which is under the radar of the agencies. And being it in the national capital, being it in Kerala, being it in other states, now this is the multiple raid which is going on over the PFI, and this is regarding the terror funding. And as we do know, this is MHA, the Ministry of Home Affairs, who is closely monitoring each and every step, each and every movement, and closely monitoring the investigation that is going ahead by the investigating agencies. On the other hand, let me also tell you that these are multiple leaders of PFI, the people who belongs to PFI who has been also detained and arrested. So this is mega crackdown of the agencies on the PFI, and this is regarding the terror funding. The outfit whosoever being related to all the terror funding is under the radar of the multiple agencies, multiple raids at this point in time. Still from the very morning is on. This is not limited to one place, as I was telling it to you earlier also, including national capital, Bangalore, Karnataka, Kerala, all these places what we have been told. There, the multiple searches are going on, the multiple raids are going on. We are waiting for the update, what is going to be the next, what is going to come out from this. But many of the leaders, so that no tampering should be there, no huddle should be there. So many of the PFI leaders has been already arrested, and many of them has been also detained, so that the investigation should go in the smoother way. That's why now the Home Ministry, the Ministry of Home Affairs is also keeping a very tight eye on the situation and the movement of the agencies. So agencies is targeting today on the PFI and the terror funding outfits. So these are multiple raids which is on across the country. Yes.
All right, let's go across very quickly to Ashwin, who's reporting on this as well. Ashwin, now the focus is also going to be on the PFI chairman, OMA Salman's house in Manjeri in Kerala's Malappuram district. Now, we're given to understand that it was raided earlier. Give us more details of what you're picking up. And also, Ashwin, give us details of what we are hearing in terms of the detentions that have been made.
Well, Nupur, this is one of the massive raid that has taken place. It's important because probably for the first time we have seen that all the districts, we have got visual confirmation of at least 5 districts in Kerala where the raids have taken place. What we get to gather is that not only OMA Salam, who is the chairman of PFI, also the National General Secretary Nasruddin has been taken into custody, is what we get to gather. We also have information that the State Committee member Yahya Tangal, whose name had popped up when we were covering the Alappuzha, the controversial sloganeering. At that time also this name had popped up. His house has also been raided. And similarly we get to gather that E. Abu Bakr, who is the former president of PFI, his home was raided in Manjeri, and there was a massive protest. We have seen massive protest that has also erupted in all these places in where these raids are taken place. We have got visuals of visual confirmation of massive protest happening at Karnagapalli in Kollam. Remember, Karnagapalli in Kollam was a place where there was a raid that took place about 8 months ago, and there was a protest that taken place over there because the police had found out through the intelligence there was some training, 1 week long training going on for some 100 PFI cadres. So today we're getting to gather over there. There has been a raid that has taken place yet again with the support of the army, support of the CISF and the NIA as well as the Enforcement Directorate jointly had done a raid. Our video journalist Mani did personally go and checked out the place in Thiruvananthapuram, the office, and what we get to gather in Thiruvananthapuram, for instance, it was only the Enforcement Directorate that came in, and within half an hour the raid was completed in the Thiruvananthapuram office of PFI. We also get to gather is that there has been multiple protests. We have seen at Putanathani, which is a very important junction at Malappuram. Over there, the PFI members have halted traffic. They have stopped the traffic from going at the national highway. They have picketed the national highway, and this is a mini protest which is taking place across the state, is what we get to gather, Nupur. But at the moment, all we can say is that many key members have been taken into custody and across Kerala. Now remember, Nupur, PFI, this is the grey matter of PFI lies in Kerala. The headquarters of PFI, which is the Unity Houses in Kozhikode, all these places there has been a raid. The key members, how homes have been raided. We are still looking out for more, whether there has been raids across other districts as well. We are scanning, we are getting those visuals as well. Once we get those visuals, we'll be able to confirm more. But at the moment, we can definitely say that the top members of the PFI, their homes, and not just that, different offices of PFI has also been raided in Thrissur, in Palakkad, in Kollam, in Thiruvananthapuram, as well as different locations in Malappuram.
All right, Ashwin, as well as Anuj, to stay with us. I think we've also got Aneri live with us. Aneri, now, in Telangana as well as in Andhra Pradesh, also there are several raids that are being conducted. Now, one of the aspects of what's been looked upon, of course, is the funding of the PFI. The ED, of course, is also involved, and what we have been hearing is that they are perhaps looking at allegations that there has been overseas funding of the PFI.
Well, that's right, Nupur. We have been seeing how there were massive raids which were happening just 2 days back in Telangana and in Andhra Pradesh. Also, not to forget that in just 2 months back, we had seen the Nizamabad police, how they had arrested few people in connection with the PFI case, and also they were said to be running a karate training center, but back in there were also they were training the people for PFI, and also we have been seeing how there were massive raids which were taking place in various locations in Kurnool and in Andhra Pradesh, various districts of Andhra Pradesh, and also in Telangana. But today, when we talk about the new developments, where we see that there are massive raids which are happening in Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh and also in various locations of Telangana. But when we talk about a video which we have accessed from Kurnool, where we have been seeing how the people there, locals there, are raising slogans against the NIA. They have been saying NIA go back, NIA down, and such slogans are being raised in Kurnool. The localites there in that residential area have been raising such slogans. So definitely a much bigger crackdown by the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate in this matter. But yes, we have been seeing how these fast-paced developments are taking place in various locations, not only in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, but also we have been seeing raids taking place in other states as well across the country.
All right, stay with us. I'm going to go across back to Anuj, I think. Anuj, okay, Anuj, I'll just come to you. Let's quickly get in a word from Varshini, who's reporting from Chennai. Now, Varshini, any new information that you can share in terms of the PFI leaders who've been taken into custody? Because we are hearing that about 100 people have been taken into custody. Tell us more, please.
Well, definitely, even here, currently we are in the raid location where it was happening from almost 3:45 a.m. in the morning, and we hear that a lot of PFI cadres and local also gathered here to protest against the NIA raids that have been going on. This particular building on the 3rd floor is where the raids were happening, and we also hear that the NIA officials have procured and seized a lot of items from the office for further investigation as well. And as of now, the people who were trying to make a protest here and the people who were making shouting slogans and who were creating a ruckus in front of the PFI headquarters where the raids were happening were also detained by the police, is what we are picking up right now. And all the important PFI leaders who are based out of Chennai, particularly the PFI's state president and the other important office bearers of the PFI from Chennai have been detained as of now. And there was also supposed to there was also a press conference by the PFI that was supposed to happen, but even before that was scheduled to happen, the police have taken them into custody, and now the situation is getting even more tighter, and the PFI is definitely under the scanner now. The police along with the NIA officials and the ED officials who are raiding this particular PFI offices and houses of the important PFI leaders around the state have been come under the scanner, and they are tightly scrutinized by all these important officials who are conducting the raids right now. And as of now, the things that we are picking up from Chennai is that the important PFI officials have been detained, and the police are also making sure that there is no law and order situation, because a huge gathering was also seen in front of the PFI office in Chennai. Therefore, the raids are completely a huge, making a huge impact in the state of Tamil Nadu, as not just Chennai, in another 10 districts, including Theni district, in Dindigul district, Ramanathapuram district, Tenkasi district, Kadalur district, etc. are also being raids are currently happening. Therefore, several important places and important offices and premises of the PFI are under the raids today, which is definitely a massive raids that are being seen in the state of Tamil Nadu.
All right, let me also go back across to Anuj, I think. Now, Anuj, we are hearing that about 10 to 12 people are being questioned in Delhi as well. There were some raids conducted in various locations there, and suspects are being questioned. Can you tell us more?
Well, that's something what we have been told, that the agency, from moving ahead, they have made it very much clear, and their target was to detain these people so that no hurdle should be there. There should be no hurdle in the investigation. I beg your pardon. Not limited to the national capital, but from other places also where their raids are going on. The agencies had already detained the people whosoever related to PFI, as they are looking into the terror funding. The ED is also involved, NIA is involved, so the multiple agencies targeting multiple places, and there the radar is very much on the people, whosoever is connected with the PFI, including the state president, including the chairman, including the people, whosoever is connected with this organization is being detained, and some of them have been arrested, and they have been questioned about the terror funding, they have been questioned about the money laundering, the money trail. So that is something what we have been told. But this is the mega crackdown of the agencies still from the morning. The agencies are in action, what we have been told, and let me tell you that this is being monitored by Ministry of Home Affairs. The Home Ministry is keeping a very tight eye on the movement and the investigation that is going ahead, and the agencies investigating this particular movement, investigating this particular terror funding rather, which has been done by the PFI. So that is the main angle of what we have been told. On the other hand, as the Enforcement Directorate parallelly is also investigating the matter and conducting the raid. So there it comes about the money laundering, there it's come about the money trail, where the Enforcement Directorate is also looking deep into the investigation on the ground, that what exactly would have happened. On the other hand, PFI has came out within a statement condemning the move of the agencies, but the agencies are very much on their agenda. They are searching multiple raids. This is not limited to one or two places, as we were telling this to our viewers earlier also. This is in National Capital, this is in Uttar Pradesh, this is in Bangalore, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala. So all these places is being raided, is being searched by the agencies. This is a mega crackdown ever since happened by the agencies, and now we are waiting for the update from the agencies that what exactly is going to be the next course of action, till when these raids are going to go ahead. That is something what we are waiting for. Yes.
All right, stay with us. Let's also go across right now to Anirudh, who's joining us, I think, from Guwahati. Anirudh, give us details in terms of what's happening in Assam in these raids.
Yes, Nupur, in Assam, at least in 4 locations, the NIA have raided last night, and we are getting to know that at least 9 individuals associated to the PFI have been detained by the agency so far. Meanwhile, as we talk, we are getting to know that these raids were conducted throughout the night yesterday, and not only in Guwahati but also in places like Nagarbera in Kamrup rural, as well as in Gwalpara, and in certain locations of Barpeta also. The NIA carried out raids at the PFI in Guwahati, particularly the office of the PFI was raided, from where 1 individual was arrested, and we are getting to know that the name of that particular individual is Aminul Haq, and though all the 9 names have not yet been confirmed, but yes, sources in the Assam police have been telling us that 9 persons have been detained so far, and they have been taken into custody. Interrogation of these 9 individuals are still on, and over the course of time today, they might be arrested, booked on different charges.
Okay, stay with us. I'm going to go across to Kishale, who joins us from our Bangla newsroom. Now, Kishale, we are learning that there are several locations in West Bengal that have also been raided. This is perhaps being looked upon as the largest internal security operation that has been launched by various agencies together.
As we speak, as you rightly pointed out, there are multiple locations where NIA teams are reaching. Right now, NIA team is there in Tiljala Park Circus area in Kolkata. They are raiding house of Sheikh Mukhtar, a person named Sheikh Mukhtar, who is a member of the organization PFI. And NIA team, along with some ED officials, are inside that premises, as we are learning from our sources and from our reporters. They are raiding his house right now as we speak. Apart from that, 4 other NIA teams from the NIA headquarters here in Kolkata, Rajarhat, they are out for raiding. So we are expecting multiple more raids, NIA raids related to PFI and other activities which are related to PFI and people related to PFI. We are expecting more such raids across West Bengal and Kolkata. One NIA team is right now, as we speak, in the house of Sheikh Mukhtar, a member of PFI in Park Circus area, Tiljala area of Kolkata, and 4 other NIA teams are on their way for raiding. So we are keeping on track as NIA is raiding multiple locations across India. Here in Kolkata as well, NIA raids are going on, and PFI officials, PFI members, PFI offices and centers are under NIA scanner here in Kolkata as well. Nupur.
All right, stay with us. I am going to go across, I think, to Anuj. Anuj, this perhaps is looking at as one of the largest internal security crackdowns that we are seeing. Various agencies, of course, are involved now. Give us more details about the people who have been taken into custody. They include, we are given to understand, OMA Salam, who of course is the chairperson of the PFI. But any more details that you can share with us?
Nupur, at this point in time, I'm also getting a breaking, and let me break that what I've been told that the NIA has taken 2 people in custody from the Shine Bagh of the national capital. What I've been told, I'm just getting the breaking, that 2 people have been taken in custody. They have been also detained from the Shine Bagh of the national capital. As we are telling this to our viewers, that this is a multiple location is being raided by the enforcement directorate. The latest what we are getting at this point in time is that 2 people from the Shine Bagh of the national capital, where there are associate of the PFI, has been detained. This is the latest what I'm getting through my sources in NIA, and that's something what we are breaking at this point in time, that the 2 people from Shine Bagh of the national capital also being taken in custody. They have been detained. They are going to be questioned. So as you were pointing it out, that these are the leaders of PFI, the people whosoever is related to PFI, who is also being taken in custody. They are also being detained, so that there should be no hurdle in the investigation. That is something what we are seeing at this point in time. So this is at the multiple places where these people, whosoever related to PFI or linked with PFI, being it the chairman in the state, the secretary in the state, or the people whosoever somewhere related to the PFI and was under the radar of the enforcement directorate as well as NIA, is taken in custody. They are going to be questioned. They are going to be grilled by both the agencies. That's something what we are seeing at this point in time. On the other hand, the latest what we are breaking, not limited to 1 or 2 places, but in the national capital also, the people have been detained. 2 from the Shine Bagh, that's something what we are breaking at this point in time. 2 from the Shine Bagh of the national capital is also being detained by the NIA, and across the country we are seeing this multiple raid which is being conducted by the agencies, including NIA, including enforcement directorate. So that's something what we are breaking at this point in time. The 2 from the Shine Bagh of the national capital also being taken into the custody. They are also being detained now. They are going to be questioned. and we are seeing multiple raid which is on.
Right. So what we're breaking right now is the fact that 105 arrests or people have been taken into custody. The number is 105. These people have been taken into custody from Maharashtra, Kerala and Karnataka. And I think Alisha is joining us from Mumbai right now. Alisha, any new information that you can share with us? We are learning that places where the PFI is operating from across the country are being raided, and some of them may also be in Maharashtra. So tell us more.
Well, yes, Nupur, what we have been told that National Investigation Agency and Enforcement Directorate are conducting searches at around 20 locations across Maharashtra. This is something against PFI. Importantly, we even know that there are some of the leads that has come across by the agency, and specifically even when it comes to the Umesh Khole case, because many statement has already been recorded during that time from the NIA, and from there more of the investigation that has actually took place by the agency, and now where we know that it's a major crackdown that has been conducted by national agency. And while talking about Maharashtra, there are some of the places where there is an office bearer of PFI and also as well as SDPI as well. But we have been trying to get a detailed information about it. But as of now, what we have been told that it's a 20 locations across Maharashtra that has been conducting searches by NIA and Enforcement Directorate as well.
All right, Alisha, of course, bringing us the latest of what's happening in Maharashtra as well. I'm going to go back to Ashwin right now. Ashwin, you know, it is Kerala that we have seen the PFI actually grew in, and as you pointed out, it's the grey matter of the PFI which essentially is in Kerala. So give us more details of the chairperson whose home was raided, OMS Salam. He was raided. We understand that he's been taken into custody, and there are several other people who have been taken into custody from Kerala, which essentially is seen as the headquarters of the PFI.
Well, no doubt about that, Nupur. If you look at the genesis of the PFI itself, we get to understand that PFI is part of the erstwhile SIMI, which was banned. And from SIMI, it later formed to NDF. And from NDF, it further split into various states. In different, for example, in Tamil Nadu, it had a different name called KSF. In Karnataka also, in Karnataka, it had a name called KSF. In Tamil Nadu, it had an organization called as MSF. So similarly, now PFI was formed as a conglomeration of all these organizations. They finally came together under one umbrella. So PFI, the genesis of PFI comes from the banned organization SIMI. So that is why this raid holds particular importance, because what we see right now is unprecedented. The OMS Salam, the chairman of PFI, has been taken into custody as we want to get together. Yahya Tangal, whose name remember we had taken when the whole Alapura PFI incident of the sloganeering took place. Yahya Tangal was taken into custody, and we had in fact followed the entire story. Now he is also a key man of the PFI. He has been taken into custody. About 8 months ago, there was a training center of PFI in Karunagapalli, and there also, now when the police had raided that place 8 months ago, there was a huge protest and the police was unable to continue the raid. But today we get to gather in the same location, the training center where NIA has also raided, and there also we have seen protests. So what we get to gather is that not just in Kerala, the grey matter of PFI, this is the think tank, all the think tanks of the PFI has come from here. We get to gather the key personals of the PFI, the key activists of the PFI has been taken into detention. Could it be a precedence to the banning or looking into documents? We are also getting to gather is that Ashraf Maulvi, whose home is about 40 kilometers away from Thiruvananthapuram, who was raided more than a year ago. Right. We had covered that as well. His home has again been raided by the NIA this time, and Ashraf Maulvi is again a key member of the PFI. So we are seeing this pattern where the top members of the PFI their homes are being raided, evidences are being collected. So it's huge, it's massive.
massive. What needs to be seen is where will this raid lead to? Will it lead to a banning of the PFI, or will it lead to any further investigation?
Well, the demands for a ban on the PFI have been growing off late, and there has been more and more evidence that seems to suggest that they've been involved with activities that could be against India. I'm going to go across to Anirudh. Anirudh, you know, the PFI also has certain offices in Guwahati itself. Those are being raided. We understand that as the NI has been digging deeper into the PFI, they have found a lot of connections in Assam as well. So tell us more.
Yes, as Ashwin was also pointing out correctly that whether this raid might lead to the banning of...
I think Anirudh, we have a very poor audio with you. We're going to fix that and come back to you in just a bit. But I'm going to go back, I think, right now to Anuj. Anuj has some new information that he wants to share with us. Yes, Anuj, tell us.
Well, that's something what we are breaking at this point in time, as we are telling this to our viewers, that numbers of people has been also detained by the agencies who are investigating the matter and who are raiding the multiple locations. So what we have been told, this happened at 3:30 in the morning in the Shinebag area, and where the PFI office was raided by the Enforcement Directorate and the NIA, and from there 2 people has been detained. What I have been told, 2 people has been detained. There was a link to PFI, and they have been detained by the Enforcement Directorate and NIA. Like this was a multiple such, as we do understand, but this is a joint operation because both the agencies are working on the same. The Enforcement Directorate looking into the money angle. So that's something what we are breaking at this point in time, that the 2 people from the national capital, from the Shinebag of the national capital, also being detained. Multiple crackdown on PFI. We are reporting live on the story. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining me on this very important broadcast. I thought I'd begin by speaking to you for a little longer this evening. Viewers, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, they called me names and they called me a thief. They called me a thief, viewers, and they even said that I had paid 500 rupees to every Indian to make the Republic Network #1 in India. In other words, they accused us of bribing you. They said we were giving bribes and you were taking bribes, and because you took bribes, we became the most watched network in India. Can you believe it? They actually said that, viewers. They said that. They wanted you to believe that. And they said that some of those said they were walking in my shoes and that Republic was a mafia operation. You know who I'm talking about, don't you, viewers? They conspired with the tainted Parambir Singh and the murder charge Sachin Waze and the now in jail Anil Deshmukh of the NCP to claim, ladies and gentlemen, that Republic's success was a result of deceit. And they joined hands, ladies and gentlemen. They became a collaborative effort, you know it, but I'm saying all this to you tonight for a reason. Ladies and gentlemen, these people, these good-for-nothing people who claim they inherited my shoes, along with the Vadra Congress, they even shamelessly joined hands with Pakistan to attack me, to attack my colleagues, to attack this network, to attack this channel, and they celebrated, viewers. Oh, they celebrated so hard when 200 AK-47 wielding policemen led by Sachin Waze walked into my home and assaulted my family and assaulted me and took me with 20 vehicles in front and 20 behind, in the presence of 500 armed policemen like a terrorist to jail. They said they were so happy that
You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic, and as we've been tracking this major story which broke this morning, official sources are calling it the largest ever investigation till date, and many arrests have been made in this connection, raids across 10 states in all. And latest breaking information coming in, Delhi PFI head Parvez Ahmed has been detained. Parvez Ahmed is the top man of the PFI in the national capital, and as we've been telling you and tracking this story since this morning, it's the biggest ever crackdown on terror funding operations nationwide. And joining us now is our senior editor, Shravan Sen. Shravan, it's over to you to take us through this major breaking story. Top PFI leaders across states detained.
Well, Rukma, what we can confirm right now is the fact that over 105 arrests that have been made so far, 60 arrests that have been made from states like Maharashtra, Kerala, as well as Karnataka is what we are being told, including the national capital. Starting with the national capital, we are given to understand that top PFI leader from Delhi has already been detained. This was a joint operation that was carried out by the National Investigation Agency as well as the Delhi Police Special Cell. We have been told that they have been taken into custody. As far as formal arrests are concerned, that is going to take place in a matter of some time. We are waiting for a confirmation as to when they are placed under arrest. As of now, what we can say that top PFI leaders in the national capital have been detained by the National Investigation Agency as well as the Delhi Police Special Cell. A quick recap of what we know so far. It's turning out to be one of the biggest crackdown. We are looking at certain organizations, particularly the Popular Front of India. This is, as my colleague Gursimran was also reporting a short while back, that this is being coordinated by the National Investigation Agency. In fact, DG NIA is taking real-time updates even as we speak right now. Multiple agencies have also been roped in. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate is also part of these searches that are being carried out. The focus essentially being on groups that have been receiving suspicious fundings and have been indulging in anti-national activities. The National Investigation Agency so far hasn't really named the Popular Front of India, but what we can tell you is with the detentions that are taking place, most of them happen to be leaders associated with the Popular Front of India, is what we are picking up at this point in time. A total of 10 states where these searches are being carried out started early this morning. In fact, this was planned by the National Investigation Agency along with certain state police as well as the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, this is being coordinated right at the top, including the Ministry of Home Affairs at this point in time. It does appear that the work that has been done by multiple agencies on the functioning of Popular Front of India has certainly helped the agencies to carry on with this particular crackdown. In the past, of course, the Enforcement Directorate has also worked on the functioning of the Popular Front of India and their role that had surfaced in the Delhi riots as well as the riots that took place in Uttar Pradesh, the anti-CAA protests which were essentially organized by the Popular Front of India. It now turns out that this is perhaps the biggest ever crackdown that we are looking at this stage. Perhaps in a short while from now, more details are likely to emerge with regards to who are the leaders who have been placed under arrest. But what we can tell our viewers that at least 105 arrests that have already taken place so far. The number could very well increase. The breakup we do not have, but all that we can say is that roughly about 60 of them have been arrested from states like Karnataka as well as Maharashtra and Kerala. The focus essentially being in states where the Popular Front of India has been extremely active. We're also waiting for some more information to come in, because remember, the searches are still underway, and that is the reason why very sketchy details are emerging at this point in time. We are only sticking to information that has been confirmed by our sources.
Right, Shravan, two questions. What are the specific activities that are under the scanner of the investigation agencies? And second, well, what would you say? What are your sources telling you about what could have prompted this sudden crackdown nationwide?
Well, in fact, specifically, they are looking at the searches are being conducted in the residential and official premises of persons who have been involved in funding terrorism, organizing training camps, and radicalizing people to join proscribed organizations. These are the three specific targets, if I may say so. As far as these searches are concerned, there are multiple locations, and this is being touted as the largest ever investigation till date. That's what we are picking up at this stage. So it is certainly with the aim that it's a culmination of the investigation that has been carried out over several months put together. Over the last few years, we have seen Popular Front of India's name emerging in various investigations that have been carried out by the National Investigation Agency as well as for the Enforcement Directorate. Obviously, it's a coordinated effort that is being put across after gathering as much details as possible, because remember, Popular Front of India's funding has also come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, especially given the fact that these are suspicious transactions that have taken place, especially during the anti-CAA protests, and then also the fact that their names had emerged during the riots that were carried out in various parts of Delhi, and not just Delhi, even in the state of Uttar Pradesh, where the searches have been carried out, and the Popular Front of India's links had basically emerged.
Right, Shravan. Many thanks. Right now, we'll be coming back to you soon, but right now we have with us Alisha. Alisha, you were telling us that nearly 20 locations are being raided in Maharashtra. What's the latest from there?
Well, yes, it's a National Investigation Agency and Enforcement Directorate that has been conducting searches at 20 locations, around 20 locations across Maharashtra. And this also include in Pune, Navi Mumbai, as well as Aurangabad, Jalna. It's not only the PFI, but also SDPI, that is the Social Democratic Party of India, is something under the scanner of a National Investigation Agency. So we even have the visuals of Kondwa, that is in Pune. That's the office of a PFI, where the NIA is been conducting searches, and what we have been told that there are some of the documents that has already been seized by the agency. So this continuously searches that has been ongoing since morning, and it is across 20 locations across Maharashtra, including Navi Mumbai, and it's Pune, in Jalna, in Aurangabad. These are all locations which is where the NIA and Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches, and more of the documents has also been seized by the agency. Moreover, we'll wait for more information, that the detail that is going to be given by the agency, clearly mentioning that who are all detained or arrested in the entire case, because the search that has been carrying out by the agency since the early morning, where they have reached to the multiple locations, and specifically talking about Maharashtra, this has now confirmed that there are 20 locations across Maharashtra where ED and NIA conducting searches, including in Pune, the Kondwa, where we can see there are some of the documents that has already been seized from the PFI office in Pune. And not only this, it's also something related to the Umesh Kole murder case that happened in Amravati as well, because while in the hearing as well, they have already recorded a statement of some of the people from who is associated with PFI. So that is something been linked even to this same case, the raids that has been conducted by NIA today. And now we can see that the team is already in Pune, and some of the documents has been seized. We'll wait and watch if some of the people have also been arrested in the case or not, because there's continuously major crackdown that has been conducted by National Investigation Agency and ED.
Right, and from your information, well, in other parts of the country, there are protests now against the raids. This has always been PFI's modus of operation. What about in Maharashtra? Also, has there ever been evidence that they've been active like they've been in Kerala, say, for example, as far as Maharashtra is concerned, like holding massive rallies and calling out, to wear the hijab and so on?
Of now, the protest, as we have been talking about, nothing hasn't come out in the state of Maharashtra. But yes, there is a major crackdown that has been ongoing, because what we have been told that it's a Maharashtra Intelligence Department that has given the information over the offices of PFI and SDPI as well. So after which the connecting whether to the case that has happened of the Varavara Rao and as well as of Umesh Kole murder case, where the many people from the PFI, the statement has been recorded already, and now the searches that has been conducted to get the documents and the more evidence over the crackdown that has been done against the PFI. But it's across 20 locations is what we have been told. It's also including Navi Mumbai. So here are the major crackdown that has been conducted.
Right. Alisha with us. We also have with us Gursimran and Anuj here in New Delhi. So massive raids countrywide, massive raids nationwide. We are focusing right now on Maharashtra, where we have with us our correspondent Alisha. Alisha, when we talk about, we are picking up that there are many offices in Navi Mumbai as well. So any evidence of their activities? Also, are the officers willing to speak? Are any of your sources willing to speak about what could have prompted, these particular raids in Maharashtra?
Well, nothing of the detailed information that has been revealed by the agency, because it's very important and a very, a crucial crackdown that has been done by the agency, because it's something very related to the PFI and the PFI role that has already been emerged in the past when it comes to the Maharashtra as well. And it's not the first raid that has been conducted by the agency. It was earlier, whether it is in Amravati, whether it is in Nanded, there are many of the places where agency has already conducted searches. But this is a massive crackdown that has been done in the 20 locations across Maharashtra. So what we have been told, the information that we
Alisha, right, so 20 locations in Maharashtra. Going across to Shavan now very quickly. Shavan, what information do you have for our viewers? Massive raids. It's one of the biggest investigations against activities such as terror funding and so on. It's over to you.
Well, in fact, the breakup right now of the arrests that have been made so far, these are the details that we are picking up. Kerala, 22 arrests that have been made. In Maharashtra, there is about 20. In Karnataka, 20. Tamil Nadu, 10. In Assam, 9. In Uttar Pradesh, 8. Andhra Pradesh, 5. Madhya Pradesh, 4. In the national capital, 3. Rajasthan, 2. And in Puducherry, 2. That's the breakup that we have at this point in time with regards to the arrests that have been made. The number will certainly change, is what we have been given to understand, because the process is still underway. The searches at various locations are still underway. Documents have already been seized. My colleagues have also been reporting, Alisha, Gursimran, all getting us more details. Also, the pan-India searches that are being carried out, the largest ever crackdown that you're looking at right now, at least not just the Popular Front of India. There is a possibility that other organizations could also be involved. But as of now, we have been told that a large number of PFI leaders have been placed under arrest.
Right, Shawan. So, getting a clear picture of how this entire process is being undertaken, we have the ED going to the offices of the PFI across various states and investigating and going through documents and papers. And we have the police going into, the residences of various PFI leaders. Is that how it's happening? A little bit of an idea about how it's being carried out, if there is any information.
Well, as far as the details of the searches that are being carried out and the arrests that have been made so far, remember, this is a coordinated effort between the National Investigation Agency as well as the State Police and the Enforcement Directorate. The primary focus right now is looking at the functioning of organizations like the Popular Front of India. And to just quote one of the sources who had indicated that these are organizations who have dubious fundings, number one. Secondly, they are also the ones who have been involved in organizing training camps. If you look at what's right now happening in Maharashtra, particularly in Pune, training camps of the Popular Front of India has also come under the scanner. In fact, my colleague Alisha was also reporting a short while back about where the searches are being carried out. In Kerala, remember, a lot of Popular Front of leaders are based, where the searches are basically being carried out at the residences of PFI leaders. In the national capital also, we're being told that one leader whose role had basically emerged during the anti-CPA protests and who was called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate in the past has now been detained by the National Investigation Agency along with the Delhi Police Special Cell. It does appear that there was a specific task force that was basically
Shawan, at this point, we are getting some leads from Gursimran, who joins us from Jammu. And we continue to have with us Alisha and Varshini, as well as Ashwin and all other reporters, as well as Anuj, also from the national capital. All our reporters from across the country. But going across to Gursimran now. Gursimran, how is the situation panning out there in Jammu?
See, what we are getting to know that the raids were planned after the inputs by the intelligence agencies, and DGNIA Dinkar Gupta himself charted out this countrywide crackdown on terror. Important to mention that all the top officials of the National Investigation Agency from all parts of country who have specialization in the anti-terror cases were called to Delhi. They were briefed about the situation, that how raids will be conducted, and 72 hours prior to the raids they were sent to the locations. They were monitoring the situation. 72 hours prior to the raid, they were at the raid's location. SP rank IPS officers were on the ground in each and every state that is being raided by the National Investigation Agency, and DGNIA is briefed in every 15 minutes about the real-time developments that are taking place. This is what we are getting to know from the top sources in the NIA, and they are saying that based on the recoveries that have been made from many locations where the accused were not at their residence, subsequent searches are also being carried out by the National Investigation Agency, and they say that this crackdown will go on for a long time today, because subsequent searches are also being carried out, and even the mobile phones and the digital devices that have been recovered have shown the evidences of their involvement in the anti-country acts, and now the raids are on at the subsequent places so that more and more arrests can be made. 105 is the number of arrests that have been made so far, and the number is likely to go up. Yes.
Well, so mobile phones, laptops, these are some of the evidences that would be searched, that would be, investigated. That's what Gursimran tells us. So intelligence inputs prompting nationwide crackdown on terror funding and radicalizing activities against various organizations. The PFI dominating as far as we know, as far as the scanner is concerned, of various investigative agencies. Since this morning, and we've been tracking that story, we have with us Prajwal, we have with us Varshini, we also have with us Gursimran, Alisha and Anuj, as well as Ashwin. So we have for you now the first visuals of raids on PFI Delhi's top man, so who has been arrested since. It's an arrest that was made in Shaheen Bagh, and Delhi's top PFI leader arrested, as we've been breaking on Republic, and we bring you now the first visuals of the raids on his that led to his being taken into custody. Delhi's top PFI leader being taken into custody, and we bring you here. These are the visuals of the raids against Delhi's PFI top man. And Anuj, we are getting those visuals there. Give us more details of the PFI top man who in the national capital, who's been taken into custody. Was there any suspicion earlier regarding him? We are also seeing visuals of protests. We'll get across to our reporters to find out where exactly these visuals are from. But Anuj, well, what can you tell us about the arrest made in New Delhi?
Well, at this point in time, what we have been told, this is total number. If you talk about the number, then this is 3 who have been arrested, who have been detained by the agency at this point in time. And as this is the multiple crackdown, multiple searches which is on since from the morning, and this is the multiple raid which is going on. But if we talk about the Delhi specifically, national capital specifically, then yes, 3 have been detained, including the Delhi president. That's Parvez, including the Delhi president of the PFI has been detained. That's Parvez who has been detained by the NIA. So that is something what we are breaking at this point in time. This is total number. If you talk about the total number of detained people, then this is 106. 106 is the number. 106 people have been already detained by the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate. This is the joint operation of the agency. That's NIA and Enforcement Directorate working on this particular raids which is on since from the very morning. Yes.
So the NIA are conducting raids along with the ED at different locations in the country, particularly 10 locations in 10 districts in Tamil Nadu. More details are yet to emerge. Arrests are continuously being made throughout the country, and it is very a massive crackdown that is happening today. Let's get with more details after a short commercial break.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल
National Investigation Agency and Enforcement Directorate conducting searches across nation. Importantly, where we know that there are 20 locations across Maharashtra where NI and Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches. Moreover, 20 has already been arrested. This location, including Navi Mumbai, Nanded and Aurangabad, and there are Pune as well. And this is the office of PFI. Continuously rolling on this big story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Nationwide NIA and AD raids are on. It is the largest ever anti-terror operation. Massive crackdown on the PFI. Pan-India offices are raided. Several top leaders are now under the scanner. National speculation over the final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. Nation's most awaited final TRP report is submitted. Zero evidence against Republic TV. Mega shame for Lotian's media. Sources suggest accused to be served a copy soon. Now, in what is being seen as perhaps the largest pan-India crackdown on the PFI, the NIA, the ED and local state polices have been conducting raids against various leaders as well as those associated with the PFI. We are given to understand in the latest news that's coming in, the Delhi PFI head Parvez Ahmed has been detained. Now, the NIA is conducting these multiple searches at various locations. Now, the searches, of course, are being conducted at residential as well as official premises of all those involved. The allegations against people who raids are being conducted against are funding terrorism, organizing training camps and radicalizing people to join proscribed outfits. Just to give you the latest in terms of what's happening, we are now learning that about 108 people linked to the PFI are under the scanner. They have been taken into custody by the NIA. Raids are carrying on even as we speak. Raids are being located across states. About 100 locations across the country are being raided. Let's go across to Anuj, who's reporting live from New Delhi. Okay, we're going to go to Anuj later. First, let's go across to Piyush Ori. Piyush has some more information that he can share with us now. Piyush, we're also learning that the PFI's head, Parvez Ahmed, has been detained and there were certain raids that were conducted in areas, including that of Shaheen Bagh. Give us more details, please. Piyush, can you hear me?
So we are right now outside the NIA. Yes, I am hearing you. There was some network connection problem, so I could not hear you before. But what I can tell you over here is that we are just outside the NIA office where the officials are now conducting raids at different locations, and over here also in Delhi. Now, what we have been told over here in Delhi is that there have been four personals of PFI that have been arrested. That also includes the Delhi head Parvez Ahmed and his brother. And in addition to this, there have been raids that are being conducted in different locations. So what you can now know is that finally NIA is taking a stern and a firm action against PFI and all the organizations that are related to PFI. Back to you in the studio.
All right, now, Piyush, what we are also understanding is that this has been a very cohesive operation that has been launched. There was the ED, of course, that's involved, and it's looking at the money aspect of it. There has been talk of the fact and allegations that have come forth that the funds were being routed from overseas, the Middle East specifically. Can you share with us more details on that?
So, you rightly pointed out, there are two agencies which are right now conducting raids, and the role of two agencies are equally important. As you pointed out that yes, there is a money trail which is being routed to these organizations through transnational countries. So it is very important to source these transactions for which the help of ED is being taken. But more importantly, the investigation, the raids and all the investigative aspects of PFI and its associate by the NIA, this was in offing for long. In fact, in South India, where most of the raids right now are being conducted, the NIA in the past also had arrested a lot of people who were indeed radicalized by the thinking of PFI. So there was a lot of planning. There was a lot of planning by the officials before also to conduct raids. And now, after the planning was done, finally the NIA, in assistance with ED, is finally conducting a very decisive raid in not only South India but in different parts of the country. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Piyush, stay with us. I'm going to go across to Chennai, where Varshini is reporting from. Varshini, give us an overview of what's happening in Tamil Nadu. Now, this is not the first time that raids have happened in Tamil Nadu. They've happened before, and the PFI has been under the scanner of the agencies there as well. So, give us a holistic picture of what's happening in the state.
Well, definitely yes. So the situation in Tamil Nadu as of now, you see there are 10 districts that are currently being raided, where PFI, important offices of the PFI, important premises of the PFI, including the houses and other offices of the senior leaders of the PFI are located. And right now we are in Chennai, in one of the most important location, because this is the PFI's headquarters in Chennai, where the PFI's state secretary, state chairman and other district secretaries are currently here. And we hear that from 3:45 a.m. in the morning the raids were happening, and as of now the raids are on a halt now, as the NIA officials, almost 12 officials who came here in the morning, had taken away all the important documents, papers, brochures, whatever were available and whatever was needed for their investigation. They have taken everything, and the investigation is also ongoing as of now. And we hear from the other districts where the raids are also going on, that there are also major important documents are being seized from these PFI
so
offices.
As you're pointing out, Varshini, they're looking at the paper trail, seizing documents, and we also understand that some of their leaders from there have been taken into custody. I'm going to go across to Mumbai, and Alicia is reporting from there. Alicia, we were earlier learning that raids were being conducted in Pune as well as in Navi Mumbai. So tell us more. And the office of the PFI in Maharashtra is also under the scanner.
Well, yes, it's a 20 location across state is what we have been told, where the National Investigation Agency and Enforcement Directorate are conducting raid. Moreover, 20 people have already been arrested in this, and what we have been told that there are 2 PFI office bearer who has been arrested from Pune, where the same location in Kotwad, where it's a PFI office where in Pune where the NIA was conducting raid. And moreover, it's been more than 6 to 7 hours where National Investigation Agency are already present in Navi Mumbai, that is in Nerul sector 23, where it's an office of PFI, and they are still at first they reached at around 3 in the morning, and till now the raids, the searches that has been conducted. So as we said that it's not only in Navi Mumbai or Pune, but it's also the SDPI offices as well in Nanded and Aurangabad. Moreover, in Nagpur, where the PFI office and specifically the training program, the training center has been searched by National Investigation Agency, ED, and as well as State Police. So there are more arrests that has been likely, is what we have been told. So as of now, that's the official arrest that has been informed by the agency, is that 20 has been arrested for across Maharashtra, and the searches are still underway, and the many places which also include not only the PFI but also Social Democratic Party of India and the other office that is linked to PFI and the Center Terror, where the action that has been initiated by the agency.
All right, I'm going to go across to Gursimran now. Gursimran, I think we are now getting some information as to how this massive operation was, worked upon by these multiple agencies, because just look at the scale. There are at least more than 100 locations which were raided. They were raided simultaneously, and there were various agencies that were involved in this. So give us a sense of how all of this was conducted.
Planned in the first and the second week of September by the DG NIA Dinkar Gupta, who himself was monitoring the operation. The entire plan of the nationwide raids was charted out by him. Important to mention that after the inputs by the top intelligence agencies, the raids were planned and charted out by the DG NIA. All the top officials of the National Investigation Agency who have worked in the anti-terror cases, who have the specialization, they were called to Delhi. They were briefed about this operation 10 days prior to this operation, and then these officers were sent to the raid locations. Senior IPS officer of the SSP rank in every state that is being raided by the National Investigation Agency were deployed 72 hours prior to these raids, and they were monitoring the developments. Even the houses were marked before the raids. They all was in plan, all was charted out perfectly. DG Dinkar Gupta was himself monitoring the situation. Even the real-time developments were being conveyed to him after 15 minutes of time. So this is how these raids were minutely planned and well executed, in which 105 people have been arrested so far, and the number is likely to go up.
Absolutely, as you're pointing out, minutely planned and then minutely followed through. I'm going to go to Bengaluru and Prajwal joins us from there. Prajwal, one of the things that will be a bit disconcerting at this point in time is the growing footprint of the PFI, because just look at the number of places they have offices in, just look at the sheer number of people who've been arrested. So it does point to a growing footprint of the PFI, and that's obviously a huge internal security concern.
Absolutely, because now we are looking at over 6 to 7 districts in Karnataka which has been raided by the NIA, and including Bengaluru, it is 8 locations across Karnataka. There have been over 25 to 30 people who have been detained in this regard, and from Bengaluru alone, from what we understand, 2 people have been detained, and this is from one of the posh areas in Bengaluru, which is the Richmond town. And earlier this morning, the NIA team was present and they went on to raid this particular building on the first floor. The details of the person who has been raided has not been revealed, but this coming in from Rose Queen number 3, old number 2 Rose Lane now. So this is the house where the NIA had come in early this morning between 7:30 to 8, but the details of the investigation is still not known as to who was the person who was taken in, and what was the type of materials which was seized. But looking across this entire scenario, it is now being learnt that this might be in relation to terror funding and also funding for organizing protests and other anti-national activities across Karnataka.
All right, Anirudh is also bringing us the latest from Guwahati now. Anirudh, several locations in Guwahati were also raided, and you are at one of those locations where raids were conducted in Guwahati. So Anirudh, tell us more about that. And of course, as I was earlier talking about, there is concern about the PFI spreading its tentacles to Assam as well.
Yes, Nupur. In fact, at least at 4 different locations across Assam, raids were carried out by the National Investigating Agency last night, and we are getting to know that the raids almost lasted for 3 to 4 hours. And in this raid, at several locations, several incriminating documents have also been recovered from the PFI offices. I am at the PFI state office here in Guwahati, which was raided last night at around 2 a.m. in the morning, and the raid lasted till around 4:30 here in Guwahati. However, in other parts like Gwalpara and Barpeta, also similar raids were conducted by the National Investigating Agency along with the state police. We are not getting any confirmation yet whether ED was also involved in the raids that were carried out in Assam or not. But yes, 9 individuals have been detained so far, which also include one Aminul Haq, who has been detained from Guwahati. The names of other 8 PFI members who have been detained have not yet been disclosed by the agency or the police so far, but yes, they are being interrogated, they are being questioned, and we are getting to know from our sources that towards the later part of the day they might be arrested on charges of criminal conspiracy and several others. Basically, as these raids are being conducted across the country, and this is a massive crackdown on the PFI. It will only time that will say whether these raids will subsequently lead to the banning of the PFI or not. Let me also tell you that it was Assam which was the first state to send a dossier to the Ministry of Home Affairs seeking a complete ban on PFI. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has repeatedly said it on record several times that the state government is in favor of banning the PFI, and also bringing in a fact that it is not the first time that the PFI office here in Assam is being raided. Right after the CAA agitation in 2020, the office of the PFI across the state were raided, and it was at that point in time that a dossier was sent by the state government to the Ministry of Home Affairs seeking a ban on PFI across the nation.
Absolutely. And I'm going to go to Piyush now. Piyush, we were earlier talking about how large the footprint of the PFI essentially is. Look at the number of states that have been raided today. And each of these states seems to have a small office, at least, if not a large one, where they have been carrying out activities. And as Anirudh was pointing out, there have been calls in the past as well to ban the PFI. And this perhaps, just tells you about the scale of the organization.
So you rightly pointed out, Nupur, that yes, the footprints of PFI has been spreading across all the states in the country. But what has been more concerning is the fact that how PFI is been growing rapidly in southern Indian states. In fact, NIA has also made certain arrests of people who were involved with PFI, who were involved with the ideology of PFI, and more importantly, they were entrusted with the task of radicalizing the youth. Now, most of these states include Kerala, Karnataka, and even Andhra. So this is the major concern which was brought out by the NIA officials, to us when we spoke to them earlier, that how there is a concern of PFI spreading in southern Indian states, along with other states in the country. So there was a planning which was done. There was a strategy that was being implemented of how this vast network of PFI, which is spreading more specifically in southern Indian states, need to be curtailed. And now, after the planning is being done, the strategy has been implemented, you are seeing a massive raid being conducted by NIA, but also to ensure that the money trail of this vast network of PFI is totally destroyed. The help of Enforcement Directorate is also being sought, so that first you get to know about how this money trail is being established, and then second you completely destroy this network and make sure that the PFI nexus, which is there, completely gets destroyed, not only in other parts of the country, but more specifically in southern Indian states where it is rapidly spreading. Back to you in the studio.
Absolutely. I'm going to go back, I think, to Alicia, who has more details of what's happening in Pune. Alicia, we are told that one of the PFI leaders by the name of Razi Ahmed Khan has been detained by the police. He's someone who was at the office of the PFI and had been working with the PFI for a while. Tell us more, please.
Well, yes, there are multiple locations that has been raided by NIA and ED, and that is across Maharashtra. Importantly, we even saw the visuals of agency conducting raid since 3 a.m. in the morning, even in Navi Mumbai and Pune as well. But there are 20 arrests that has been made so far by the agency, and moreover, there are 2 office bearer, that is a PFI office bearer named as Razi Ahmed Khan, and the other person who has been arrested, and they have been known as a PFI leader. So I was talking about Razi Ahmed Khan and the other Abdul Sheikh. They both have been detained by NIA is what we have been told, and also there are many of the documents and the electronic device that has already been seized, and that is something under the scanner of NIA. So it's not only where this 2, but there are in total, what we have been told, there are 20 people who have been linked to PFI and SDPI is being arrested.
जो पुलिस का वक्तव्य आया था वो निराशाजनक आया था, उसे सांस्कृतिक संगठन बताने की कोशिश की गई थी। ये नीतीश बाबू, ये लालू बाबू, लालू यादव, ये लोग, नीतीश जी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं। तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति में कभी लालू जी सिम्मी को, लोग कहते हैं कि सिम्मी पर जब बैन हुआ तो सिम्मी को बंद करके पीएफआई बनाया, तो ये सिम्मी को जब बंद हुआ था उसमें लालू यादव का राज था। ये बिहार खास करके स्लीपर सेल आतंकवादियों के लिए बनते जा रहा है, राजनीतिक संरक्षण है और ये संरक्षण के कारण यहाँ फलता फूलता है। और 13 राज्यों में फुलवारी शरीफ में जो कागजात मिले उसमें 13 राज्यों से जुड़े हुए रहे,
कल
13 जिलों से।
कल गृह मंत्री भी आ रहे हैं पूर्णिया।
They're speaking about how essentially what he said, a gist of that is that the PFI actually bears its beginnings in the banned simi. Just to tell our viewers that the simi was banned quite a few years ago, and there has been talk, including what we just heard from Giriraj Singh over there, where he says that after the simi was banned, it was perhaps the beginning of what he said was now the PFI. And I'm going to go back to Piyush Ori on this one. Piyush, that's been one of the concerns. And for India, where we've borne the brunt really of terrorist activities over decades, perhaps this was something that could not be ignored, and this was growing to be an internal security concern. So give us more details on that aspect, Piyush.
So you rightly pointed out, Nupur, that yes, this is an internal security concern. And why this is an internal security concern is because organizations first like SIMI and then PFI are successful in radicalizing the youth. Now any one of us who saw the image of a young boy chanting image of death to Modi, death to the country, you can understand of how much deeper this radicalization is growing. We are going to keep you updated of the massive NIA raids that are being conducted all across the nation. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network as we will keep you updated of these raids which are being conducted by NIA.
NIA, ED and Maharashtra ATS have been conducting searches across Maharashtra. That is 20 locations across Maharashtra which has been conducted raid on PFI and SDPI and the other which is linked to the terror funding and the terror activities as well. Moreover, 20 has already been arrested in Maharashtra. Continuously rolling on the story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP
In different parts of the country, these are live pictures coming in, and we are live from every corner of the country, and this is an unprecedented raid, never seen before. From every corner of the country, from the north to the south, east, west, every city where the PFI has a presence has been raided. Taking a short break. Back to the coverage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining me on this very important broadcast. I thought I'd begin by speaking to you for a little longer this evening. Viewers, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, they called me names and they called me a thief. They called me a thief, viewers, and they even said that I had paid 500 rupees to every Indian to make the Republic Network #1 in India. In other words, they accused us of bribing you. They said we were giving bribes and you were taking bribes, and because you took bribes, we became the most watched network in India. Can you believe it? They actually said that, viewers. They said that. They wanted you to believe that. And they said that some of those said they were walking in my shoes and that Republic was a mafia operation. You know who I'm talking about, don't you, viewers? They conspired with the tainted Parambir Singh and the murder charge Sachin Waze and the now in jail Anil Deshmukh of the NCP to claim, ladies and gentlemen, that Republic's success was a result of deceit. And they joined hands, ladies and gentlemen. They became a collaborative effort, you know it, but I'm saying all this to you tonight for a reason. Ladies and gentlemen, these people, these good-for-nothing people who claim they inherited my shoes, along with the Vadra Congress, they even shamelessly joined hands with Pakistan to attack me, to attack my colleagues, to attack this network, to attack this channel. And they celebrated, viewers. Oh, they celebrated so hard when 200 AK-47 wielding policemen led by Sachin Waze walked into my home and assaulted my family and assaulted me and took me with 20 vehicles in front and 20 behind in the presence of 500 armed policemen like a terrorist to jail. They said they were so happy that night when I was arrested, even happier than the night when the Vadra Congress publicly claimed on social media the responsibility for carrying out an acid attack on me in the heart of Mumbai. And viewers, we knew all along that one day will come One day, viewers, a day will come, for no doubt. We knew one day the truth will come, and that day will come. We knew that day will come when the truth will be out. And now the truth is out, viewers. The truth is out. And they, viewers.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Top headlines at 10:30. National speculation over the final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted. Zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Lutyens media. It's confirmed. ED today now faced ED heat. Nationwide NIA and ED raid zone. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation. Massive crackdown on the PFI. Pan-India offices raided. Several top leaders now under scanner. Thanks for tuning in this morning. Our big story, our big focus today, biggest ever media victory for any media group in independent media. No bigger example of media winning a battle against conspirators. No evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. Well, we'll go across to our executive editor Niranjan also from the Mumbai newsroom. But that's a big win for Republic. In fact, it's the biggest win for any news media in recent times. And a big shame as well for Lutyens media, as it's confirmed that India Today now faces ED heat. Nation's most awaited final report that has now been submitted. Zero evidence against Republic. We'll go across to Niranjan as well to get his insights. But it is, in fact, the biggest ever media victory for any media group in independent media.
Samiksha, I couldn't hear you. Samiksha, I couldn't hear you because I'm not getting your audio. But I think, going by, the audio in the newsroom, I believe, you were talking about the different reports that are emerging. Just to tell you that we have a graphic which tells you of what different reports are saying. We don't have the final TRP report. But what we do have is a confirmation from the different media reports on the different names that are emerging, and one such report has named channels like India Today, and there are 3 or 4 media reports. There is a graphic that we have, and to be specific, to be very, very specific about the alleged role of India Today, which is another news channel, we are hearing, and I just got another article that was put out by Live Law a few minutes back. Live Law also reporting and confirming that the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet has said that the investigation against India Today is ongoing. So while there was no evidence found against Republic TV, the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet reportedly, as per Live Law, as per Bar and Bench, as per Indian Express, as per going through the other different reports. As per Live Law, I'm just going to once again, as per Live Law, as per Bar and Bench, as per Indian Express, and also as per Hindustan Times, and all of these reports that are coming in Hindustan Times, etc., all of them are reporting that there is an investigation ongoing against India Today, and this is what is being reported. And just to give you a reminder about what happened when this case was filed by the infamous rogue, tainted, shameful man called Parambir Singh a blot to the uniform when he held a news conference against Republic TV on the 8th of October. We'll never forget that day. He named Republic TV, and the same evening, Alisha will remember, Alisha and Sandeep are live with me. The same evening, Alisha will remember, we had accessed the original FIR in the case. And it all goes back to that FIR. Alisha, the original FIR in the case had named a channel called India Today. Isn't it, Alisha? The original FIR in the case had named a channel called India Today. And today, that channel continues to face investigation, while the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet confirms that there was no evidence found against Republic TV. I think I can hear Sandeep. Sandeep is just getting connected. Sandeep and Amandeep, I can hear your audio while you're trying to speak to your video journalist. And Alisha is joining us, and she knows every detail of this case. Alisha, the original FIR in this case mentioned a channel called India Today, and different news reports, I'm naming those reports, Hindustan Times. We don't have the final TRP report, but the final TRP report has been filed. Court has taken cognizance, and the final TRP report, according to Hindustan Times, according to Indian Express, according to Live Law, according to Bar and Bench, all of these websites are reporting that the charge sheet says the investigation against India Today is ongoing, and there is zero evidence against Republic TV, and that the Mumbai police could have fabricated evidence, namely Parambir Singh and Sachin Vaze. This is what we had reported 2 years back, Alisha. Truth has a way of coming out, and the truth has come out to haunt those who fabricated ratings. Alisha.
Well, yes, Niranjan, while I truly remember what happened on 6th October 2020, it was a press conference that was called by Parambir Singh, who was Commissioner of Police, and we even remember we tried to deploy our unit as well, and we were not allowed inside. It was a clear instructions that was given to the police officials right outside the CP office that Republic TV will not be allowed in that press conference that has been called by CP. Let me first show you the visuals right I am reporting from. I am reporting from Nilima. This is the house of Parambir Singh in Mumbai. Parambir Singh should know that we are the team right outside his residence, and we have been reporting because what I've been told, and specifically what PTI has mentioned yesterday, there is no evidence against Republic TV, Republic Bharat in the TRP case, the charge that has been filed by Enforcement Directorate. Well, yes, that was the case. And they were also on a FIR on the same day that we have broken out, and we saw that there was no name of Republic TV. But still it was fabricated. It was still the name of Republic TV. The first name that came out from the mouth of Parambir Singh, clearly mentioning that it is Republic TV who manipulated the TRP. It was the press conference that was called to all the media, the personal call that was made to the seniors editors in the channels, and they have been called, and the instructions that was given to the police officials in the CP office that except Republic TV, no channel except Republic TV, all channels have been invited, but Republic TV crew will not be allowed inside the CP premises as well. And this has went for months till the time Parambir Singh was the Commissioner of Police. We were not even allowed inside the police commissioner premises. So this was the vindication that has been done by then Mumbai Police Commissioner, and of course there would be an answer that has to be given, because now what is the final charge sheet? Well, of course, Niranjan, as you have mentioned, and even we have been waiting for the final copy to get the copy and what exactly has been mentioned. But what we know, and that has also been reported by PTI, clearly mentioning there is no evidence against Republic TV and Republic Bharat. It is something Mumbai police at that point of time did this investigation in variance is what mentioned. So we're actually waiting what exactly has been named. And as you said that even in the FIR, that has mentioned India Today name, even in the charge sheet it is India Today name. So we'll see what are the main allegations and what are the main pointers that has been put by the agency while they have been investigating since 2 years. So as you know, and as you mentioned that, yes, we remember 2 years back, it was 6th October 2020, where Parambir Singh, who was the Commissioner of Police, has called for an urgent press conference on TRP case. At first, it wasn't the information that was given to the reporters as well, because the press conference that was called by CP, so we thought that it would be something related to Sushant Singh Rajput. But no, it wasn't on Sushant Singh Rajput, it was on TRP case. Clear instructions given, no Republic reporters will be allowed inside the for the press conference as well as inside the commissioner premises. But in the same press conference, where it clearly mentioned that the TRP has been come out, where the TRP has been manipulated, the viewers has been given the money, and most importantly, the channel which he named was Republic TV. So yes, once again, I'll just show you the visual. We are reporting right outside his residence, that is Nilima. It was his official residence. We don't know what we have been told. He is in Chandigarh. We don't know where exactly he's been hiding. Even the police and the agencies been looking into it. No answer. His phone is switched off. Nothing information about Parambir, because even he knows that the charge sheet that has already been filed, and more importantly, where the court, the special PMLA court, has taken the cognizance of the charge sheet that has been filed by the ED in the TRP case, which clearly mentioned, because at this point of time we are sure that Parambir is really not going to answer who was the first who gave the number, who clearly named Republic TV. But now in the charge sheet that has been filed by the agency, since 2 years they have been recording statements of a number of people. But yet what has come into, what has transpired, that there is no role, there is no evidence against a Republic Media Network. So this is something now have to check what will be the statement, if whether the Parambir will really come before the media, whether he is going to say on what basis he has actually named Republic TV. Well, actually we are also waiting for the final charge sheet, the report, the copy that has to be come out. Well, the cognizance has already been taken, and what has really mentioned is something very important to know. But yes, Naranjan, you really mentioned, you correctly mentioned that it is you, it is me, it's entire media. We Republic will really won't forget the day what we have went through, but finally it's something, justice has really prevailed and the truth has come out. The allegations that was made against us is completely and it's completely false, because that has come to the final TRP report that has been filed by ED.
Now, in fact, I'm getting in some more breaking news updates, Alisha. We'll never forget that day. Where is Parambir Singh? Nobody knows. In fact, we want to ask, remember, Alisha, I think it was you who spoke to Nawab Malik. You went and you did a sting operation where Nawab Malik said that we are going to fix Republic TV in such a way that Arnab Goswami will have to commit suicide. Today, Nawab Malik is in jail. Sanjay Rao tweeted some nonsense about Republic TV. He's in jail, facing corruption investigation. Anil Deshmukh was the Home Minister, started something called Operation Arnab and sent 100 commandos to arrest Arnab, and they filed an FIR against all our employees, 1,000 employees. Anil Deshmukh is in jail. Sachin Vaze, who arrested Arnab and fabricated this evidence, is in jail facing murder charges, and his boss Parambir Singh is so ashamed, suspended, and he's on the run. Nobody knows where he is, and you're right there. Sandeep is trying to track him. In fact, in Chandigarh, we have our crews outside Parambir's house everywhere. Where is he? Amandeep, where is he? Why is he so ashamed to come out? It appears that he fabricated evidence. And one more, just before I come across to you, Amandeep, getting in some more breaking news updates, because there is another media report that has come out right now. This is the fifth media report. I repeat, this is the fifth media report that is confirming that there is zero evidence against Republic TV and the investigation against India Today. And the specific part about India Today, I'm going to read out that part. Please bear with me, because it's very important that we tell our viewers what the investigation, what is been reported. What is being reported, I'm reading out from the Live Law article, which has just come out. And the Live Law article says, about India Today, the ED said during the investigation it has come across leads that certain households were watching India Today in lieu of cash. From RM's, further investigation is in progress. Which means the same channels that called Parambir Singh that day, ever since that story broke. I still remember, Alisha, I was anchoring in what we call Studio 2, the small studio. And we were told that there's a big news conference, and at 4 o'clock, when, after the bulletin, we looked to the right and Parambir Singh had called a news conference, we were asked to watch that news conference. And he came out and he was so smug about it when he named Republic TV. It appears that it was entirely fixed. He was trying to shield perhaps India Today, the same channel that called him for an interview at least 2 or 3 times that day. Now anyway, the truth will come out. Investigation has begun against India Today. Let me go across to Amandeep joining us live from Chandigarh. Amandeep, where is Parambir Singh? Where is Parambir Singh? Where is Parambir Singh and why is he hiding? Why don't you put some questions to him? Do you have your questions ready for him?
Yes, absolutely, Niranjan. We have number of questions for the Parambir Singh, but since morning we are trying to track Parambir Singh at his residence. But what we have told is that he is not in Chandigarh. He is not at his Chandigarh residence where he has been hiding when the police were searching for him. And in fact, Parambir Singh is the one who have fabricated the evidence, who have manipulated the case, and forcibly he has dragged the entire investigation against the Republic Media Network. But now, Niranjan, ED charge sheet, which is the full investigation report of Enforcement Directorate, has fallen flat the wide range of conspiracy against the Republic Media Network when it mentioned that no such evidence against Republic TV, no such evidence in the TRP scam, and it was Parambir Singh, Sachin Vaze who have actually framed the entire fabricated case against Republic Media Network, and now nobody is coming forward to answer and counter this charge sheet. And in fact, we are tracking Parambir Singh and we have number of questions. Why Parambir Singh has fabricated this entire case against Republic Media Network and on whose direction he has done this? It was not his only work. There must be somebody behind Parambir Singh who was actually directing Parambir Singh to incline the investigation against Republic Media Network against this TRP case. And even what was the reason behind doing this, and why Parambir Singh is not coming out and confronting the ED charge sheet which says there is no such evidence against Republic Media Network. Number of questions, Niranjan, we have, but where is Parambir Singh? Parambir Singh is still missing, neither in Chandigarh nor in Mumbai. He is somewhere else and must be watching these reports as well and must be reading those reports, who are actually continuously repeating the fact that ED has full investigation report that has been filed before the special court in Mumbai, revealing that no such evidence against Republic TV. No such evidence against Republic TV, Niranjan, is the headline of each and every news report, that no evidence against Republic TV. ED files the charge sheet. This is the headline of each and every news report that has been published by several media organizations. And why this Parambir Singh is not coming out? Why the
I'll tell you something, because I'm getting in some more inputs right now. You remember that day, Samiksha, we all remember that day, because, every moment for the last 2 years that we've been through is with us, and the entire team and our viewers have seen us go through it, because it's happened in front of the cameras, whatever, because it's such a clear and transparent medium, television sometimes, that you see everything unfold in front of you. And I still remember that a senior officer from the crime branch, I repeat, a very senior officer from the crime branch actually gave an interview on the channel that is now being investigated. That the channel which has been named in the charge sheet and is being investigated, even after the FIR was filed, and back then they practically gave a clean chit to India Today and even blamed Republic. And when it was evident from the FIR that this was the channel that was named in the FIR, that was facing the investigation, we still have that FIR. We have every detail with us, and I think the time has come for us to put out the details. And Alisha, you remember that? You remember that, Alisha? So many officers, they stuck their neck out for these two corrupt officers called Sachin Vaze and Parambir Singh. They even gave interviews.
Well, yes, Niranjan, how me or you or anyone who has like really faced all those, the false allegation that was leveled against us. I really wanted to repeat and also want to show you the visual that I'm been reporting. I'm reporting right outside the Parambir resident, and Parambir Singh should know at this point of time. There is the allegations, the false allegations, because at this point of time, every channel, every agency clearly mentioning there are no evidence against Republic TV. There is no evidence, zero evidence against Republic Media Network. And now it's time for Parambir Singh to really answer, because what we have been told, he is not in Mumbai, and as Amandeep has said, he is not even in Chandigarh. So he was knowing about the fact that the ED has already filed a charge sheet on some of the either day, where the court is also going to take a cognizance. And what has happened yesterday? Well, yes, going back to the 6th October 2020, because Niranjan, we really cannot forget what exactly happened. We were actually working on a story, on a case, and thereafter there comes all of a sudden a press release where press invite to the media channel and clearly mentioning there is a press conference of a Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh at around 4:30, the time that was given to the media. And then the clear instructions when we tried to send a unit, because it was not specifically clear on what topic where Parambir Singh, who is the Mumbai CP, so everyone thought to go there, and which is something, there could be a massive scam, or there could be something Mumbai police is getting an information and they have cracked down some of the case. So we thought that we will also send a unit, but the time a crew reached there at the gate clearly mentioned that there is Republic reporters are not allowed inside, Republic crews are not allowed inside, and that the direction that was given by none other Parambir Singh, who was then police commissioner. So that has happened. And what happened in the press conference? He started with the TRP scam. He started with the TRP scam and clearly mentioned Republic TV. But now the ED charge sheet clearly mentioned that there is no evidence. But yet we will wait for an entire charge sheet. We are actually waiting to access the copy of the charge sheet, which will really reveal the role of the other channel that was named in the FIR, in the Mumbai Police FIR, and now as well as in ED charge sheet as well.
Absolutely. Now I request all our reporters to stay with us. Our viewers stood with us, and we want to thank our viewers for being with us in every day, every minute that we've lived through this. And today there are so many reports that are coming out. We don't have our hands on the report, but let me also tell you that Parambir Singh back then had cleared India Today. He had cleared India Today, and the same channel that he had cleared is facing investigation now. I'm taking a short break right now. I request everyone to stay with us. Taking a break. Back with the headlines on Republic. Getting you the details of the final TRP report. The channels that went after us are the ones facing investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the truth. Truth always comes back to haunt you. Back to haunt those who cheated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Roundup of news in brief. NIA is conducting searches in multiple locations in the largest ever investigation process. Till date, these searches are being conducted in the residential and official premises of persons involved in funding terrorism, organizing training camps and radicalizing people to join prescribed organizations. In a first ever largest action, a joint team of the NIA Enforcement Directorate and State Police Forces have arrested over 100 PFI leaders during raids across 10 states. The searches are being conducted at multiple locations in largest ever investigation process till date.
National Investigation Agency, Enforcement Directorate and Maharashtra ATS conducting searches at multiple locations across Maharashtra. There are 20 who has already been arrested, and this is linked to the PFI and also the terror-funded illegal activities. Continuously rolling on this big story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years, 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
National speculation over the final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. The nation's most awaited final TRP report is submitted. Zero evidence against Republic TV. Mega shame for Lutyens Media. It's confirmed India Today now faces the ED's heat. Nationwide NIA and ED raids are on. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation. Massive crackdown on the PFI. Pan-India offices are raided. Several top leaders are now under the scanner. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri and this is Live and Breaking. Now, in near simultaneous raids across the length and breadth of the country, a multi-agency operation spearheaded by the National Investigation Agency has led to the arrest of 106 activists of the Popular Front of India in 11 states for allegedly supporting terrorist activities in the country. Now, the maximum number of arrests were made in Kerala, followed by Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Puducherry, Delhi and Rajasthan. Now these multiple agency raids of course were coordinated from the national capital. Pictures on your screen are of raids that were conducted in Chennai as well as Madurai. Raids were also conducted in various locations in New Delhi as well as in Kerala. Officials, of course, have told Republic TV that the searches took place at the premises of persons involved in terror funding, organizing terror camps and radicalizing people to join the proscribed organizations. Several top leaders of the PFI have been taken into custody by the NIA. Now, even as the NIA is raiding these areas, there are also simultaneously raids that are being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate as well. The Enforcement Directorate, of course, is probing the source of funding for the NIA. Let's go across to Varshini, who's reporting from Chennai and has more details on this. Varshini, the location that you were reporting from is one of the places that were raided, and we're given to understand that someone was also taken into custody from there.
Well, yes, this is one of the places that is being raided in Tamil Nadu. But if you see, this is the headquarters of the PFI in Chennai. And here in the third floor, the raids were happening from around 3 o'clock in the morning till around 9 o'clock. And we saw how, the raids happened and how the NIA officials took a lot of documents and brochures and other papers out of this office. And they had all taken it away for further investigation. And we also hear that several important PFI leaders were also a part of this investigation, and now a few of them have also been detained in several parts of the state as the raids are happening in several other parts such as Tenkasi, Theni, Dindigul, Ramanathapuram, Kadalur, Madurai, etc. Therefore, the people from the leaders from PFI are being questioned on the same, and they will be in the custody of the NIA for further investigation on this matter. And as from Chennai alone, they've taken a lot of documents and paper trials. There is an expectation that throughout the state there could be many other things that the NIA would be finding through these raids that are being conducted in various places. Therefore, we'll have to wait for official confirmation from the NIA as to have a clearer picture of what exactly the NIA found during these raids that took place in different parts of the state. But at the same time, we are very clearly seeing that the NIA, from when when they left from this particular building, they did take a lot of documents and papers along with them. Therefore, this investigation is going on, and it will be going on until proper proofs and proper evidences are obtained by the NIA, and the PFI leaders will also be questioned, is what we are picking up as of now.
All right, let's go across to Anuj, who's reporting from New Delhi. Now, Anuj, we are given to understand that the office of the PFI in Delhi was raided, and the PFI's chief in Delhi per se has also been taken into custody. Tell us more about that.
Well, as we do know that this is a joint operation of NIA and Enforcement Directorate. Right now, I'm reporting from the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital, and let me give you the sense and visuals also from this particular area. And let me tell you, when we are talking about the raid which has been conducted by NIA and the Enforcement Directorate in the national capital, then this is 3 in number. If we talk about the people who have been taken in custody, Parvez is the name of the Delhi chief who has been taken in custody, and this exactly is the premises, the Enforcement Directorate office from where I am reporting, where he has been taken. So he is inside at this point in time. The questioning is going on, what we have been told, and this is going to be further investigation by the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate, as this is the angle of money laundering also which is coming in light. So that is why Enforcement Directorate is also doing the investigation, is also looking deep into the angle. But Parvez is already inside. Parvez, the Delhi chief of PFI, is already inside, and he's going to be grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. He's being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. His brother, what I've been told, is also has been taken in custody. Whereas if we talk about the total number, this is 106. This is 106 people who have been detained in this particular investigation, in this particular raid, which is on since from the morning. So this is going on at the multiple location, as we do know. I'm reporting from the Enforcement Directorate office. This is NIA and Enforcement Directorate joint operation, where we are seeing the numbers of people who have been already detained. Whereas if we talk about the searches, the raids, this is multiple raids, mega crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate since from the very morning. And if we talk about the places which is under the radar, then we have been told certain evidences have been also taken in custody. If we talk about the digital evidences, including the laptops, the mobiles, that has been taken in custody. Some papers has been taken in custody. Some weapons has been recovered. On the other hand, I have been told that money, the cash also had been recovered. So all these things have been already taken in custody. The investigation is going to go ahead as the dots have been connected. But the most importantly, as we were telling this to our viewer earlier also, I'm reporting from the Enforcement Directorate office. Now the chief of Delhi, the PFI chief of Delhi, Parvez, is already inside. We have shared the visual of Parvez's residence from where he was taken in custody, and at this point in time the questioning is going on, and he is still inside. We are waiting for the update of what is exactly going to come, because the dots is going to be connected by the investigating agencies, and there the questioning is already underway. On the other hand, this is 106 people who has been already detained. Yes.
All right, Anuj, stay with us. Let's go across to Aneri right now, who's reporting from Hyderabad. Aneri, now, raids have been carrying on in Telangana as well as Andhra Pradesh for a while now. In fact, there were some arrests that were made, I think, on Tuesday, perhaps under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act in Telangana. I think 38 locations being raided over there. So give us more details.
Well, that's right, Nupur. We have been seeing how there were massive raids which were taking place in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana. Well, now when we talk about the latest development, where we see that there are raids which were happening in Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh, Guntur also, we see that there were raids which were happening. But when, as we are reporting from Chandrayana Gutta area, where you can see the NIA officials have raided this particular location, and also as you can clearly see how there's a banner, Popular Front of India banner, which is put up here in Chandrayana Gutta. This is one of the office location, is what we are being told, and this particular location was raided by the NIA officials, and this is now being sealed. This location is now being sealed, and also there's a note which has been pasted here by the NIA team who raided this location, and also this clearly mentions that the premises has been sealed, locked and sealed by the NIA, National Investigation Agency, Hyderabad, in connection with the investigation of the case. the owner of the premises may contact the NIA Special Court at Hyderabad NIA office. So, well, there are multiple raids which were taking place in various locations of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Well, now also at the same time, what we have learned is that the NIA officials have arrested 5 people from Andhra Pradesh in connection with the PFI case, where we have been seeing this as a mega crackdown by the NIA teams. There are multiple raids which are being taken place by the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the PFI case. Nupur.
All right, so as we can see behind you, that particular office of the PFI has been sealed. Piyush, coming to you next. Piyush, give us an overall sense of how massive this operation essentially was, and also tell us more about, how this has become an internal security challenge for the country, with the growing footprint of the PFI in various areas in the country and specifically down south.
So yes, Nupur, this operation is massive, this operation is huge, and you can understand about, how huge, how massive this operation is, as there have been over 100 locations that have been raided, not only by NIA, but also by Enforcement Directorate. Now you can understand about the problem and the internal security challenge that was caused by PFI when certain of its members were arrested from Pune, Bihar, and very shocking detail came up in its 2047 mission of how they wanted to destroy the country and how they wanted to promote a specific religion in this country. So yes, there was a massive internal security challenge, and for this a lot of planning, a lot of strategy was being implemented by investigative agencies led by NIA over how to destroy this network which was actually perpetrated by PFI. Now there were 3 major factors of which NIA and other investigative agencies were trying to destroy and were trying to destroy. So they were the 3 things were: first, how this money trail was coming. Now what we have been told by our sources is that there was a lot of money that was being coming from Gulf countries to PFI, and this needed to be first traced and then destroyed completely. So for this, the role of Enforcement Directorate was being used. Now the money which came over here was thereby used for using a lot of camps and organizing a lot of events. Now a very shocking visual came from Kerala just few months back, where you could see a child not of 5 years of age, chanting slogans against the country, chanting slogans against the constitution, and chanting slogans for the religion. So you could understand of how a specific age group was being targeted for promoting a specific ideology. So yes, there was a lot of internal security challenge in this kind of incident also. And thirdly, all the offices which were promoting this kind of events, all the offices, all the officials, all the people who were trying to organize several protests, and from there on, events like stone pelting that was being used in several areas, this needed to be targeted. So after all these kind of strategy that was implemented, after all this planning, the NIA today, along with ED, has finally conducted a massive raid. Now, one of the most dangerous and one of the most difficult aspects of this is that how PFI and most of these associates.
All right, we're now learning that 3 PFI leaders have been detained in Aurangabad. I think Alicia has more details on this. Yes, Alicia?
Well, yes, there is a massive crackdown, and the raids that has been conducted by NIA, AD and Maharashtra ATS along with local police as well. And this is the number of location, because what we have been told, it's a 20 location and the 20 people have been arrested. So we have also have the details of the 3 PFI members that has detained early today morning from Aurangabad. So these are the 3 names. That is Syed Faisal, who is a resident of a national colony, Sheikh Irfan, who is the ex-district president of PFI, who is a resident of Bejipura, Parvez Khan, who is a resident of Bejipura. So these are the 3 PFI members who have been detained by the agency early this morning from Aurangabad. Earlier that we know that there are 2 PFI leaders who have been arrested from Pune. The 2 leaders are Razi Ahmed Khan and Abdul Sheikh. Moreover, Maharashtra ATS has also detained Maulana Shaifur Rahman, who is a PFI Nasik district president, and he's been detained from Malegaon. So these are the details of a PFI member. This has been the search, the raids that was conducted early this morning from 3 a.m. at the multiple locations across Maharashtra, including Aurangabad, Nanded, and Navi Mumbai, Pune. So several locations and the offices and the training centers of PFI has been raided, and not only that, but also the office of SDPI has also been raided in Aurangabad and Nanded.
All right, I'm going to go back to Anuj now in Delhi. Anuj, the rapid spread of the PFI is something that's worried agencies quite a bit, and specifically in terms of the money that was coming in, it was being camouflaged, it was coming in from various locations, and the amount of money also was a little startling because it did help in the growing of the PFI's footprint.
Well, exactly, and that is a part of the investigation, and that is something where the agencies are going ahead. They are looking into the same angle that what exactly the money trail is all about, and from where this particular funding is being done to the PFI, and that's why we are seeing this joint operation of NIA as well as Enforcement Directorate. So as I'm reporting from the Enforcement Directorate office in the National Capital, let me tell you that the 3 people from the National Capital also has been detained, and the Delhi chief of PFI from the National Capital, that's Parvez, also has been detained. So talking about this funding is going to be the main focus, is the main focus for the investigation, and how
just to interrupt you there for a minute, just to interrupt you there, I'm sorry that we are now just learning that the Home Minister has chaired a very key meeting on these NIA raids. This is the latest input that we are getting. I'm going to go back to Anuj on this one. Anuj, you know, we've been talking about it since the morning, how the Home Ministry had been actually coordinating these multi-agency, multiple raids that were going across the country, and the kind of work that actually went into these coordinated sort of an operation.
Well, that is something what we have been told, that the Home Ministry is keeping a very tight eye on this particular raids and the movement of the agencies, because this is everything which has been reported to the Home Ministry. The Ministry of Home Affairs has chaired an important meeting also. At this point in time, what we have been told, it is an important meeting which is going on, because the Home Ministry is keeping a very tight vigil, a very tight eye on these movement, and this is all about the terror funding. That is something what we were talking about earlier also, and the Enforcement Directorate and the NIA both looking into the same angle, that how come these organizations, whether it is PFI, which is one of the main focus, where the 106 people already have been detained and has been taken in custody of the PFI. Other than this, if any other organization working in the same module is also under the radar of NIA as well as Enforcement Directorate. But talking about the Home Ministry, then yes, Ministry of Home Affairs is keeping a very tight eye, is monitoring the situation. Everything has been reported to the Ministry of Home Affairs, that what exactly the evidences that has been recovered or has been taken in custody by both the agency. If we talk about the digital evidences, if we talk about the weapons, if we talk about the cash, if we talk about the money trail, all has been briefed to Ministry of Home Affairs, that what exactly this particular module is and how this particular module was going on. If we talk about this, then yes, this is about the money trail, this is about the funding. So that is something where I was telling you that the investigation is being taken by the agencies, whether being it ANI, whether being it Enforcement Directorate, both are working deep into the angle about the money laundering, about the funding, because this is all about the terror funding. We have seen several activities which has came in light earlier also, regarding the camps, regarding the trainings. So that is all something which has been kept in knowledge, which has been kept in investigation, and that is how the investigation has been taken ahead by the Enforcement Directorate and the NIA. So at this point in time, when we do know that this is around more than 100 places which is already being searched or being raided by both the agencies, whereas we are talking about the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate, around 106 people already has been taken in custody. The number is going to go ahead. What I've been told, the number is going to increase, because the raids had not stopped till now, and the investigation is going further. At this point in time, when we are talking, the Delhi chief of the PFI is also being questioned in the Enforcement Directorate office in the National Capital.
Right. So the details that we are now getting of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah chairing a meeting with officials, including the NSA, the the Home Secretary, the DG NIA, is specifically about the raids by the NIA on the PFI. Alisha has more details on this. I'm going to go across to her. Alisha, but apart from that, we are also learning that Maharashtra, there have been about 20 arrests in Maharashtra alone since this morning, since the raids actually began. So tell us more about that as well.
Well, yes, Nupur, it's 20 arrests that has been made by agencies so far across Maharashtra, and this not only from the Pune but also from the Nanded, Aurangabad, the Navi Mumbai, where the late night where the agency has reached to the office and the training programs of PFI, and also as well as the office of SDPI, where the agency has reached, and they are conducting searches and the raids. And what we have been told that there are also documents and electronic devices that has also been seized by the agency. Moreover, there are in total 106 arrests that has been made so far by the agency. Continuously rolling on this big story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Here's a look at some top news this afternoon. The NIA is conducting searches in multiple locations in the largest ever investigation process till date. These searches are being conducted in residential as well as official premises of persons involved in funding terrorism, organizing training camps and radicalizing people to join proscribed organizations. In a first ever largest action, a joint team of the National Investigation Agency, the Enforcement Directorate and the State Police have arrested over 106 PFI leaders during raids across 10 states. The searches were conducted at multiple locations in the largest ever investigation.
Massive crackdown on PFI by the National Investigating Agency across India. Over 100 arrested and detained in different locations. Republic TV brings you live ground report from each and every location across India. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
The headlines at 11:30. National speculation over final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted. Zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Lutyens media. It's confirmed. India Today now faces ED heat. Nationwide NI and ED raids on. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation. Massive crackdown on the PFI. Pan-India offices raided. Several top leaders now under the scanner.
Thank you for staying with us here, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, as we await the final TRP report, there are more and more news reports that are coming out now. And these news reports are claiming that there is an investigation ongoing against India Today. And there is another report that has just come in. That confirms that India Today is being investigated. This is a report that has just been put out by ANI, which now becomes the sixth news agency. The sixth news agency to confirm that India Today is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. So we don't have our hands on the report yet, but we are getting in more and more news reports, agency reports confirming that India Today is being investigated, and there are more channels. We don't have the full report in our hands yet. So while we tell you all of this, now interestingly it's also the channel that Parambir Singh gave a clean chit to. It's the same channel that Parambir Singh and his team gave a clean chit to, gave interviews to. Let's tell you that we are on the trail of Parambir Singh. We are trying to look out for his location. Let me go across to our correspondent Alisha joining us live, Abhishek joining us live. We also have Sandeep and Amandeep outside the residence, staking it out, looking for Parambir Singh, trying to get some questions. As far as India Today is concerned, no answers yet from them. Alisha, what's your location? And where is Parambir Singh?
Well, Niranjan, I am right, reporting outside Parambir resident, that is Nilima in Malabar Hill, where he was a commissioner of police and he was staying in the same resident, and yet he is retired now, but he still have a 6 to 7 months to vacate the same resident from the same house. But yes, like looking after the location of Parambir Singh, it is still not known, because some are saying that he is in Chandigarh, and he very well known about the charge that has been filed by Enforcement Directorate, clearly mentioning that there is no role of Republic TV. There is no evidence against Republic TV. More importantly, it was Parambir Singh, who was a commissioner of police, took a press conference of 6th October 2020, where he clearly mentioned that there is a TRP manipulation and that has been done by Republic TV, the first name that was taken by Parambir. But now it's time for Parambir Singh to answer on the report that has been filed, the charge that has been filed by Enforcement Directorate, clearly mentioning, and we are actually waiting, Niranjan, that to get the copy of the charge sheet, and we'll get to know what exactly has been mentioned by Enforcement Directorate. But what we know that whether it is a PTI or whether it is ANI who has reported now, and even you have been mentioning that there are many publications who has clearly mentioned there is no evidence against Republic TV when it comes to the charge sheet of ED. So now it is time for Parambir to answer, because at that point of time where he held a press conference, called all the reporters at his office, that is in a CP office, police in commissionerate office, and he asked to all the seniors, reporters. He personally made a call and asking them to come to the press conference where the reporters whether the fact the Republic was not allowed. When we sent a crew, we were not allowed, and later we got to know it's something TRP scam he came up with and named Republic TV very openly, and that was the first name that has come out from his mouth. But now it has, after the 2 years where the enforcement directorate who filed this case and later who has registered the case, and they were investigating into the matter, and specifically there are many of the statements that has been recorded, but this gives clearly saying, and even PTI as yesterday and ANI and the other publisher clearly mentions that there is no evidence against Republic TV. So let's see what will the Parambir will come to the media again, and will he speak to it, because we know that whatever the case was, and when he was in Mumbai and he was going to the police station and recording his statement, he even spoke to the media clearly mentioning that I am nowhere wrong, and I always speak whatever the truth is. So now the truth is out. The truth is out on the charge that has been filed. We'll see what are the more details. But now this is clearly mentioned in every publication that there is no evidence, zero evidence against Republic TV. So now the Parambir will come out, because now what we know that his phone is switched off. He is very well known about the charge sheet that has been filed and the cognizance has been taken by the court. But he has switched off his phone, and no location has been disclosed as of now. He's not speaking to, because of course there is no communication as his phone is off. So we have to see whether now Parambir will come and speak about it over the case that he has started with. He asked all his police officials to work against us, and there was multiple statements that we have been asked to report. There are multiple FIRs that was registered against us. So it was under him. So will he now answer is something a big question, because it is something really an embarrassment for Parambir Singh, because what he really vindicted against us, and now the investigation agency, the central agency, has come up with the charge and clearly mentioning there is no evidence against Republic. So we'll have to see whether Parambir will really come and give answer to it. On what basis he has put all the allegations against Republic.
Yeah, Abhishek is also joining us. Abhishek, news report number 6. I'm just going through some of these reports, Abhishek, and we are having to sort of look at news reports. There is a news report that has just been put out by news agency ANI. There is a news report put out by Live Law. There is a news report that has been put out by Bar and Bench. There is a news report put out by Indian Express. There is a news report also put out by Hindustan Times. And all of the above news reports that I've just mentioned claim that it is India Today that is being investigated. There was proof against India Today is what they're claiming while quoting Enforcement Directorate. Abhishek.
Well, Niranjan, it's surprising that the Mumbai police is going to have so much egg on its face, and we have not seen any reaction as yet. So, for example, the Mumbai police joint commissioner at that time, Milind Barambe Niranjan, said that there is no evidence against India Today, but there are a lot of people talking about Republic TV. Now, the ED says that there is no statement whatsoever in which Republic TV has been named. There is no digital footprint by which we can conclude that Republic TV indulged in rigging the TRPs in any manner. To the contrary, it says that the forensic audit report which Mumbai police relied upon in its investigation is very superficial. The audit report itself is superficial, and the conclusions drawn even more so. Then the ED report goes on to say that there is some element of rigging being carried out by some regional channels, and more importantly some entertainment channels, obviously because the advertising kitty there is much larger, so the stakes are much higher. Then the ED report goes on to say that while they have not found anything against Republic TV, their investigation continues and the names of India Today and News Nation are mentioned. Remember, incidentally, viewers would recall that India Today was the name that was given in the FIR itself, which was sought to be dismissed by the top Mumbai police leadership of that time, led by Parambir Singh. Remember, Niranjan? we'll bring that out at some stage. A meeting had happened in Mumbai between Parambir Singh and a senior editor of the group, we are not naming as yet, and subsequent to which all these developments took place. I think there would be a time that would come when we would need to discuss those aspects also, but as of now, the matter is sub judice. The Enforcement Directorate has submitted its charge sheet and appended a forensic report of its own, and it has come to a conclusion that there is no evidence, proof whatsoever of Republic TV having indulged in any kind of manipulation of ratings in any manner. And Niranjan, it's good that you mentioned ANI Now, before that Indian Express, before that the Hindustan Times, before that Bar and Bench, before that PTI. All these platforms, agencies have really picked up, and in many cases it is clear that they have done their own due diligence. It's not just agency copy picked up and put across by these various platforms. They have put in their own reporters on the job and got the contents themselves. Remember, we have been very restrained in terms of not, going into it and picking up the contents ourselves. We have realizing that we have been one of the parties concerned. We have been one of the, stakeholders in the entire process. That's why we thought, let due process be followed. And since the court has taken cognizance, the charge sheet contents would come out by and by on their own as per due process of law. That should be followed. But then later in the evening, we saw PTI coming out with some contents of the report. Similarly, Hindustan Times had a little different version in terms of the contents, overall contents of the report, but then with the same important conclusion so far as we and our viewers are concerned, that Republic TV has been not found to be indulging in any manipulation of ratings, and that to the contrary, there are other networks which are still under scanner. They are not let off the hook. So in that sense, I think, Niranjan, this is a very important day. And remember, this discussion of ratings game, essentially driving content, driving sensationalism, and that's why ratings should be done away with. All that would be under focus now, because within the dynamics of advertising, guiding media business, and of course, when our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami comes on air, we will go into details of this aspect as well. And why not? This is an occasion to deliberate, to discuss and debate every aspect of this episode. It's not just about ratings manipulation because someone enjoys it, or, just about rivalry between networks. There is a larger debate. But having said that, what is important is, Niranjan, that the Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet. It has come to a certain conclusion, which is in 100% divergence.
There is some very big breaking news coming in. Abhishek, there is some very big breaking news coming in right now. Abhishek, there is some very big breaking news coming in right now. I'm going to get Shavan on this right now. There is some very, very big breaking news update. CBI will investigate criminal conspiracy in the TRP case. This is big. This is a big breaking news update. Shavan is breaking that the CBI will investigate criminal conspiracy. CBI will investigate criminal conspiracy. Let's put out the details on the screen, full frame. CBI will investigate the criminal conspiracy in the TRP case. That is a big breaking news update that I'm getting in right now. CBI will now probe the criminal conspiracy. Criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence will be investigated. CBI will investigate BARC and also BARC officials. Bribery by BARC to be probed now is what we are hearing. BARC is under the CBI scanner now. This is a big breaking news update right now. I'm getting in. Huge update, Abhishek. This is a very, very big update. very big update. CBI is going to probe the criminal conspiracy and the bribery angle. There was a bribery angle, and Shawan, I want to get Shawan on the phone line because this is a big development. Shawan will be joining us on the phone line. There was also a report which was confirmed earlier when we heard of the cash being given to Sachin Vaze. And Sachin Vaze, I think, if I'm not wrong, there was a news report of Bark allegedly giving money through Hawala route to the Mumbai police, and back then it was Sachin Vaze and Parambir Singh. Now we don't know who the beneficiary was, but there were reports that an alleged bribe was given. I think this is the subject that will be investigated by the CBI right now. That's a breaking news update now coming in. I repeat, the CBI is going to investigate the criminal conspiracy in the TRP case. We told you that the India Today is already under investigation. Criminal conspiracy behind the fabrication of evidence will be investigated, which means directly, Abhishek, directly Parambir Singh is going to come under scanner, directly Sachin Vaze coming under scanner, and fabrication of evidence will be the subject of investigation. The CBI will investigate Bark and Bark officials, whether they're current officials or past officials, people who were at the helm of Bark back then. They will be now investigated by the CBI. And bribery angle, bribery by Bark. Bark paid bribes. They had the raw data. Were they a part of the plot with Parambir Singh and Sachin Vaze? We don't know, but that's what they're going to investigate now. And I'm getting in some more news now that Bark is under CBI scanner right now directly. These are breaking news updates that I'm getting in right now. Let me go across. I don't know whether Shawan is with me right now, but Shawan has just broken the story. And to get the context, yes, Abhishek. Yes, Abhishek, quickly, and then I'll go across Alisha. Yeah.
You know, this is very significant because remember, there was already a case registered by the CBI in connection with TRP, and this was another aspect of ratings scam which was being investigated by the agency in connection with other networks. Then Republic was not named. This was pertaining to other states, not Maharashtra as well. So it's like there is already a case available. In fact, Shawan joins us. Shawan, join the broadcast and please tell us what is this CBI case? Remember, there was another case earlier. Is it in addition to that case, a fresh case, or additional investigation in the same case that was registered already?
Well, in fact, Abhishek, as far as the CBI is concerned, they were working under the wraps for a very long time. Yes, of course, there was a fresh FIR that was registered. Now, this FIR was registered based on a complaint that came in from Uttar Pradesh. That was the starting point of the investigation. What has turned out right now is that this has become a pan-India investigation, especially keeping in mind the role of Bark. If you take a look at some of the allegations that have been leveled, what is the role that Bark has essentially played in this entire TRP manipulation as what it was being touted as? They certainly have a role to play, and that is the reason why what we can confirm right now, that in the TRP case, which is being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation, Bark is certainly under the scanner is what we can with some amount of confidence report at this point in time. Now, with regards to whether it involves other channels, that's also part of the investigation, given the fact that, of course, this is with regards to TRP. There are channels which are basically under the scrutiny at this point in time. But Bark's criminal conspiracy, if I may say so, the criminal conspiracy of Bark is now under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Right, Niranjan, so this is a very significant development, and as Shawan explained, even Bark is going to be under scanner now. Also, Shawan, since you are taking care of the other aspect also, Niranjan, just a sec.
Yes,
Bark, when they were asked to share their original content, their original data, they had refused. Remember to Hansa, when the Hansa group had wanted for their audit. So you think that there is a bit of a mens rea, guilty mind, and which would be under scanner now?
Well, in fact, let me just try and join the dots, because we do not have a copy of the charge sheet that has been filed by the enforcement director, so we do not know the exact details. But what has been reported so far, at least by PTI, there is a mention of a forensic audit. Just to remind our viewers, what essentially happened was, when the Mumbai police was investigating this matter, they said that they had engaged a forensic auditor. thereafter, what essentially happened was that they came to a conclusion that there was some sort of a money laundering indulged by Republic Media Network. The reality being right now, if you simply go by what PTI has reported, the Enforcement Directorate in its charge sheet, according to PTI, they're saying that there was manipulation in the forensic audit that was engaged by the Mumbai police. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate has also engaged their own auditors looking into the allegations. So, of course, what happens right now, here comes the role of BARC. BARC was supposed to provide certain data in terms of the weekly ratings to the forensic auditor. Question here is that, was the entire data in entirety given, or was selective data given to the auditors? Because here the role of the BARC becomes extremely important, not just the forensic auditor. If I am giving you half-baked information, Abhishek, there is in all likelihood your report is not going to be true in nature. That's exactly what has happened in this case.
So just for the benefit of viewers to understand the sequence of events, Shravan, Mumbai police registers an FIR. India Today is named. They did not start investigation, and Parambir does a press conference, says, okay, we are investigating Republic TV. What about India Today? No answer. Or maybe you can help us recall what was the answer. Then Mumbai police does a forensic audit in which it says that there is money laundering. That becomes the resonator for the Enforcement Directorate to get in and carry out its own investigation. Now Mumbai police files a charge sheet based on that audit. But based on that audit, the Enforcement Directorate picks up investigation, carries out its own audit, forensic audit, and says that that forensic audit is not right because the data given by BARC was compromised. Absolutely. And the Mumbai police, based on that compromised data, files a charge sheet, which obviously has to be in variance with facts. Absolutely. And now Enforcement Directorate, based on its investigation, has come to the conclusion that that forensic report is wrong, that charge sheet, and hence that charge sheet is wrong, and these are the facts, right?
You've actually narrated the entire story, but there's just one little thing that I would like to add. Now, the situation being that the forensic auditor engaged by Mumbai police would have actually gone to BARC. They would have sought the data to basically analyze whether there is an unusual spike in the viewership of XYZ channel. Now, assuming a situation where BARC has not provided the relevant data, in all likelihood, that entire report would be faulty in nature. That's exactly what has happened. Now, the fact of the matter here is that not only the Mumbai police is held responsible here, the role of BARC becomes extremely crucial, because if BARC deliberately avoided providing the necessary data to the auditor, then there is a possibility that they were part of this entire criminal conspiracy. And herein comes the role of the Central Bureau of Investigation, because
that's big.
Enforcement Directorate, as per the PMLA mandate, cannot really get into the criminal conspiracy aspect. If you look at the charter of the Central Bureau of Investigation, then the criminal conspiracy comes into the picture. When we say criminal conspiracy, what does it mean? It means that there were a group of people or multiple entities.
Niranjan wants to say something. Niranjan, yes, you want to tell something or ask something from someone?
Yes, no, I know I have to take a short break. I have to take a short break right now. Stay with me, please, because as Parambir lied on the 8th of October 2020, he said it's a scam worth thousands and thousands of crores. Perhaps he's right for the big networks, but for us, we still have to take these short breaks. Stay with us. We'll come back with that criminal conspiracy. More coming up. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Abhishek and Shravan, stay with us. Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV. A case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years. 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वह की संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Stay with us. We have some big breaking news updates coming in right now. The CBI is going to investigate. So, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're watching Republic TV, the big news as we await the final TRP report. The report is not in our hands, but there are six news reports that have confirmed that the Enforcement Directorate is probing India today, and that the CBI is probing BARC for alleged bribery. I'm taking a short break. Back with the live coverage. We're picking up more and more details. Stay tuned.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वह की संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing
National speculation over the final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. The nation's most awaited final TRP report is submitted. Zero evidence against Republic TV. Mega shame for Lutyens media. It's confirmed India Today now faces the ED's heat. Nationwide NIA and ED raids are on. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation. Massive crackdown on the PFI. Pan-India offices are raided. Several top leaders are now under the scanner. Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Niranjan Narayan Swamy joins us, and it is the biggest ever media victory for any media group in independent India. No bigger example of media winning a battle against conspirators. No evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. And Niranjan is joining us for this. Now, Niranjan, the ED had filed its report yesterday, and it is extremely clear that Republic TV has been cleared. And what we are given to understand is that there are other channels which will now be probed.
Well, Nupur, you've seen exactly what's been happening. 2 years back, there was an FIR that was filed, and the original FIR that was filed, it was India Today which was named, and they tried to spin it. 2 days before Parambir Singh held that news conference in October 2020, India Today was named in an FIR. In an attempt to shield India Today, they had tried to fix Republic TV back then, and everybody knew it because we exposed that and we shared what Hansa had said, etc. And through the years, there have been so many pieces of evidence that have come out. Let me go across to Shravan. Shravan and Abhishek also joining us live. So because Shravan and Nupur, this report as per details was filed on the 8th of September. 8th of September, the TRP charge sheet was filed. The final report in the TRP case was filed. Yesterday, the court in Mumbai, the city civil court has taken cognizance. And as per reports, we don't have our hands on that report yet. But what I can tell you is that the reports confirm that there is no evidence found against Republic TV. They've gone through the digital evidence and the audit reports, etc., and they have confirmed that the Mumbai police investigation, that is the investigation of Sachin Vaze, investigation of Parambir Singh, was at variance with the data that they had from BARC and others, including the forensic reports and eyewitness statements on record, proof. So basically, it was a hit job on Republic TV, and this final TRP report exposes the entire plot. In fact, the breaking news now is, Nupur, there are 7 news reports that have come out. We don't have our hands on it yet, but 7 news reports confirm that India Today is going to face ED investigation for the actual and the real TRP scam. Because there is evidence, according to the details of the reports that are coming out, as far as India Today is concerned. Now that's point number 1. Point number 2, and point number 2, and just on an aside, the ratings came in this morning, Nupur, and to break the story and put the story in perspective, India Today is at number 4 basically. So they are in a fight with Times Now. Times Now and India Today are in a fight. So perhaps it explains their desperation and the truth about who was actually trying to rig the ratings. But let's get down to facts. Facts are Enforcement Directorate will investigate India Today. And the second fact is that CBI is going to investigate BARC for criminal conspiracy and alleged bribes that were given. Let me go across to Alisha, also joining us on the broadcast. That's the big breaking news story. Zero evidence against Republic TV. India Today is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. CBI is probing BARC because if BARC had the data, why did BARC pay a bribe? There was a report, Alisha, that came out a few months back that bribes were paid by BARC or somebody at BARC using a Hawala route and given to a police station. What was going on? Who got the bribe? Or what was the allegation? What was the allegation? Alisha.
Well, Niranjan, we'll actually wait for the charge sheet as well, because that is something that's going to reveal, it's going to spill the bins out of the things that has been, the allegations that was leveled against her in the beginning, the press conference that was taken by Parambir Singh. At this point of time, we are actually asking Parambir Singh where exactly he is, because he was the one who called for the press conference. He was the one who called all the senior reporters. He made a personal calls to them and asked to attend the press conference. So we are standing right outside his residence. All he is to just come out and just given the answer over the charge sheet that has been filed by the agency, that is Central Agency, Enforcement Directorate, who has given a charge sheet, and what has been even mentioned by the publication, whether it is ANI or PTI, which clearly mentioned that it is there is no evidence, that is zero evidence against Republic TV. So here we are just waiting if he is there at his Mumbai residence. So we are just waiting for him to just come out of his building. We have already reached to his residence, and we are just asking the allegations that you have made earlier in 2020, clearly mentioning there is a manipulation of TRP which has been done by Republic TV. But now what has transpired, the bribe that has been taken, all the allegations that you has leveled against us, now we have been asking over the report, the final TRP report that has been registered, and the cognizance has already been taken by the special PMLA court where the charge sheet was filed by the Enforcement Directorate. So we are just waiting whether he is going to come. And while you've been asking about the bribe that has been taken, well, yes, now that is something under the scanner, because it's not only the ED, but now it's a Central Bureau of Investigation who is going to see the manipulation over the bribery, the activities that has been done, and of course the BARC who is under the scanner. It was, yes, that was an application that was even given where the BARC was mentioned about the bribe that has been given to him, and which is why the audit that was given to Mumbai police is something manipulated, which will now transpire, and that will actually transpire in the charge sheet. When we access the charge sheet, the copy of the charge sheet, and we'll get to know what is mentioned, how many statement has been recorded, because that is the evidence where the ED has mentioned in the charge sheet, and that is going to give a clear picture to everyone which channel was named, the channel India Today that was named in the FIR, in the complaint that was given, but the name that was taken by the Mumbai police, by then Commissioner of Police, that is Parambir Singh, who mentioned Republic TV. So now we will see what exactly has been mentioned, and of course not only the ED who is going to where India Today, the channel is under the scanner of Enforcement Directorate, but now here comes also the CBI who is going to see the manipulation, specifically the bribery that has been given to him, that is something under the scanner.
Yeah, stay with me because now if it is a criminal conspiracy, if CBI is going to probe the criminal conspiracy as Shravan is breaking, ED will investigate. India Today is what we are hearing from the reports that are coming out. The CBI will investigate the criminal conspiracy in the case. And Abhishek is joining me live. I have also Amandeep and Sandeep, so let me get in a word from there as well. Because Amandeep, if the CBI is going to probe criminal conspiracy, they will also probe why people like Parambir Singh were giving interviews along with other senior officers of the crime branch on India Today and giving them a clean chit on India Today. On the day they held that news conference, 2 days after an FIR was filed naming India Today. Now, these are some relevant questions that will remain. And if there is criminal conspiracy that will be investigated, obviously they will get into who conspired with whom to fix Republic TV. And where is Parambir Singh? These are questions he won't want to answer. Where is he right now? Are you outside his house? Any sign of his movement?
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. Since morning, we are just deployed outside his house and our cameras are continuously on and even watching his every movement inside the house. Just because, Niranjan, this was the hideout of Parambir Singh, and in fact, we have identified when the investigating agency was on the search of Parambir Singh, he was hiding it at his Chandigarh's residence, and in fact, later on, he has been recorded his statement before the investigating agency. But the point is, Niranjan, now the CBI has been roped in. They have initiated the to investigate the criminal conspiracy just because the money trail has been investigated by Enforcement Directorate. But the scripted news conference that was done on 6th of October 2020 against Republic Media Network by Parambir Singh, who has scripted that, who has written that, who has directed Parambir Singh to go and held a news conference against Republic Media Network and expose the name, and even all kind of false allegations has been put against Republic Media Network with the fabricated evidence, and even the FIR, despite knowing that FIR is not that strong and even the investigation is not turning up against the Republic Media Network, Parambir Singh has put his all efforts against Republic Media Network. The point is, there is a list of questions, Niranjan, asked to Parambir Singh. Who has asked him to investigate against Republic Media Network? Who asked him to fabricate the evidence against Republic Media Network? And even why he has done this? And even why he has done this, Niranjan. Several questions against this.
Stay with me. Let me quickly get a word from Abhishek as well before I go across to Sandeep. Abhishek, criminal conspiracy to be investigated. Criminal conspiracy. Now, we'll go into the details. We don't have the report. We don't know what exactly happened, but allegations of bribery will be investigated. Very serious charge. Allegations of bribery, very serious charge, Abhishek. And if there is criminal conspiracy that will be investigated, they will go into call records. I'm guessing they will get into details of calls, of conversations, of people who are involved, editors maybe, we don't know. Those especially who spoke to Parambir Singh on prime time, they got him on interviews, they got his officers on prime time interviews to give them a clean chit. I mean, this is the fabrication of the worst kind, conspiracy of the worst kind.
Absolutely, Niranjan. And I think that's why CBI comes in the picture. Remember, we now know that BARC supplied a compromised data set to Hansa Research and to Mumbai Police. The Mumbai Police, based on that compromised data, came to a conclusion and put our name in their charge sheet. Now it so transpires that the entire data set was compromised. So whether BARC did that at the behest of somebody, also remember, when the ED sought complete data, even that was denied by BARC. So was BARC working at somebody's behest? Was BARC providing that compromised data to Mumbai Police because the Mumbai Police wanted to doctor their investigation? That's where conspiracy comes in. That's where criminal element within the entire dynamic comes in. And that's why I think this information that has been brought out by Shravan, Niranjan, gains significance. That CBI, which was already looking into a TRP scam case originating in Uttar Pradesh, is going to look into criminal aspects going right up to bark, because as in the case of Mumbai Police, as in the case of Enforcement Directorate, in the case of Mumbai Police by providing a compromised data set, in the case of ED denying complete data, and similarly in the CBI case which is being investigated, did BARC play a role, and a very important role, in terms of compromising information, in terms of maligning the whole process, in terms of compromising the whole process of investigation by providing compromised data? So I think it's very important, Niranjan. Also, I mean, each and every report that we have seen coming out since last evening, ANI, PTI, the agencies, news platforms like the Indian Express, the Hindustan Times, many of them, remember, and that's something which viewers have to understand. These organizations, these platforms have done their own due diligence before writing those reports. So it's not that they have picked up some agency copy and saying that, okay, Republic TV is absolved. It's that they have put in their own reporters, their own resources. They have cross-checked with agencies, they have cross-checked papers, and that's when they have come out with these reports. So it's very significant. It's going to pan out all day. And the information that Shravan brought just now about CBI picking up threads and looking into criminal conspiracy, and the fact that it might go right up to BARC and the top leadership of BARC at that time, we know who was there. It's going to be serious. It's going to really bring in changes, drastic changes in the manner in which the media industry, the news industry functions. It's really for the good of everyone. It's for the good of viewers. It's for the good of professionals working with news platforms. It's good for the advertisers as well, this cleaning up that's happening. And it's really important that this ratings game is busted in its entirety and truthfully, Niranjan, with absolute uncompromised data. And Niranjan, it's really important. It's really important that there is a level playing field between professionals working and the big corporate media who have in their interest to really manipulate, hoodwink. We have seen this happening in the last 6 months also. That would be something which has to be debated, hopefully would be done today.
Yeah, nobody will debate it. I'm not sure they'll debate it, Abhishek, because, you know, when the raid happened, they fielded their topmost officials, including serving officers. Serving officers were fielded to say on channels that were under investigation, they were fielded on channels that were under investigation to say that they were not involved. Let me go across to Sandeep. Sandeep, what is your location? And you know, the fact that the CBI is now going to probe the criminal conspiracy, ED now probes the charges against channels like India Today becomes all the more serious. What is your location, Sandeep, and what's the update that you have?
So as far as the case is concerned, yes, TRP case was one of the most controversial case, in fact, in the state of Maharashtra. And in fact, the most controversial people were investigating this matter. And now remember, Parambir Singh is, basically untraceable, not coming up on camera and giving a statement. In fact, I'm out here at the DGP office. This is the DGP headquarters, wherein all the senior officials are based out here. In fact, one of the most important thing, Niranjan, out here is that, at that point of time, there was one of a senior official, senior crime branch official, who had stated that on the behest of getting #1 position, Republic was pushed up, and the rest of the channel was in fact.
In fact, 1 minute, I'm getting in 2 or 3 more breaking news updates. In fact, 2 or 3 more reports after ANI, news agency ANI, portals like News Laundry has also put out the report. Looks like they're accessing details of the report. Abhishek and Alisha, News Laundry has put out a report saying ED gives clean sheet to Republic while India Today is under further investigation. So even News Laundry has just named India Today in a report, and there is another report by Prague News. So across India, at least 10 to 15 reports that have been put out now, confirming that India Today is under investigation. Alisha.
Well, yes, Niranjan, it's really very interesting. As you mentioned, that News Laundry has also mentioned. So, it's we can see at this point of time, because ED has clearly mentioned there is no evidence. It's what been tweeted even by the PTI and also by the ANI as well. Because what has really transpired, and all the allegations in the TRP manipulation was only against Republic, which was mentioned by Parambir Singh in his press conference on 8 October. What he clearly said that it was Republic TV who manipulated with the TRP to get the #1 channel, and that is what alleged by him. But now what has come to the report? So it is really very interesting to see what more other channels. Well, the channel will also come into it, because this is something not a report, but it's from the central agency who has given a charge sheet, who has filed a charge sheet before the court. Court has taken the cognizance. Even we are waiting to access the copy of the charge sheet so that we'll get more details and we'll put out before our viewers to know who are the channel who were actually at that point of time. I remember, Niranjan, it was 8 October, and there were also many of the reporters from the certain channel. They were deployed outside our office. They were deployed outside Arnab Goswami's residence, so that they can get the reactions over what we have never done, and that is what transpired. Now that has been confirmed, and what we can say that, because this is not a certain only one or two agency, but this is something that now even the newspapers has confirmed. The publishers has been going down clearly mentioning there is no evidence that has been found against Republic TV. So now, as I have mentioned, that first again we have been asking questions to the many, specifically Parambir Singh, because I am standing right outside his residence, just waiting for him to come. If he is there at his Mumbai residence, will he come now? Because he made it very big. A very big press conference. He called for a big press conference, and he called the seniors editors. He called the editors of the channel, asking to deploy their reporters, their correspondents to the press conference. And when we decided, okay, we will also go, we will also check what exactly it is.
Did he call senior reporters? So basically, Parambir Singh called senior reporters. This tainted, IPS officer who's a shame, who's a blot to the uniform, called tainted reporters and asked them to come outside our office and go outside Arnab's house. That we know, right? I mean, that's confirmed.
Well, Niranjan, I've been talking about the press conference. Well, yes, there was, after the press conference, we even saw there were certain reporters who were deployed outside our office. There were many reporters, even including from the India Today, who were standing outside our office. They were trying to get in touch with the, employees of the Republic, so that they get one of the information or just a reaction. And also, I have even read some of the articles from the some of the certain channels which mentioned that Arnab Goswami has not responded to the question where they were right outside his residence. So they were asking on the question, now are they the channels? As we have been even questioning, where are they now? Because we were also ready to go for the press conference. When Parambir called many senior reporters, many senior editors, asking them to come to the press conference, they should attend the press conference. When we heard about it, that there will be a press conference from the Mumbai CP, so we thought, okay, we will also go. We will also see what exactly it is. But when we enter, we were not even allowed by the police.
Alisha, be with me. Aishwarya is also joining me live right now. Alisha, Aishwarya is also joining us live. Aishwarya, are you picking up more information? Because now it's becoming bigger. Because the ED is going to investigate India Today. As per the reports that we are seeing, at least 10 media outlets have put that out. But what is even more disturbing is that the criminal conspiracy being investigated by the CBI, and we are hearing that BARC is going to be investigated.
Well, absolutely, because truth needs to come out, and now these agencies will find the truth. Because at that point of time, Niranjan, we all understand, and you better than no one else will remember, that these people, these individuals, they hounded up like a pack of wolves on Arnab and on Republic. And now when the truth is about to come out, because the nation wants to know, as Arnab says, and we are all waiting, 1.4 billion, including you and me, to get our hands on that ED report, because that ED report will have the truth. But do they have even the audacity to say that whatever is there in that report, even for Republic, we are ready to say that we will show? Can they? They will not, because they in their heart know, all of them. They were basing their facts on Sachin Vaze and Parambir Singh. One is in the jail and the other basically he cannot even stay at his home. Where is Parambir Singh? We are trying to find out. He is not at his Bombay residence. He is not in Chandigarh. Where is he? He is running away because he knows that Republic will ask him those very straight questions, and we will. But the fact of the matter is that all of these companies, all of these channels, they hounded like a pack of wolves, because they felt that the way Republic at that point of time, and as we are today once again, because we are back, we were literally beating them hands down. They thought what to do. So they come out with a pack of lies, plethora of lies, and now when the agencies are going to investigate, the truth will come out. Niranjan, when Parambir Singh used to be the prime time guest on those very specific channels, can those specific channels even run a ticker or a grid of the fact? PTI, ANI, several print organizations are coming out with sources. I am saying, okay, take few days, but can you promise that when the ED report comes, you will do even one debate, one show? No, they won't, because they know what the truth is. Within the next few minutes, I'm going to have our senior executive editor, Legal Rhythm, also with us. So she's going to put the legal facts in a more collective way. But the fact remains that all of these people are having sleepless nights now, Niranjan, because as Ordnov said at 8:15 yesterday, that nation wants to know what's in their report. From that very moment, they're having sleepless moments. Because they in their heart knows, deep in their heart, the reality, the truth, that what is there in the ED report. I don't know, you don't know, because we don't have our hands on it yet.
Yeah.
But we have still promised whatever is going to be in that ED report, we are going to show. Back to you, Niranjan.
Thank you for that. Aishwarya, stay with me. Rhythm is also joining us live any second. I'll go across to Rhythm the moment I have a live, but the big breaking news update right now, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know where Parambir Singh is. We don't know where... of course, we know where Sachin Vazir is. Sachin Vazir is in jail. Sorry about that. I know where Sachin Vazir is. He's in jail. We know where Nawab Malik is. Nawab Malik, who said that we will finish off Arnab Goswami, he will have to commit suicide. Remember those tapes? People forget, ladies and gentlemen, often people forget what was said about Republic TV, and at some point we'll bring those tapes out today. We will actually bring those tapes out today. Ministers from the Mahavikas Aghadi government, from the Uddhav Thackeray government, went on record to say we will finish off Republic TV. And now let me enlighten you a little bit about who these people were and where they are. Parambir Singh is on the run. Nobody knows where he is. He's hiding from our cameras. We're outside his house in Mumbai and Chandigarh. We don't know where he is. He was last spotted. By the way, I personally have spotted Parambir Singh outside a club about 2 weeks back. Now, that's a fact. I spotted him outside a club. By the time I removed my mobile phone to perhaps ask him a question, he was out of the frame. Perhaps he spotted me and he fled. Now, that is Parambir Singh. Sachin Vazir is in jail. Let's look at the other very esteemed gentlemen from Maharashtra who were part of this conspiracy against Republic TV. Anil Deshmukh, then the Home Minister who organized all of this. Anil Deshmukh is in jail for collecting bribes, extortion, money laundering. His colleague Nawab Malik, who said that Arnab will have to commit suicide after all the operations that they were undertaking against us. He's in jail for links to underworld, for money laundering, for corruption. His close friend Sanjay Raut, who also targeted Republic TV, held news conferences about Republic TV, is in jail for a scam called the Patla Chaul scam, and it's just one of the many scams that he's being investigated for. Cheated the poorest of the poor in Mumbai. He's in jail. Now his friend Sachin Vazir, of course, is in jail for murder. He's in jail for murder, extortion, and the cases just don't seem to end. He's going to be investigated also in the TRP case for criminal conspiracy, which has now been confirmed by Shravan Sen, my colleague. Now let's look at the others. Where is Uddhav Thackeray? Uddhav Thackeray is not in power. He lost his seat. He lost his party. Over 60% of his party is not with him anymore. Ridhamanand Bardwaj is joining us live right now. Now these are some of the people who have to answer. They have to answer. The reason why we're reminding people, Rhythm, about all of this is because people often forget what was said back then. And we will never forget, Rhythm. Never forget that on that day, they called Parambir Singh and held news conferences. They called him for interviews on prime time. Silence now.
And this is a deafening silence that we are facing, Aishwarya, which we have not seen earlier. But when there are certain reports that are now coming out and giving out names of other channels, why are they not speaking up about it? Like we've been talking since morning, Niranjan, I heard you, Alisha, Nupur also, we've been talking about the fact that since morning, Aishwarya, we remember how we were persecuted 2 years ago. Whether it was asking for details of our desktops, of our employees, of our camera persons, whether it was going into great details of some archaic British laws, or whether it was press conferences that were shown live on other channels. The irony that I want to bring out to our viewers today is when India today is being investigated vindicated by in this report, and it's very, very clear that that's a channel that needs to come out and answer what's happening, or even at least put out a statement, which they have not done till now. Other than the way they spoke about us, we aren't talking in that manner. We're saying the investigation continues, but I still remember the kind of language they used in their their interviews with Parambir G, like they called him, and how they spoke about it. And the bottom line is, why now that deafening silence? But I also want to tell our viewers, on the 8th of October 2020, when Parambir started that press conference, he said, my basis is an FIR by Hansa. The irony is the Hansa report several times over mentions India Today, which they said is not substantiated. Today, when another report comes out, which is at variance with the Mumbai Police's 8th October 2020 report, why is there this silence from India Today, and they need to answer that? But other than India Today, there is a clear fabrication of evidence, Aishwarya, which I think we should answer. Abhishek is also with us, and I remember in these cases, Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, was also called to the police station. I remember, Niranjan, you yourself were there. I also remember the day when Arnab was being taken to jail and how there was those AK-47s that were being brandished.
30, 40 AK-47 branded people. And as you said, Abhishek, you were also called to the police station, as Rhythm was just mentioning several times, but all those people. Yes, crime branch. And 8 hours at the Mumbai crime branch, Aishwarya. It's very interesting. 8 hours. 5 hours, they just make me sit. And I tell them, where is Mr. Waze? He says, are. And I go, bulaiye, we'll meet and chat. And he never came, And then there was someone 3 ranks senior to Waze sitting there questioning me, Waze, who was just an assistant sub-inspector, not there. He's like the boss. Everyone treats him like the boss because he's connected with some bosses. And yes, and the DCP, who's 5 ranks senior to Waze, he sits there in the room. Then the questioning itself goes on for about 2 hours. Then the statement writing, there's cross-checking. They were writing in Marathi. I was speaking in Hindi and English. And then I said, okay, fine, I understand Marathi. Please give me the statement. I'll read it. And I made some corrections there. But the whole drift of the conversation was that they realized that I am not going to give them anything. And the questions they were asking had no connection, whatsoever with the possibility of ratings being manipulated. They were asking about who is what in the organization, who does what is the role of this office bearer, what is the role of that person, things like that. So, I could sense there that they don't have anything. They are shooting in the dark. If not shooting in the dark, they are on a fishing expedition. And it seems that senior officer, I have nothing against him, he's a senior officer. Perhaps it's likely that even he did not like Waze, because Waze would bypass him and talk directly to his bosses. And Rhythm, it's very interesting. My impression of those 2 officers who were sitting there, both senior to Waze, one I believe was a batchmate of Waze and the other was a senior, of course. My impression was they were really not happy doing what they were doing. Obviously, they were told that this is what you have to do. That's why, for a questioning of 2 hours and statement of 1 hour, they will make me sit for 5 hours. So it was a wild goose chase from the beginning. Absolutely. But the very question you asked, that where are those pack of wolves? All these channels which had, as you said, Parambir G as primetime guest.
Wolves is the right word, Aishwarya.
They were as a pack of wolves because they were targeting a lion. But they failed. Because they were just threatened by the rise of Arnab Goswami, who was #1 in English, came in Hindi, and our Republic Bharat anchors, they were just mentioning you were 10% ahead, which is history in itself at that point of time in Hindi Yona. Everything has to be discussed, Aishwarya. The business models, the revenue models, the advertising models.
Yeah, there is some breaking news
the
update.
fact that this thing started
Abhishek,
after
I think Rhythm has some
Arnab
breaking
decided
news
to
update.
come to Hindi. Is it coming?
All right, let's
Abhishek,
also break
Rhythm
this
has some
down for
breaking
our
news
viewers.
update.
Abhishek, Aishwarya, Niranjan. Our lawyers and legal team are also mulling legal options now that the report is out. We're also going to see who all face fabrication of evidence charges. We're going to see whether it's only criminal defamation that needs to be put here or there are other things. So in each and every court that they put cases against us, we shall be going not only with a counter but also ourselves now suing them for damages and asking them for compensation for the kind of damage they tried to do to our reputation. So as we make this announcement, Republic team is mulling legal action. Lawyers are already in touch with the team and trying to get a grasp of how we have to move ahead. Whether it's criminal defamation charges, whether it's suing them, and whether also is this otherwise criminal charges, because public officers in charge of their official duty were actually going about and fabricating evidence and fraud. And this is the biggest news point here, because when we speak about this, the bottom line is Aishwarya, Abhishek, Niranjan, that when we try and when we sue them, they will have to understand.
Yes, sir.
They will have to understand how this has to move forward. Abhishek.
Well, that's a big thing. You bring in rhythm, and this is essentially a beginning of a long haul, rhythm, where we have to see that the manner in which we were targeted, we were maligned, and we were put on the mat by collusion of forces which were inimical to Arnab's rise. I mean, it has to be said as flat and straight. You know, the entire saga of the TRP scam was aimed at stalling the rise of Arnab Goswami. So obviously, when we have been absolved, when we have been given a clean chit by the enforcement directorate, and again, you know, we don't have the prosecution complaint. We have going by every news platform that has come out with this line. Should we, as you say, your lawyer team tells us that we have that option, who all would be the target for those companies?
I think our legal team is going to be, Abhishek, deciding that. But let's be very clear. Parambir Singh, disgraced cop Sachin Vaze, whether it's for the former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh, the Uddhav Thackeray government that tried to persecute us for no fault will be there who will be sued. And I also want to tell our viewers, it really started off in April in 2020 when the Palghar case came out. Then there was an acid attack on Arnab and his wife, who is also our senior editor, Sombrata Goswami. So basically we are talking about a systematic persecution. After the acid attack, we saw other cases. I also want to tell our viewers, through the sources that were speaking to us that time, there were Congress leaders and others within the Uddhav government that were trying to come out with some way of trying to book. We also heard 306, and finally that's the first option they took. I was also told by my sources, my sources within the Uddhav lawyers team, legal team, that after or if he got out of jail, they would try and put him in the privilege case. It is that privilege case where Hari Salve went to the Supreme Court, Abhishek, and in the Supreme Court he said, Arnab has been warned. They will not try and let him come out before Diwali. So when that kind of persecution was going on, Niranjan, when we are talking about a persecution of a man who had done no wrong except question the Uddhav government, then it's now a matter of right that when there's a final TRP report that says Republic, there is zero evidence against Republic, but yes, there's fabrication of evidence, we will be taking out accountability for all those people.
Good that you mentioned, Rhythm. You know, we'll keep talking about the ED prosecution complaint, but more importantly, since you mentioned persecution, the Anvay Nayak case, the 100 FIRs in the Palghar Sadhu case, the manner in which the Congress party went after us, and of course the TRP scam and the entire investigation. Fraud from the day one. Because Parambir Singh came to a conclusion immediately after filing the FIR. So, you know, it was a persecution establishment against Arnab Goswami.
Yes, absolutely. I also want to bring in Niranjan right now on this, as Kayum is, we're getting directed also here. Niranjan, I remember you, and I want you to just take us back to those moments, because several times you were in the police station, but I also remember on the day when Arnab was being arrested, you were right outside trying to ask Vaze questions.
Well, Rhythm, let me tell you, a few things that we usually don't talk about in the media. Because, you know, some of us have faced it firsthand with Arnab, and we are extremely proud to have been through what we are, because we've always believed in the fact that the truth will come out one fine day. And the truth has come out, Rhythm. I still remember And you know, everybody who's live now, you know, Amandeep was there, and Alisha was there. Alisha was in Alibag, I think, by the time all of this had happened, because, you know, there was a huge convoy of about 30 to 40 cars. 30 to 40 cars with them. There was a police van, a rundown police van in which Arnab was taken as if he's a criminal. They called it Operation Arnab. Can you believe it? They actually, this is Anil Deshmukh, the Home Minister, and Uddhav Thackeray government. They called over 100 policemen, most of them armed with automatic rifles. Automatic rifles for a journalist with AK-47s at his residence. There were at least 2 or 3 police vans. There were at least 5 or 6 police jeeps. Among those police jeeps was that green Scorpio that was used by Sachin Vase to plant explosives outside Mukesh Ambani's residence. And all of these cars, all of these jeeps, all of these vans, they were all called there to pick up Arnab. And that is about the day when he was picked up, and they swiftly took him away to Alibag. Alibag, which is at least a 2 to 3 hour drive from outside of Mumbai. And talking about the questioning, Rhythm, I will never forget, and you know, sometimes we don't talk about these things, but Abhishek will remember that when we were called for questioning, Rhythm, all of us were called. I don't have a count of how many of our employees have been called so far. Over 15 to 20 of them, maybe a conservative number, or maybe over 50 employees were called, and thousands of them were booked. And Abhishek will remember the crime branch. Sachin Vase was the king of the crime branch back then. An API or PI or PSI, I don't remember his rank, but he was just a police inspector, disgraced, suspended, but brought back by the Mahavikas Aghadi government to fix Republic TV, which has also been, by the way, confirmed by Parambir and the others in one of their chart sheets in their statement, saying that he was specifically brought back to fix Republic. Now, in the questioning, I still remember first-hand, Rhythm, that we had reported. You will remember that we had reported that while we were called for questioning, so they call you inside the crime branch, they make you sit in a room. While I was seated in a room, and Abhishek also knows this, when another senior officer comes, and this happens to be the actual officer in charge of the crime branch, and he came back then, and then he actually walked in, closed the door, and he said, I am really sorry, I am not responsible for any of this, but I'm just doing what I'm told to do. And we had reported a story back then that there were so many police officers in the Mumbai police, and you know, these crooks, criminals, murderers brought the Mumbai police a bad name. We had reported back then that there was a split in the Mumbai police, and that they were not on board on this plan of fixing Republic TV. Parambir Singh and Sachin Vase were behind it. And we had reported that evening at 7 p.m, I still remember, and the next day the Mumbai police filed another case invoking the 1920 law, saying that we have caused a rebellion in the Mumbai police by putting out that story. Now that's how they work, that's how they function. Just one more part, I still remember when we were called, I think 2 or 3 times, I don't remember how many times we were called to the crime branch, because we were called to the police station in separate cases as well, at different police stations. But at the crime branch, every day we were made to sit, absolutely say nothing. I mean, they just wanted to spend some time, get to know you, try to get something out of you, try to fix Republic TV. They wanted you to say something about Arnab, about Republic, so that they could pick up any scrap and fix Republic. I still remember at around 4:35, reporters would be waiting outside that crime branch questioning room, and when we had to come out to go to the restroom or something, these people would be there, these reporters with them. And I'm a journalist, you're a journalist, Abhishek is a reporter, all of us have spent time reporting, right? They were waiting outside this office so that Sachin Vase could come out after a long day of questioning, which never happened, right? Sachin Vase would sit with them in a room, and ironically the same journalists from the same media houses that are now under the scanner would be there taking scraps of leads, what they call leads, basically handouts by Sachin Vase, fake news by Sachin Vase was printed in the same news agencies. You remember that, Abhishek? I remember every reporter who was there, because I was there. I saw them in the eye when they were there, and these are the same journalists from the media groups that are now under investigation. That's the criminal conspiracy. That is the criminal conspiracy we are talking about, Abhishek. And that is the criminal conspiracy that will now be investigated, because this nexus between editors, cops, politicians, trying to fix media houses is the most dangerous kind of nexus. And this is something that will be investigated. I have to take a short break. Abhishek and Rhythm, I request you to stay with us. Okay, Rhythm, can I get a word from Rhythm? Rhythm, one word and then we'll take a break. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. I also want to, after the break, go to Abhishek once again to understand what was happening at that time. But viewers, what is the final TRP report? The report is still not with us, but we've come to know, number one, cognizance has been taken of that report. Number one, by the City Sessions Court in Mumbai. Not only has cognizance been taken, now we'll tell you what the other agencies and newspapers that have accessed this report are now saying. Number one, they say households denied having taken money for watching Republic TV. This was the first claim on 8th of October 2020, 2 years ago, that Parambir made in that press conference. I have never seen, I think none of us have seen this kind of persecution of a media channel after the emergency. It's the worst kind of persecution. The second thing that is being stated in that report is statements corroborated the raw data kept independently by BARC. The third thing they say is, viewers, we remember at that time, the Mumbai police used to keep harping on the forensic report, and now the ED shockingly says this forensic audit report that they are talking about was superficial. It was based on analysis of limited aspects. Of course, we know there is another channel that is now being investigated. They say that it has come across leads that certain households were watching India Today in lieu of cash from managers. Further investigation is in progress. So several things that have been stated by this clearly give out a true picture about who actually needs to be investigated here. I also want to remind our viewers about the ED interrogation that was done and other agencies of Sachin Vaze, where he admits that yes, he acted at the behest of his political masters. I remember, like we've been talking about how at that time the Uddhav Thackeray government wanted, however it is possible, to try and put Republic on their so-called leash. I remember the words of Sanjay Raut, Nawab Malik, and how they tried to say, we will continue persecuting Republic TV. Today, when this report is out, it's not only going to be seen as a validation and a vindication, even as we wait for the final copy of that report. I think before we slip into, like we're slipping into a quick break, let's also tell our viewers, coming up, we're going to give you details of this report as accessed by other channels. Two, we'll try and get our hands on a copy of that to ensure that each and every bit of the false and fabricated charges that were put against us comes to light. Back after a short break. Stay on with us.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years. 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry. Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the lunch which was served in the toilet.
बाउंड्री वॉल है, देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है।
जयपुर के बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो है विधानसभा की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन विधानसभा से ठीक पहले उन्हें रोका गया है। Alright, we are back to our rolling coverage of the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet which has been filed in the TRP case, which clearly absolves Republic TV and the entire network, and that has been reported by almost all major news platforms and agencies, including the Indian Express and Hindustan Times and ANI and PTI. We are going to bring you all aspects of the manner in which the Maharashtra establishment of that time, including Mumbai Police, went after Republic TV and Arnab Goswami, from the Anvanayak case to the Palghar episode, and then of course the TRP case in which even before investigation began, Republic TV was named, now of course absolved by the Enforcement Directorate. As per reports, we continue to repeat because we are yet to access the charge sheet. More of it after a short break.
सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years. 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
National speculation over the final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted, zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Lutyens media. It's confirmed India Today now faces ED heat. CBI to probe bark over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in TRP case. Nationwide, NIA and ED raids on. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation. Massive crackdown on the PFI. Pan-India offices raided, several top leaders now under the scanner. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic. In our top story at this hour, in near simultaneous raids across the length and breadth of the country. A multi-agency operation spearheaded by the National Investigation Agency today led to the arrests of 106 activists of the Popular Front of India, the PFI, in 13 states for allegedly supporting terror activities in the country. The maximum number of arrests were made in Kerala, numbering 22 so far, followed by Maharashtra and Karnataka, 20 each, Tamil Nadu, 10, Assam, 9, Uttar Pradesh, 8, Andhra Pradesh, 5, Madhya Pradesh, 4, Puducherry and Delhi, 3 each, and Rajasthan, 2. So massive pan-India, massive crackdown on terror. Pan-India raids across the length and breadth of the country since late last night, and many of the raids began in the wee hours of the morning. And our reporters on this story since it broke, and a huge number of arrests so far, more than 100 arrests made across the country so far. Top PFI leaders arrested, the PFI under the scanner of both the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate. Earlier, a few hours ago, we had reported how the Home Minister had chaired a high-level meeting attended by top officials of the NIA. And a huge lead as we are reporting top PFI leaders being detained, more arrests likely across. Let's listen in to reactions coming in to know more about what's happening as far as the raids are concerned.
इस पर हमारी कोई टिप्पणी नहीं, लेकिन मैं ये जरूर कहूंगा, पीएफआई आज एक आतंकवादी संगठन है जो भारत विरोधी काम करता है। पूर्णिया को उसने अपना सेंटर बनाया है, फुलवारी शरीफ में पकड़े गए, उसकी प्लानिंग आपने देखा सुना कि वो भारत को पहले ही मुस्लिम राष्ट्र बना देना चाहता 1947 के पहले। तो जो इतना बड़ा कुकृत्य करता हो, फंड इकट्ठा करता है, भारत के खिलाफ आंदोलन करता है, भारत के जनमानस को भड़काता है, तो ऐसे संस्थानों पर अगर कार्रवाई हो रही है, दुर्भाग्य है जब फुलवारी शरीफ में पीएफआई पर छापे पड़े तो जो पुलिस का वक्तव्य आया था वो निराशाजनक आया था। उसे सांस्कृतिक संगठन बताने की कोशिश की गई थी।
देखिए, ये जो कार्रवाई चल रही है इसके ऊपर अभी बोलना उचित नहीं होगा। ये पूरी कार्रवाई होने के बाद आधिकारिक रूप पर इसके ऊपर बयान आएगा।
And so more than 100 plus detentions in massive raids by the NIA and police as well as the ED related to terror funding activities. PFI arrests are maximum in number so far, and top PFI leaders have been arrested. Major crackdown on the Popular Front of India for its terror funding activities. And electronic devices also seized in New Delhi itself. 2 arrests made in Shaheen Bagh. And we are joined by our reporters, Aneri now joining us. Aneri, we are hearing of massive crackdowns there, many places down south, particularly in Andhra Pradesh, in Telangana as well. Take us through what's happening now, and also the last count as far as arrests and detentions there are concerned.
Well, that's right, Rukma. A mega crackdown by the NIA officials at various locations, not only in Telangana but in Andhra Pradesh also. We have been seeing how the NIA officials have been conducting massive raids, where in Andhra Pradesh, when we talk about, there are 5 people who have been arrested by the NIA officials in connection with the PFI case, but also at the same time, we have been seeing that there were raids which were taking place in various locations in Telangana, and also at the same time, now we also have got to know, according to our sources, they have been telling that the Telangana state PFI president also has been detained by the NIA officials. So a mega crackdown by the NIA and ED, who have been conducting raids. Well, not to forget, on Sunday, on 18th of September, we had seen how there were massive raids which were taking place at various locations in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana. Over near about 30 to 40 locations which were raided by the NIA teams on Sunday. Well, now we see that a mega crackdown from various states, from various parts of the country. We have been seeing how there are raids which are being conducted in regard with the PFI case.
And Aneri, stay with us. We also have with us Ashwin, who's joining us from Thiruvananthapuram. Since this morning, Ashwin, we've been seeing how the crackdown has panned out across Kerala. Also, give us a sense of the latest count of the number of locations raided so far across the state. It's well known that it is in Kerala that, that the seat of PFI activities, that's the hotbed from where most of PFI activities, have spread out across the country. So give us the latest count as far as the number of places raided there, the locations raided there, and the number of arrests.
Yes, well, Rukma, right now what we have information is that about 39 locations in Kerala there has been raid that has come across in more than 7 districts is what we have gathered information from. Some of the districts include Thiruvananthapuram, Kollam, especially Karnagapalli, where there is a training center, a 30,000 square feet infrastructure. There is a training center over there. There also there has been raid. There's been raid which has been conducted in Pathanamthitta, in Kannur, in in Kozhikode, as well as in Malappuram and Palakkad as well. So we have got visual evidence to suggest the same, that there has been a massive, this is one of the biggest raid ever that has been conducted. So far, the NIA sources have told us there are about 22 arrests, 22 people who have been taken into custody. What is confirmed is that the National General Secretary of PFI, Nasruddin, has been taken into custody, as well as OMA Salam, it has been reported, he is also, who is the chairman of PFI, he has also been taken into custody, is what initial reports are suggesting. Apart from that, Yahya Tangal, who is a state committee member of PFI, who we had covered during the sloganeering that issue that had happened in Alapi, when he had also taken into custody then. He has also been taken into custody by the NIA, is what we get to understand. We also understand that the district secretary of Pathanamthitta, Syed Ahmad, is also being taken into custody. So what we see is that a large number of people who are the key active members of the PFI have been taken into custody. We also have got information that Abdul Maulvi's home, which is about 40 kilometers away from Thiruvananthapuram, was also raided, and some of the some pen drive has been seized from his home, is also being it's the latest information that we have got. As well as that, a photostat center in Pathanamthitta is also been raided, and we get to understand that some of the computers and devices have been taken away from this place, is also what the locals have reported as well. So all in all, what we see is that there has been a flash raid, 3 o'clock in the morning, a joint raid by the National Investigation Agency as well as the Enforcement Directorate, and the complete Kerala police was not even, there was not actual information given to the Kerala police, is what we get to understand. It has been a completely surprising raid, Rukma, and what we also understand is the key members of the PFI and the SDPI have been put into detention. Now what needs to be seen is further, the action is what needs to be seen. The NIA will definitely give a complete press release on the same after the entire day is over, Rukma. So at the moment, keep PFI members taken into custody, 22 as per NIA records, but we are yet to confirm the same. But we can safely say about 22 people are reported to be arrested.
Right, Ashwin, stay with us. We also have with us our other reporters on the ground who are covering the story. We have with us Prajwal from Bangalore. We have Varshini from Chennai, Aneri as well. Coming to you, Varshini, now. A quick catching up of what's happening there across Karnataka. Another major center of PFI activities. Many arrests made there as well. Give us the latest count as far as arrests are concerned. Also, how many locations there are being raided even as we speak?
Well, if you see in Tamil Nadu, the count of locations, the number of locations that the raid has happened is in 10 different districts, and basically, there have been districts involved such as throughout the state, such as Theni district, Dindigul district, Ramanathapuram, Madurai, Kadalur, Karaikal, Puducherry as well, and even in Chennai. And when we saw about Chennai, the raids happened from 3 o'clock in the morning and ended around 8:30 in the morning. And during these raids, we saw that the NIA officials, almost 12 of them who were in Chennai's PFI office who were doing the raids, conducting the raids, took away a lot of documents and paper trails out of the PFI office, and they had taken it for further investigation. When you see about the other districts down south in the state of Tamil Nadu, there were many other instances where a lot of arrests, a lot of detentions were also made. In Karaikal alone, there have been 3 PFI leaders who have been arrested, and in several other districts, including Kadalur districts, there's been an arrest, and there's an arrest in Ramanathapuram as well. Therefore, there are almost 11 people who have been arrested from the PFI who have been detained so that they can carry on with a further investigation on this matter. And at the same time, we also believe that from sources from other districts as well, that we get to know that there has been several documents that has been procured from each one of these locations that these raids were happening. And particularly, we see that all these locations are connected to PFI leaders, be it their offices or be it their houses, or every premises where the raids happened was connected to PFI leaders throughout the state. And we also hear that the investigation will be going on, continuing with the people who have been detained as well as with other people, including the PFI state secretary as well, will be attending the investigation, is what we are hearing. And as of now, the raids are over, but there could be any other improvement or development that is being expected or seen in the future. But at the same time, we can also see that the PFI members are also starting to protest against these raids that are happening. They are starting to show their how much they oppose these raids and condemn these raids because they say it is a targeted raid. But at the same time, we can see very clearly that these raids that was a surprise raids have been very much useful for the NIA and ED, because we could see them with our own eyes. They're carrying away all these documents and paper trails with them in their own hands. Therefore, this is what is the situation currently we're picking up from Tamil Nadu.
Right, Varshini, many thanks for joining us there. We also have with us the other reporters, and we continue with the story. But there's breaking news coming in now from the courts. The Supreme Court has concluded hearing in the hijab case after 10 days of a marathon hearing of various petitions related to the wearing of hijab. And the court has reserved its judgment in the batch of appeals challenging the Karnataka High Court judgment which upheld hijab ban in educational institutions. So, joining us now is Niranjan, our senior executive editor. Niranjan, it's over to you to give us a sense of what this means. The Supreme Court and its conclusion of hearing in the hijab case after 10 days of a marathon hearing. It's over to you.
Well, we've seen so many twists and turns in this hearing. It's all come down to this. The Supreme Court has now reserved the order, which means they've concluded the arguments. They've heard all sides, and they will now be giving their verdict on the hijab issue. And that's the big breaking news update that we have right now. Supreme Court has concluded the hearing in the hijab case after 10 days of hearing. They've now reserved their judgment in the batch of appeals challenging the Karnataka High Court judgment, which upheld the hijab ban in educational institutions. They have heard all sides. And they have reserved the order, and they will be giving their verdict very soon. So that's the breaking news update. We don't have a date on the order. I'd like to get Ridham Anand Bharadwaj as well live on the story. Ridham is in our newsroom in Delhi, so we should be able to get her live. And this is a big move, because since earlier this year, I think it was in February, when protests broke out in Udupi, Karnataka, and there were marathon hearings. We've seen political battles. We've seen students at the gates. We've seen sloganeering. We've seen political battles in courts and on the streets. We've seen violence, people being killed over the polarized atmosphere that began with the hijab case. And now the Karnataka High Court verdict was challenged, and the Supreme Court has now reserved the order, and we don't have a date on when this order is going to be pronounced, but this is going to be a very significant verdict, because whatever comes out in the next few days, it will be the end of a long legal battle, one that got everyone drawn into it. At a time when Iran and women in Iran are on the streets fighting the hijab, in India there are some people who are trying to enforce it. Hijabs are allowed on campus. That's something that came out of the Supreme Court hearing in the last few days. The state government in Karnataka has confirmed hijabs are allowed on campus. Hijabs are not banned in Karnataka. Hijabs are allowed even inside campuses. But it's just that inside the classroom, the hijab is not allowed. And that is what they were contesting. And they gave an impression that hijabs were being banned. Hijabs were never banned. Hijabs were always allowed inside campus, only inside classrooms. Ridham, in a hearing that has spanned almost 10 days, you heard the state government and even the Solicitor General marking out a role of radical groups like the PFI in the case of hijab. It's all come down to this. Ridham, do we have a date on when this verdict is going to be pronounced? Ridham?
Yes. Well, today is a big day because after a 10-day marathon hearing, the top court of the country has reserved orders on hijab. You correctly pointed out for 7 days the petitioners spoke, whether it was Colin Gonsalves, senior advocates couple Sybil, Salman Khurshid. There were others who spoke in this case. And finally, after hearing them, we saw the state appearing for the state, like you mentioned, Niranjan. Tushar Mehta, Solicitor General of India, spoke, as well as the Advocate General. Tushar Mehta made very cogent points about how they were unable to show that hijab is an essential religious practice. What is very pertinent in that hearing, which we also broke on Republic TV, is there were two things he mentioned. One, he said these women were used as a part of a larger conspiracy. In fact, he said these students were used as a part of a larger conspiracy that was sponsored by the PFI. He also mentioned Iran as an Islamic country, which is also trying, and women are fighting to do away with hijab. So a lot of arguments that were panning out in the top court of the country as we await the hijab order. What has to crucially be seen is, will the court also be taking note of the kind of conspiracy that was sponsored by PFI, something that in Udupi in Feb, we at Republic TV had also investigated and broken. We're also going to be seeing, when the judgment comes out, whether what's happening in the global Islamic countries will also be taken note of by the top court, where they are trying to fight this particular hijab and also the revolution that has begun, Niranjan, in those countries.
Yeah. And Ridham, you know, in this particular hearing, the Supreme Court went into details of whether the hijab is an essential practice, whether the PFI was involved. There were campaigns that were discussed. In fact, the court also inquired about what was happening in Iran. Just to tell our viewers about the legal perspective of how far this case has come, when the Supreme Court delivers its verdict, will that be the final word, or can that be contested again?
Well, Niranjan, it can't be contested, I believe. But yes, a review can be filed. There can be some sort of a clarification that can be asked for. But I do believe the law of the land is an authoritative judgment will be laid out once the top court comes out. I also want to go across to the Karnataka Advocate General's words in the last hearing, where he said, and I also then want to ask Swapnil a question here. Swapnil, it was said by the Karnataka Advocate General on day 9 of this hearing, it was not a case of single students wanting to wear hijab. There were groups of students banging the gates of the building. They were intimidating slogans. It had a ripple effect. This became a symbol of enforcement of religious faith. Swapnil, they've also said when it was asserted militantly that I want to wear hijab and there was opposition, what do I do as a school principal? They're giving out details about how the impugned circular. Yes,
reactions
go ahead.
Coming
yes,
in, Rhythm.
let's
I think,
play out the reactions.
Yeah, a reaction coming in. We have two responses. Waris Pathan is on the phone line. Swapnil Kothari also on the phone line. Waris Pathan, the Supreme Court has reserved the order after a marathon hearing that's it's gone on for over 10 days at different intervals, and now it's reserved. When the Supreme Court delivers its verdict, Waris, will you at least accept that? Will you consider that the final word?
Well, let the Supreme Court pass the orders. We are all waiting for that, and I am hopeful that the Supreme Court will definitely consider the submissions advanced by the petitioner's lawyers. And the matter is sub judice. Hello?
Yes. Rhythm has a question for you, Rhythm.
Yes, Waris Pathan, one question to you. The counsels who spoke up for the petitioner spoke for 7 days. We then heard the Solicitor General. We also heard at that time the Karnataka Advocate General. The one point they made is, even if hijab is mentioned in the Holy Quran, there is nowhere that it is said it's an essential religious practice. It can be ideal, but that does not make it essential. Don't you think, with the kind of authorities that were put forward and judgments of the Supreme Court itself, there could be a likely chance that they say hijab is not an essential religious practice in Islam?
This right now, as the Supreme Court judges have to decide whether hijab is an essential religious practice or no. The arguments were converged by the petitioner's advocate, and let me tell you, Rhythm, a simple thing. We live in a country where we follow all religion. India has got no religion. Diversity is secularism is our main motto. Our Sikh brothers, they wear turban on their head. We have no objection. Our Hindu sisters, they put up the bindi, they wear Mangal Sutra. We have no objection. Our Hindu brothers, they wear red thread on their hand. We don't have any objection. Similarly, if a girl, out of her own free will and choice, wants to wear a hijab and go to an education institute to study, what is the harm? Why so much objection for that? The freedom of choice. See, that is why I say we follow the constitution given to us by Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. Freedom to practice religion is instituted under Article 25 of the Constitution. This is the freedom of religion. Freedom of choice is there. The freedom to have education is also there. If a girl wants to go to an education institute wearing a hijab, what objection do you have? Yeah.
True.
So it's the constitutional points which have to be decided by the Honorable Supreme Court.
This point you've made is going to be taken to... Absolutely, and that's going to be the authority in this case. I also want to, Waris, go across to Dr. Seenat Shaukat Ali, Islamic scholar, also joining us. Dr. Ali, we've seen earlier what's been happening in the court, and Waris continues to say that just like the Sikh turban, the hijab will be seen as an essential religious practice. But I want to ask you as a woman, I also want to ask you as someone who's been closely monitoring this, like in other cases and what's been happening in Iran, isn't it time that women are able to break their shackles, and this movement that began in Iran and other Islamic countries comes down to India as well?
Well, I think you have a strong point, but it is the women of India who have to have that kind of passion and thinking. As far as this judgment is concerned, I think I have given my point of view that this is not an essential practice of Islam. It is a cultural practice and a tradition that has been going on for several, centuries. So therefore, you see, now we have to wait for the Honorable Supreme Court, since there is, there are very strong points of view that have emerged at both ends. I stand by the side that, in a school, a uniform is important, and there should be no religious symbolism in schools. Absolutely none whatever. There has to be equality, there has to be fraternity, there has to be, students come there to study. They come there to study their subjects like sciences, mathematics, etc., whatever they study. And there has to be some equality even of status. You cut across all distinctions, when you sit in a school uniform, and that is my opinion. Outside the school uniform, the Constitution of India permits women to dress the way they want. So if they wish to wear the hijab, whichever form of it they like, they cannot be. It cannot be stopped, and that would be a violation. But a school uniform is something that a school decides. Yes. And if you want to go to that kind of a school, then that school you have to. For example, when you go to court, there is a particular dress that you wear. Yes. Or when Muslims perform the Hajj, there is a particular dress that they wear.
Absolutely.
So you see, there is a dress code, and this is the dress code for a school.
Dr. Ali. Yes.
Hello.
I want to, as we wait for that judgment, Dr. Ali, Waris Pathan, I also want to say, like you're saying, the words of the Solicitor General echo large, where he said a uniform is a uniform that has to be worn in schools and universities. We leave it at that as we wait for the Supreme Court's verdict to come out. The hijab arguments are concluded. The order is reserved. We're going to be looking at that. We slip into a quick break. Thank you for being with us. We're back on the other side with our top stories.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Top headlines at 1:30. National speculation over the final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Latvian's media. It's confirmed India Today now faces ED heat. CBI to probe Bach over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in the TRP case. Nationwide NIA and ED raids on. It's the largest ever anti-terror crackdown. Massive crackdown on the PFI. Pan-India offices raided. Several top leaders of the PFI now under scanner.
Thank you for staying with us here on Republic TV as we get you the details of all the breaking news updates. One of the biggest stories today is that the PFI has been raided across India. It's pan-India raid in which the PFI and its top leadership has been arrested, picked up from different cities, different states, as multiple teams go across India to crack down on this radical group. The other big breaking story is that the final TRP report has been taken cognizance of in court. We don't have the details yet, but different media reports, at least 10 to 15 media reports are saying that India Today has been named, India Today will be investigated, India Today will be looked at by the Enforcement Directorate. The other breaking news update is that the Enforcement Directorate is going to look at the role of India Today in bribing, in giving cash, some cash leads that are being investigated. The second big breaking news update is that the CBI is probing the criminal conspiracy. CBI is probing the criminal conspiracy in the case. They're going to probe the criminal conspiracy that led to them trying to fix Republic TV. Media, politicians, editors, nexus now comes under the scanner. Let me go across to Swapnil Kothari, also joining us on this broadcast this afternoon. Swapnil, two breaking news updates. I'm picking up from the reports. We don't have our hands on that report, but different media reports saying that India Today has come under the scanner of the ED. They will now be investigated. They were the channel originally named in the FIR. They now come under scanner of investigating agencies, and the CBI will probe the conspiracy, including BARC officials.
Well, definitely, Niranjan, because these kind of things do not happen without the complicity of several people at play. There have to be too many hands and multiple hands in the cookie jar for the cookie jar to be empty. It's very clear that when Mr. Parambir Singh read out on 8th of October 2020 on that FIR, it was India Today's name, but he named Republic TV and some 2-3 other channels. Now, obviously, if the Enforcement Directorate has investigated and come to a conclusive report, then the channel that was named in that FIR needs to be investigated first. It cannot be that that channel should have missed out any investigation, as it was claimed by Mr. Singh at that time that we have investigated that and we do not find any foul play. Now that there is a national agency such as the Enforcement Directorate, which has come to a conclusion that it was that particular channel and not Republic TV or Republic Bharat for that matter, which was involved in the TRP scam, then obviously the channel that was there needs to be investigated. It is common sense, it's common criminal procedure. So there is no question that what the Enforcement Directorate will do will be following the Criminal Procedure Code if they choose to investigate, which I believe they would, because if if they have come out with the report, then they have all the rights to investigate. So I believe that channel should be investigated. And what I'm most happy about, Niranjan, is not the fact that some other channel is going to be investigated, or the real channel, or the real so-called channel that has been named in the FIR, but Republic TV and Republic Bharat and all of its other maybe Republic Bangla was not there at that time, possibly, I don't recall, but I believe these two channels have been completely vindicated, and Arnab's name has been completely vindicated, and a clean chit has been given by the national agency. So this clearly shows that the scam was in entirety played out by several factors. I'm sure some media channel was involved in that. Some editors were also involved in that. It cannot take place without their complicity. Some politicians, some police nexus, all of these 3-4 put together decided to fix Republic TV and shut it once and for all. And now the truth is there for everyone to see. Republic's rankings are soaring way ahead as they ought to be. And the other channels simply have to accustom themselves to the fact that they are nowhere near Republic TV, and their envy got the better of them, which is one of the 7 deadly sins, and they fell prey to that. And they need to do some recompense or some introspection if they have any sort of credibility left. Because other than that, what's going to matter most is not the investigation by the Enforcement Directorate, but the trust of the people is going to dwindle. Whatever little trust they had garnered across, that will dwindle or continue to dwindle if they choose to remain silent on this report, which I believe they have remained silent, because I've been watching other channels too, and I've never heard that this report has at all been mentioned since last night. And even some newspapers today haven't come out with it today. Hindustan Times has come out, but some other newspapers, some prominent English newspapers haven't come out with that at all. So I'm not surprised actually.
How can they? Because they carried out campaigns. If you count the number of articles that they put out against Republic TV, you'll actually lose count, because we try to go back and there is so much in our archives now. The good news is that we have all of that in our archives, and the better news is that we will take action. But the best news is that the people are with us. Look at this. I have we've put out the numbers, and our WhatsApp numbers have been buzzing. Let's stay full frame on, if you stay full frame on this, it's a real time people are texting non-stop. We'll put the numbers out on our screens as well. And a lot of people writing into us, tweeting, sending us their videos and showing their solidarity with Republic. For us, that's all matters. Swapnil, Abhishek, Alisha, that's all matters. See, I mean, every 2 seconds, okay? Someone is just texted saying, congratulations, one of the best work you have done. And they're also talking about our coverage of PFI, saying PFI has been arrested. And while I'm reading another message coming in saying that congratulations. And every second I'm getting a message, congratulations sir, hum aapke saath hai. And one more message saying congratulations sir. So people are texting every second. And someone has texted once again saying that happy to know that Republic TV has come out clean in the case. Kudos to Arnab. So look at this. I mean, every second, you'll just see the screen popping up. Every second there's a new message. And someone is just texted saying Satyameva Jayate. We can't show you the numbers, but thank you for your support. I'm going across to Abhishek. Abhishek, criminal conspiracy between media houses, between politicians, between editors, between IPS officers, between serving officers, and all of that conspiracy, and some of those who, by the way, ignored the FIR and the channel that was named in the FIR and fielded their officers and themselves on prime time on these channels to give interviews to clear the channel that was named in the FIR. Now that was criminal conspiracy. That could also be fabrication of evidence possibly, and that will also now be investigated. Abhishek, by the way, that's the other breaking news. CBI will investigate it. CBI is going to investigate the criminal conspiracy. It's getting bigger.
Well, two things, Niranjan. One in Hindi, baat niklegi to dur talak jayegi. Also, there is a very famous quote from John Galsworthy's novel called Justice. And it's that the wheels of justice, once given a starting push, roll on by themselves. And that's what's happening. You know, principles of natural justice, Niranjan. Who were after Arnab Goswami? Anil Deshmukh, where is he? Who was after Arnab Goswami? Sachin Waze, where is he? Who was after Arnab Goswami? Uddhav Thackeray, where is he? Who was after Arnab Goswami? Parambir Singh, where is he? You know, and this coming together of the Enforcement Directorate report and the CBI coming to a conclusion that they need to broaden their already under investigation complaint in TRP manipulation to include criminal conspiracy. The fact that BARC shared compromised data with Hansa Research and with the audit team of Mumbai Police, forensic audits team, I believe that's typically given to chartered accountants, or for that matter, BARC refusing to share proper data with the Enforcement Directorate, BARC refusing to share proper data with Republic Network's legal team. I think this is coming together of those forces which indicate towards only one direction, and that's vindication of Arnab Goswami and Republic Network. Joining me, Ridham Anand Bharadwaj. You don't need her introduction, and Aishwarya Kapoor as well. Ridham, if I could begin with you. We are discussing the legal consequences of this development with the ED filing this charge sheet and the court taking cognizance. Please give our viewers, our well-wishers, our supporters, Arnab fans a view or a glimpse of what happens from here on.
Well, first, this report already in the City Sessions Court, Abhishek, has been taken cognizance of by the judge, which means it's going to come up. They're going to be deciding on what needs to happen next. This will also have an impact on the TRP case trial that is pending before the Sessions Court, the PMLA court, and of course in the High Court, the petition that has been filed for us for quashing this particular case and quashing the charge sheet that had been filed by the Mumbai Police and the FIR. Now, other than this, we've already told our viewers there are legal options that are being considered by us, but Aishwarya and Abhishek, we spoke in the day about what happened 2 years ago. We've also spoken in great detail about how the press conference of Parambir Singh tried to pinpoint Republic TV's name, and today the final TRP report says Republic TV never tried to give money. There were no money given to householders. They've also spoken about the forensic audit report which the Mumbai police had at that time relied upon, and now they say that report was superficial. So what is the basis of what Parambir was saying? What is the basis on the basis of which the co-conspirators and the nexus that was done with other media channels were trying to say that Republic is in the dock for so-called TRP fraud, whereas actually fingers are now being pointed at them. Aishwarya.
Also, Aishwarya, so the legal aspect, Ridham can't explain, no one can explain better than Ridham. But the political aspect of it, you know, there was a political executive decision to go after Arnab, and that's why resurrect case like Anvay Nayak. That's why file 100 FIRs and go after our network, and that's why this TRP investigation. You just try to explain for the benefit of viewers the political aspect of this witch hunt that was carried out against Arnab.
No, as I've been saying, as a pack of wolves. They all came as a pack of wolves from all sides. They wanted to surround Arnab, they wanted to surround Republic, but they failed. And like how? And now when the reality is going to come out, the truth is going to come out, as you guys have been saying, the final TRP report is going to come out, on which all three of us and the 1.4 billion Indians are waiting to dying to get their hands on. Because the truth is in that. But can those individuals, those specific individuals who were making Parambir Singh as a prime-time guest, can they promise today that they will do one live show of even 5 minutes or whatever? Because we at Republic are going to say whatever comes out on Republic, right or left, we are going to show. But can they promise? No. Because deep inside, they themselves know, Abhishek and Ridham, that what all lies they have said and who all they were connected to. All of that. And that's where the criminal conspiracy case also comes out, the angle. And that's why what Ridham was saying, that our legal team is now going to move forward. Because that's the right way. You just can't shoot and scoot. For 2 years, we've waited for this report and we still wait. Because that's the final TRP report. And as you said, the the whole angle, how from every angle, whether it's the executive, whether it's the officers, how all of them, and even the media nexus, the media executive nexus at that point of time, how they wanted to corner and just to push Arnab, and they failed how.
Rhythm, this aspect that you brought in about, and Ashwarya mentioned about possible legal action that our legal team would contemplate. Who all could be the target of that action?
Well, it's going to be the Uddhav Thackeray-led government that is going to be clearly targeted when they were the ones who began this persecution. I remember in one case, even as the Supreme Court came out and gave us a clean sheet, there was the former Home Minister of Maharashtra, Anil Deshmukh, who did press conference and said, we shall be moving forward. Then, of course, we're also going to be looking at defamatory action and content against Sanjay Raut and Nawab Malik, who spoke up wrongly. Most importantly, of course, the disgraced cop who is now an accused in the Mansukh Hiren case, Sachin Vaze, who's serving his sentence and also trying to put the others in the dock, who's giving out words in his interrogation and stating that I did everything at the behest of the former Home Minister, will be accused. And most importantly, the man at the very helm of it, the man who went on other channels and did press conferences and gave interviews and exclusives, the man who tried to ensure, like Shravan was saying yesterday, that all the media sat around him and gave them details. Even before the arrest, we remember that there were media channels outside Arnab's house on the 4th of November. So Parambir Singh is also going to be a part of the legal action and legal cases that we file.
Swapnil Kothari is with us. I could take a question to him. Swapnil, this legal action about which Rhythm was, telling us, how far can we go? What can be consequences of that for these people? And what are the legal remedies really that we can press? Because we are the aggrieved party, and justice should not only be done but should be seen to be done. Swapnil.
Abhishek, the first and foremost thing that you need to do is that once the report comes out, take the report to the cases which have been filed against you pertaining to the TRP, whether it is the city court or whether it is the high court. Get those cases squashed against you. So that means there is a verdict in your favor. Once the verdict is in your favor, then you can say that there is malicious prosecution, and you can also say that there is criminal and civil defamation. Civil defamation will allow you to claim compensation. Criminal defamation will give you the power to squeeze them into coming out with some sort of a compensation, because they will otherwise face arrest. Because the fact, it's an incontrovertible fact that with the kind of scams that were put up against Arnab and the way that he was arrested, arrest was in the Anvay Nayak case, but as far as the TRP case was concerned, Hawala operator and many other things were told against him, TRP chore and all of those things in public domain, including the press conference of 8th October 2020. Those all simply point out defamation. It falls within the four corners of defamation and nothing else. It is nothing but defamation. The second aspect which your legal team will have to consider is the quantifiable claims. In the sense that, yes, I was defamed. I understand I, Arnab Goswami, was personally defamed, including my channel Republic TV was also defamed. Because the Republic TV was considered to be bribing people with 500 rupees, which we are still looking for. We haven't found a single person with 500 rupee note. And, given by Republic TV. So the point is that how do you quantify claims in defamation? Now what happens is that 1,000 man-hours were wasted because of false interrogatories as to what is the cost of the toilet paper, what is the cost of this stand, what is the cost of the pantry tray, all of those things that were there, 1,000 man-hours were wasted. So that is one major aspect of a quantifiable claim. Now what amount you put next to that is an ingenuity of the lawyer that will be required there. Because what happens is usually the court agrees to a defamation, but then says that how do I award you, compensation? How do I know that you face the loss of 50 rupees or 5 lakh rupees or 5 crore rupees? But then, given the reach of Republic TV and given the fact that this is a channel worth so many thousand crores or whatever it may be, and the fact that you incur so many expenses, an ad hoc amount can be given by the court at that time. So the fact that quantifiable claims are debatable both ways or can be argued upon should not be a diminishing factor or damping factor. You must file a case for malicious prosecution and defamation, no doubt about it. Once you have the verdict in your favor, and that can come only when you put the report before the court of law and say that, look, now we are nowhere mentioned in this, please take us out of this case, because by law, by right, I am not supposed to waste a single penny of my time, energy and lawyers' money on a case which is a bogus case and a fictitious case. And a court of lawyers are there to give me and grant me that right and to enforce that and to say that, sorry, there is no case made out against Republic TV. You are free to go. But that verdict needs to be there in your favor on paper, not just the report, but the verdict in your favor. So those are many legal options. You can square out every single person who was involved against you, whether it's a media channel, whether it's a media house, whether it's a police officer, whether it's a stray person who was involved in something, who was a facilitator of sorts or anything of that sort. Every single person, and assuming that you will have ample proof and against that person, and all this criminal conspiracy by the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate looking into the TRP manipulation by a particular channel will all be there to support your case in many ways. But the fact remains that you have been falsely prosecuted and you have been defamed.
Absolutely. Swapnil, stay with me. In fact, we're investigating the story. We are investigating the story, Abhishek. Alisha and Amandeep are outside different residences of Parambir Singh. I don't know how many residences he has for an IPS officer, but we are told that he has several residences and he shuttles between several cities, including Chandigarh and Mumbai. He was last spotted, and I personally saw him myself. I spotted him outside a club in Mumbai about 2 weeks back, and we don't know where he is right now because he's not to be found in Chandigarh, he's not to be found in Mumbai, but we have a questionnaire ready for him. So wherever we spot him, we will ask him those questions. So on that note, Mr. Parambir Singh, we will find you whether you're outside a club or whether you're at a residence, we will find you. On that note, taking a short break, Swapnil, Alisha, Amandeep, stay with us. We'll come back with the coverage here on Republic TV. Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV. A case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वो आपकी संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV. A case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is...
It's a day of vindication. The charge sheet released by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the TRP scam states that no evidence can be found that implicated Republic TV. The same charge sheet, however, mentions certain households were allegedly found watching News Nation and India Today in exchange for monetary returns, with an investigation to be conducted by the agencies over the same time. Reports have further come about the BARC, the world's largest television measurement science body, to be investigated by the CBI over charges of alleged bribery and fabrication of evidence. The CBI is to investigate the agency and its officials with charges of criminal conspiracy to be investigated by the agency.
National Investigation Agency, Enforcement Directorate and State Forces which has conducted raids across the country, and 106 people related to the PFI has been arrested. Continuously rolling on this big story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned. Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV.
National speculation over final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted. Zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Latin's media. It's confirmed. India Today now faces ED heat. CBI to probe BARC bark over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in TRP case. Nationwide, NIA and ED raids on. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation. Massive crackdown on PFI. Pan-India offices raided. Several top leaders now under the scanner. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic. In our top story, in near simultaneous raids across the length and breadth of India, a multi-agency operation spearheaded by the National Investigation Agency today led to the arrest of 106 activists of the Popular Front of India in 13 states for allegedly supporting terror activities in the country. The maximum number of arrests were made in Kerala, numbering 22, followed by Maharashtra and Karnataka, 20 each. Tamil Nadu, 10, Assam, 9, Uttar Pradesh, 8, Andhra Pradesh, 5, Madhya Pradesh, 4, Puducherry and Delhi, 3 each, and Rajasthan, 2. So, mega terror operation across the country. Pan-India raids. More than around 106 detained since last count. Top PFI leaders taken into custody. And the raids continue. Documents and electronic devices seized. NIA police are leading the raids. Earlier in the day, the Home Minister had a special meeting. He chaired a special meeting of top officials. And these are visuals coming in of the raids as they are taking place. In Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, in Madurai, in Coimbatore. Piyush Ori now joins us from here in New Delhi, from the national capital. Piyush, earlier in the day, we had heard reports of the Home Minister chairing a high-level meet. The PFI raids were expected to be on the agenda. What information do you have regarding that particular meet?
So, you rightly pointed out that this was a massive raid that was conducted by not only NIA but also ED, because they wanted to make sure that all the networks that are linked to PFI, all the money trail that was coming to them from Gulf countries needed to be stopped. And for this, after months of planning, finally a massive raid was conducted. Now, following the raids, there was also a high-level meeting that was called in by Home Minister Amit Shah, where not only Director General of NIA but also NSA head Ajit Doval were present in the meeting, and all the aspects of this raid, all the processes that were conducted in this raid was discussed. And now finally it's going to be discussed from here on that what is going to be the future ahead of all those 106 people that have been detained. Now, mind you, this is a very important raid that has been conducted by not only NIA but Enforcement Directorate, because there are 3 aspects now that are required to be met from the following raid that have been conducted by the NIA and ED. First, establishing the money trail that was being received by not only PFI but also several other units that were associated with PFI, of how actually they were receiving the money trail. Following the money trail, how actually these events were held where a lot of anti-national activities were taking place. And third, but lastly, how this money and how such different kind of events were being held where youth were radicalized. Now you can see that the dangers and the national insecurity challenge, which was being faced by this PFI unit was that there were so many young people who were made to chant anti-national activities. So yes, these raids are very important, and following these raids, finally the monitoring of the situation was done by Home Minister Amit Shah. Back to you in the studio.
Right, Piyush, stay with us. We also have with us Varshini, who's joining us from Chennai. We have with us Prajwal, who's joining us from Bangalore. All these places are seeing massive raids. It's a massive anti-terror operation. Coming to you, Prajwal, when we talk about Karnataka, it's one of the states massively affected, clearly, as these raids tell us. Give us the latest count as far as the raids have progressed, how many have been detained, and so on.
Karnataka across 7 districts including Bengaluru, and mainly in Dakshina Kannada multiple locations have been raided, and the PFI secretary has been taken into custody. Dakshina Kannada's PFI secretary has been taken into custody from his native where he was staying at his residence, and his office as well as his residence and factories too have been raided, and sensitive material which were mainly in the form of books and pamphlets which had inciting material has been seized by the NIA. And coming to Bengaluru, 5 locations has been raided in Bengaluru: Richmond Town, Benson Town, Baglur, Padrayanpura and Pulkeshi Nagar. In Richmond Town, Benson Town as well as Padrayanpura, it is now being understood that it was mainly the office which were being raided, and in Pulkeshi Nagar the police, the NIA has seized some sort of electronic evidence in the form of laptops, computers, hard drives and mobile phones too, and they have been handed over to the cyber security unit for further for further investigation too, and information is being taken out from them, but the NIA will be mentioning all this in a detailed report shortly from now.
Right, Prajwal, stay with us. Going across to Alisha now. Alisha, as far as Maharashtra is concerned, what are the latest updates?
Well, yes, it was not only National Investigation Agency or Enforcement Directorate, but it's so action that has been initiated also by Maharashtra ATS as well. So far there are 20 people who has been linked to PFI has been arrested in the case. And if I read out the statement that is released by Maharashtra ATS, which clearly mentioned that in an early morning operation where the Maharashtra ATS conducted a large number of raids in Aurangabad, Pune, Kolhapur, Bid, Parbani, Nanded, Jalgaon, Jalna, Malegaon, Navi Mumbai, Thane and Mumbai. So this action that has been taken by Maharashtra ATS is over the 4 offences that has been registered in Mumbai, Nasik, Aurangabad and Nanded under various sections of IPC and UAPA for indulging in unlawful activities of promoting enmity amongst the community and so conspiring to wage war against the state. So far 20 accused connected to PFI has been arrested and investigation is still on. So there was a multi-location that was raided and that is under the scanner. Even the national agency which is looking into it, and this since 3 a.m. in the morning where they have started conducting raids at a multiple location, whether it is Aurangabad, Navi Mumbai, Pune, and several of the PFI member including the Nasik district president who has also been arrested by the agency. So still the raids has been on is what we have been told, and there are more arrests likely in the case. Soon we'll wait even for the official statement that will be released by the agency. But yes, it's a massive crackdown on the PFI and also to the link who have been linked to the terror funding.
Right. Well, coming to you, Aneri now. Talking about Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, what is the latest count as far as detainees are concerned? Also, if there's any reaction coming in from any quarter, whether political or otherwise, including from the PFI workers, are they responding in any way?
That president of the PFI Telangana,
well,
he was
arrested,
he was detained.
Right. Well, we'll be coming back to you, Aneri, but there seems to be a problem with your audio. Just as you rectify that, moving across to Chennai. Now, Varshini joining us there. Varshini, it's over to you. Well, massive amounts of material, as Prajwal told us, seized in Karnataka. What about in Chennai? What about in Tamil Nadu?
Well, when you see about Chennai and Tamil Nadu, the situation is a bit different here, as Chennai, though it has the PFI headquarters here in Chennai, there was not any arrests made in Chennai. But at the same time, in the other parts of Tamil Nadu, there were several arrests. Up to now, we hear that 11 people have been arrested from the PFI, and the count might go up as well. But as of now, from every PFI office or every residence or premises of any PFI official that was raided today, all that the NIA officials could get out of it was completely paper trials. They had taken out documents, they had taken out brochures, they had taken out several other evidences from these offices of the PFI, and they have now taken it back to the NIA office, head office, to continue with a further investigation. We also know that these 11 people who have been arrested will be attending a detailed investigation along with the NIA and the ED's raids, and we also hear that the PFI's State Secretary will also be joining on in this investigation to carry on with the inquiry that the NIA is trying to make on it. And we hear that the districts such as Puducherry and Karaikal Union Territory, and the districts such as Kadalur and Madurai and Tedi are the ones that are mostly crucial in this particular.
We'll be coming back to you. Stay with us. But at this point, we are getting our viewers fresh visuals of raids in Kolkata. As we've been telling you since that news first broke of that massive anti-terror operation led by the National Investigation Agency against terror funding in the country since the wee hours of this morning. Those are visuals we're getting you of raids in Kolkata, in the West Bengal capital. Raids are underway there as well. We'll try and get in touch with a reporter to tell us more, to know about any detainees and so on. And as we've been telling you, pan-India raids since this morning to uncover terror funding activities of various organizations and individuals. The PFI massively under the scanner. Even as we speak, many of its leaders and workers taken in for questioning, taken into custody, and the raids continue. And many thanks to all our reporters for joining us there on this mega story. We'll be back with you during the day for more. And as we were telling you, our reporters there on the ground, Prajwal, Varshini, Piyush Ori here in New Delhi, as well as Aneri in down south, the states most affected by PFI activities, as massive pan-India raids are underway. And you're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic. It's the biggest ever media victory for any media group in independent India. No bigger example of media winning a battle against conspiracy. No evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. And it's a huge victory it's the biggest victory that's perhaps ever been won by a media channel, by a media network in independent India. Shocking details emerging of a major conspiracy to malign Republic TV and Republic Bharat. And it's a major victory as the ED clears Republic Bharat and Republic TV. Zero evidence found against them in the TRP scam. However, other media outlets are being named now. And news reports suggest that the CBI will be moving in to conduct further investigations. And we're trying to get in touch with our reporters as the Enforcement Directorate has, in its charge sheet filed before a special court, no evidence has been found against the Republic network in the TRP scam. Alicia joining us with all the details on that. Alicia, it's over to you to take us through what this means in terms of a victory. It's the biggest ever victory of a media channel in independent India. It's over to you to tell us about what it means, because you've been one of the people whose seen it all as it happened.
Well, yes, Rukma, we have actually witnessed. I was there to look after all the activities that was done by the Mumbai police, specifically from the Parambir Singh. We are just reporting right outside his residence in Malabar Hill, where it was his official residence where he used to stay when he was the police commissioner. He is still, even the fact he has retired, but still what we have been said that he haven't vacated the same residence. But let me tell you about what happened on 8th October 2020, where the press conference that has been called by Mumbai CP, that was Parambir Singh was the commissioner of police, and he called for an urgent press conference, calling all the reporters, personally calling all the senior editors, asking to deploy their team at his press conference. We even thought that even we will go and check what exactly the press conference is about. But specifically the instructions that was given to the police officials in the commissionerate premises, that only Republic TV is not allowed. The Republic Media Network was not allowed, only Republic was not allowed. But now what has transpired clearly shows that the Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet that has been taken the cognizance by the court. But that clearly indicates
Alisha, we'll be coming back to you right now. Well, we'll be continuing with that narrative. But it's Abhishek now, our senior executive editor, who's joining us. Abhishek, well, it's over to you. What leads and what insights do you have for our viewers at this point?
Well, so the court taking cognizance of the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate, CBI looking at it and realizing that there is clearly a case for carrying out an inquiry insofar as criminal conspiracy aspect is concerned, and the involvement or role of some senior office bearers in BARC, which is the ratings agency in fact, and that's where the entire saga began, and their role in sharing compromised data with Mumbai police or their forensic audit team, which was in effect an outsourced team, and their refusal to share proper data with other agencies, including the legal team of Republic Media Network. They took 4 or 5 emails to even respond, and then they denied. It's going to really snowball. This is just a beginning, Rukma, and our viewers have to understand that what happened was a very malign corporate conspiracy against Arnab Goswami, because he decided to launch a Hindi channel because he wanted to make a professionals run media platform bigger and broad base the nationalist narrative. It was really not liked by some old war horses of the media world, and it seems that they got together. And then, of course, the coming together of the Maharashtra establishment, the Mumbai police, the then government, and all these people coming together to, in effect, launch a sustained executive, legal, judicial persecution of Arnab Goswami, and be it the revival of Arnab Nayak case, be it the multiple or hundreds of FIRs, in fact, in the Palghar case, be it the TRP investigation itself, which was flawed from the word go. The fact that the moment FIR was filed, Parambir Singh, without even an hour of investigation, named Republic, and despite the fact that some other network, India Today, in fact, was named in the FIR, we are not saying that, though of course the ED has been very clear that the investigation in other names or on other names involvement, other media platforms involvement in this entire ratings manipulation game is still on. What is important is that Parambir Singh could have said that, okay, fine, this is an FIR, these are the organizations named, we'll see what comes out of our investigation. But then he shadow banned one name and brought in Republic. So that's clear case of a malign intent and a guilty mind, and that of course is under scanner now. So whether the ED does it or the CBI does it, or in the changed circumstances even the Mumbai police picks up threads and goes ahead, that is something which is going to happen. So it's just a beginning.
Abhishek,
it's just a process.
Abhishek, we'll be coming back to you, but at this point we are getting Amandeep as well, who has some inputs for us. Amandeep, it's over to you. What can you tell us in latest news as far as this breaking story is concerned? The much awaited TRP report, details not yet public, but many reports emerging.
Well, Rukma, the ED has concluded the investigation and filed that report. And in fact, it was a clear-cut mention in that report, reported by several news organizations, that there was no such evidence against Republic Media Network. And in fact, the tall claims that was made by Paramveer Singh, that has been fallen flat in the ED investigation. And even now, the final report has also come. And even there are several questions need to be asked to the Paramveer, who was earlier investigating this entire TRP scam and allegedly conspiring against the Republic Media Network, held a huge press conference naming the Republic Media Network. But now, when the ED concluded their first investigation and revealing the fact that there was no such evidence, and now the CBI has also started probing the criminal conspiracy angle also, just because this is not the case of just one exchange of money or transfer of the money, but yes, there is a criminal conspiracy held against the Republic Media Network team also, just because a scripted investigation was done by. And Rukma, I can show you the visuals of the residence, one of the residents of Paramveer Singh, where he was earlier hiding when the investigating agencies has summoned him, and even this was one of the house. And now Paramveer's location is completely unknown. He was completely disappeared on a mute mode and even not coming out, just because he was the one top officer who was investigating the entire TRP scam and conspired. A huge conspiracy was done against the Republic Media Network, and even in 2020, October 2020, in fact, they held a press conference naming the Republic Media Network team, that the entire Republic was involved in the TRP scam. But now that all tall claims has been fallen flat, a wide range of conspiracy has been fallen flat against Republic, and ED has come out with their final investigation that there was no such evidence against Republic team, TV, and even the network as well. And now the CBI are also probing this matter into the criminal conspiracy as well. But a huge conspiracy that has been fallen flat, and Paramveer is disappeared. His location is unknown. Even the Mumbai team, even the Chandigarh team, and several other teams are trying to track him, just because there is a list of there's a list of the questions that need to be asked to the Paramveer, who was actually conspired a scripted investigation against Republic team. But Paramveer is nowhere. Yes, Rukma.
A scripted press conference, the details of which Alisha has been continuously giving us, and shameful details emerging once again. But it's stay with us. Well, Amandeep, Alisha, as well as Abhishek, it's a massive win, as we've been saying, for Republic TV in the TRP rigging case. The PTI has accessed the TRP report and claimed that no evidence, zero evidence was found against the Republic Network in the TRP case. The report alleges a wider conspiracy between channel viewers, agents, and regional managers. Here's more.
2 years after he accused Republic of tampering with TRPs and harassed the editor-in-chief of Republic, Arnab Goswami, and others. The shamed former Mumbai top cop Paramveer Singh faces trial in the extortion case, while his accomplices are still struggling with their consequences of their wrongdoings. And Republic TV stands vindicated.
It's been 2 years in which all kinds of charges were put against us. It was told that we operate out of the proceeds of crime.
Yeah.
And it was told to us that we pay 500 rupees to people to watch our channel, right? It was told to us that we are some kind of a mafia syndicate, and it was told to us that we are not the #1 channel, but we pay people 500 rupees to be the #1 channel. So I, for one, am really eagerly looking forward to the release of the TRP report.
As reported by the Press Trust of India, the Enforcement Directorate filed its charge sheet before a special court in Mumbai in the alleged TRP rigging scam and claimed in it that no evidence was found against Republic TV. The central agency further said that the Mumbai Police's investigation into the matter was at variance with its probe. It was further mentioned in the charge sheet that evidence was found against some regional and entertainment channels which were involved in manipulating TRP or television rating points by paying sample or panel households. The ED charge sheet also stated that there was a wider conspiracy between channel viewers, regional managers and agents to influence the panel households to watch certain channels for financial gains. The charge sheet states how the panel households denied having taken any money in lieu of watching Republic TV or Republic Bharat, and the regional managers who confessed to paying panel households to watch specific television channels denied doing the same for Republic TV.
The scale of the conspiracy can be gauged from the fact that when Parambir Singh carried out that press conference announcing the investigation, he began by taking names of the networks, including that of Republic TV. That was even before the proper FIR was looked into. That clearly shows that this was a premeditated investigation that was carried out by Parambir Singh and his men, including Sachin Waze. Also, you look at the omerta that was observed by Lutyens media on Hansa report, for example. And then we had many of them interviewing Parambir Singh, and whatever he said being taken as gospel truth. And again, despite no investigation having taken place, the fact that even as Parambir Singh was carrying out his press conference, there were crews outside Arnab Goswami's residence and at Republic TV clearly showed that there was someone who had leaked that information. There was someone who was coordinating those moves, and that really indicates towards the possibility of Lutyens media, of Parambir Singh, of the then government in Maharashtra, led by their Minister Anil Deshmukh, all coming together and conspiring against Republic Network. All that now becoming exposed with the coming out of this report, or this report getting submitted. Obviously, we have to wait for the contents to come out.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Enforcement Directorate in its charge sheet which has been filed and taken cognizance by the court, as per the PTI and the other print media, clearly mentioned that there is no evidence against Republic TV. Continuously rolling on this big story as it's a massive win not only for Republic but also for the million people who loved and supported her. We'll be back after a short commercial break. Stay tuned.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years, 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
Top headlines at 2:30. National speculation over the final TRP report. It's now time for the truth. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Lutyens media. It's confirmed. India Today now faces ED heat. CBI to probe Bark over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in the TRP case. Nationwide NIA and ED raids on its largest ever anti-terror operations. Massive crackdown on the PFI, Pan-India offices raided, several top leaders now under scanner. Thanks for staying tuned with Republic. It's the biggest ever media victory for any media group in independent India. No bigger example of media winning a battle against conspirators. In fact, no evidence has been found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. The Enforcement Directorate has claimed in its charge sheet that was filed before a special court here. In fact, we have a guest also joining us, Swapnil Kothari as well as Savio Rodriguez continue to be with us. If I can first go across to Swapnil Kothari. Sir, if I can get your response on the big development here coming in with the CBI all set to probe Bark over the allegations it is facing when you talk about the rigging scam and all, the whole nexus that was really involved in trying to defame Republic media altogether.
Well, it's bound to raise eyebrows in some circles, and it's bound not to raise eyebrows in some circles like us, because we knew what was happening all along. But for the general public, it's definitely a great amount of information, which I think other media channels will black out completely, simply because they do not want to, sort of enter these kind of dangerous zones where, their reputation may get jeopardized. Already when it's tarnished quite a bit because of, what is going to come out in the report. So the thing is that the CBI will investigate the criminal conspiracy angle. The Enforcement Directorate, if at all it chooses to investigate pursuant to this report, will investigate, as to what sort of money exchanged hands and where and for what reason and why so and by which channel. More so, I'm mostly concerned not with the channel, but mostly with the criminal conspiracy angle by the CBI. Because to me, that is important, because it was Republic TV and Arnab Goswami which were, or who were defamed. and who were maliciously prosecuted and who were deliberately tried to be fixed. Now, who are the players behind it? Why they did what they did is very simple as to why they did what they did. Obviously, because they were envious of Republic's rise, meteoric rise, if I may say so. And obviously, they knew that they didn't stand a chance at all anywhere in the top tables when it came to Republic TV with its expanding network and with Arnab right at the helm of affairs. Given the kind of public trust that he enjoys and also the love of the people, which was very evident when he was incarcerated and when he was released from jail by the Supreme Court of India. At that time, you saw the jubilation, the amount of people's happiness. And yesterday also, when we during prime time, several people were calling and they were almost in tears and very emotional, still trying to recall those black days. So let me tell you, in my very long legal career and in my should I say active life, I haven't seen anything blacker than what I have seen when it came to those days. We've seen very black days sometimes in the judiciary, but nothing compares to what happened to Arnab and his team at that time. I mean, what I mean by black days of judiciary is where perverse judgments have been given, but then we lawyers learn to live with that over a period of time. It's like doctors learning to handle deaths accidentally at their own hands, or some lives they could save. So you sort of get used to that. But when it comes to a major media network, and especially a media entrepreneur who deliberately gets fixed, and that too by some people at the helm of affairs, on whom you have certain amount of trust, because either they belong to the law enforcement or they belong to, should I say, media fraternity. Even we have rivalry in our fraternity, in our legal fraternity, but our rivalry doesn't go to this extent. It is extremely shocking that it went to this extent, because I'm sure some media channels were involved in what happened to Arnab, or they did play some amount of role. That only the criminal conspiracy aspect will reveal. And I would very much appreciate as to when the report comes out, you all go line by line, the way Shravan goes on most of the reports that he comes out with the exposés, so that people get to know the truth. I'm not as much interested in, maligning, other channels, or, the other channels may get maligned. All of those things are very secondary to me. They don't really matter to me. What matters is that people need to know as to the goings on in society, especially when it comes to media.
Yes.
Because I believe that media is very important as a fourth pillar of democracy. Today, the judiciary will not have achieved so much that the judiciary is achieved in terms of running the country without media support, and with the way media is going around discussing several issues. Yes.
Well, absolutely.
Sometimes the judiciary may get upset, but this is important.
Well, absolutely. Just taking the same point across to Savio Rodrigues also. If you could talk to us a little more about this bigger conspiracy that was at play here, where the media channels as well as several top-level Mumbai officers, police officers were in cahoots to tarnish the image of Republic TV.
Well, the most important thing to understand is the criminal conspiracy was for what reason. The reason was that the Republic Channel and Arnab have been working to expose a lot of the underbelly that's affecting the country, and in particular if that was affecting Mumbai at that point of time. So naturally, the stakeholders of the underbelly of criminality in India, including Mumbai at that point of time, wanted to get rid of Arnab and the Republic TV channel. They were looking at various options and various opportunities to do that. The TRP scam was one such opportunity that came their way. So the media channels that wanted to target Republic, the politicians that wanted to target the Republic, right up to politicians involved in Delhi, they all started to conspire against the Republic channel. They started to conspire against Arnab. And that is why the first press conference that you see does not talk about the channel that is named in the report. It talked and focused on Republic. The whole idea was to destabilize Republic as a channel. The whole idea was to throw Arnab and senior members of the Republic in jail. The whole idea was to ensure that Republic that went hammer and tongs for the truth, so that the people of India know the truth and the people of India make an informed decision. Certain sections of the political lobby, in cahoots with the media, in cahoots with the police, were deliberately targeting the Republic channel and Arnab Goswami. So what this report is a vindication of the pursuit of truth by Arnab and the Republic team. And therefore, the criminal conspiracy angle must be investigated, and it must be investigated thoroughly, because we need to get to the bottom of the source of the conspiracy. Why were they targeting Arnab and the Republic channel? What was the kind of money that was deployed by certain nefarious people, not only in India but outside of India? And I have stated this on the channel as well, that the underworld was definitely working with certain members of the police and certain members of the political lobby to take down the Republic.
Absolutely.
The investigations, the exposés that were done by the Republic team politically against political leaders, the investigations done against the drug lobby, they were shaking the very foundations of the nefarious activities, stakeholders in the country. And that is how all the stakeholders came together and said, let's cripple the Republic, let's get rid of the Republic, let's give them the mental, the emotional, the economical strain that they require to break the Republic. But what they have not realized is that Arnab and the Republic have got the blessings of the people of India, and therefore all the conspiracy that were planned, all the conspirators that planned the conspiracies are today, most of them, behind bars or scared of the outcome of the investigation. Therefore, CBI must in-depth investigate the criminal conspiracy to target a media house like Republic. All the other media channels who were a part of targeting Republic should hang their heads in shame.
Yes.
When you sell your soul out.
Yes, and the very fact that there is not a single word till now on the report, as well as what has really come to light, speaks 1,000 words, not a word from the Lutyens media. Just stay with us. Let's also give a quick recap as to what really happened in the last 2 years. Just nearly 2 years back, a tainted Mumbai cop, Parambir, spun a web of lies, claiming that Republic TV was involved in TRP rigging scam. Later in the statement to the Enforcement Directorate, Parambir also revealed it was a political conspiracy. After the investigation, the final report by the Enforcement Directorate has now been submitted to the court. While we are yet to access the ED charge sheet, PTI claims there is no evidence against Republic TV. We get you these details in this report.
Nearly 2 years ago, Parambir Singh held a conference and said Republic paid viewers to watch the channel.
Republic Television.
Later, he revealed it was a hoax, a political conspiracy, ultimately spilling the beans on the Fix Arnab plot.
Please, आप लोग उनको तबीयत खराब लग रहा है.
But our journalists were targeted, falsehoods were planted, all under political patronage. Now the final report has been submitted by the Enforcement Directorate before the special court. While Republic TV is yet to access the charge sheet, PTI has revealed that ED charge sheet mentions that there is no evidence against Republic TV or Republic Bharat in the TRP rigging case, while other regional and entertainment channels were mentioned.
In a fight that began in September-October 2020, after 2 years, the final TRP report is out and we don't have the full report yet. But the details put out on news agencies and websites claim that there was zero evidence against Republic TV. Few other channels, as per the reports we are hearing, took and gave cash for viewership and continue to be under investigation.
Lutyens media went all out to target Republic TV after Parambir lied. Well, now they choose to blank out the final TRP report. But ultimately, nobody can deny that in the end, it's the victory of truth.
This network is an idea. It is a thought. It is a faith. It is an ideology.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Jai Maharashtra! Jai Maharashtra!
Well, viewers, this is a big win for Republic TV when the ED files charge sheet and says no evidence against Republic TV. And even on the other side, it's a big embarrassment for the Paramveer who alleged that the Republic TV was only involved into this TRP scam. And even now the CBI has also initiated the investigation. But we are slipping into a short break. Stay tuned for more updates on this story.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Roundup of all that's making news. NIA is conducting searches in multiple locations in the largest and ever investigation process till date. The searches are being conducted in residential and official premises of persons involved in terror funding, organizing training camps and radicalizing people to join prescribed terror organizations. This includes 22 PFI activists from Kerala and 20 from Maharashtra and Karnataka each. In near simultaneous raids across the length and breadth of the country, a multi-agency operation spearheaded by the National Investigation Agency led to the arrest of 106 activists of the Popular Front of India in 11 states for allegedly supporting terror activities across the country.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं?
A video of DMK MLA in Chennai went viral after he was seen threatening officials of an automobile factory over suspending their operations. The MLA was seen threatening the factory employees, threatening to break their arms and legs if they did not shut down the company. A complaint by a top executive of the company led to the MLA being booked on the charges of trespassing and criminal intimidation.
DMK MLA SR Raja, who belongs to the Tambaram constituency, has been caught on a CCTV footage where he's found threatening the employees of a private company, where he has been heard saying the words about how he will shut down the company by dusk, and he will be breaking the legs and arms of the people if they do not obey to whatever he says. The DMK has not yet responded to this video that is going viral on social media, but a response from the DMK government is expected. This is Vashni Ramu along with camera person Dilip from Chennai for Republic TV.
A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you all the latest. And CBI said to probe Bark over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in the TRP case.
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. the truth will be buried. But now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants.
It's a day for vindication. The charge sheet released by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the TRP scam states that no evidence could be found that implicated Republic TV. The same charge sheet, however, mentions certain households were allegedly found watching News Nation and India Today in exchange for monetary returns, with an investigation to be conducted by the agencies over the same. Reports have further come about the BARC, the world's largest television measurement science body, that is said to be investigated by the CBI over charges of alleged bribery and fabrication of evidence. The CBI is set to probe the the officials with the charges of criminal conspiracy to be investigated by the CBI. A very short break. Nationwide NIA and ED raids on. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Vaze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
Good afternoon, you're watching Superfast 50 at 3 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound. Beginning with the top story, as per the Press Trust of India, the final TRP report has stated that no evidence has been found out against Republic Team. And according to the ED's charge sheet that has been submitted before a special court in Mumbai on Wednesday, the same has been. In a sensational development after the ED filed its report on the TRP in court, multiple media reports that have stated that an investigation channel India Today. Reports have further come out about that BARC, the world's largest television measurement science body, to be investigated by the CBI over charges of alleged bribery and fabrication of evidence. The CBI is to investigate the agency and its officials with charges of criminal conspiracy to be pursued. The NIA and ED initiated raids across multiple states with more than 100 people, particularly members of the PFI, detained over suspicions of funding terrorism, organizing training camps and radicalizing people to join the organizations. Sources state that Director General of the NIA, Dinkar Gupta, was at the helm of affairs for the PFI raids, having played a direct role in the nationwide crackdown on the organization. Officials of agencies specializing in anti-terror cases were called to Delhi for the operation. Officials of the NIA were said to have been deployed to the raid location 72 hours before the raids, with the NIA DG briefed about the developments every 15 minutes. Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a meet with officials of the NSA, Home Secretary and the DG of NIA in connection with the multi-state raids over PFI leaders, among others. Both the NIA and the ED conducted raids at least at 50 locations in Kerala, with the PFI's chairman raided at Mallapuram. Members of the PFI were further seen holding protests as the chairman's residence was raided. Maharashtra's anti-terror squad conducted several raids across Maharashtra, arresting at least 20 PFI leaders as a part of the countrywide raids being conducted by multiple agencies. The members are being detained for engaging in activities such as promoting enmity amongst communities and conspiring to wage war against the state, with the offences punishable under the UAPA. A district office of the PFI was one of the locations raided by the NIA in Bihar. The raids were conducted at the PFI's office in Purnia, while the greatest number of arrests were made in Kerala. Arrests were further made in states across the country such as Assam, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Rajasthan and Puducherry. Following a 10-day marathon hearing, the Supreme Court reserved its order on the numerous petitions on challenging the Karnataka High Court's judgment on the use of hijabs in educational institutions. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann called for a cabinet meet after a special session of the Punjab government, reportedly in connection with the Operation Lotus, was withdrawn by the governor, is what is being reported. The Aam Aadmi Party called for a march to the Vidhan Sabha after getting the session cancelled, with the session having been organised over a confidence motion in Punjab. The cancellation of the special session for the trust vote has led to political mobilization in Punjab. Punjab's leader of opposition, Pratap Singh Bajwa, reported to have called in a meeting of MLAs of the Congress, while the BJP has called for a march in response to Operation Lotus allegations made against the party. The Aam Aadmi Party began their march from the Vidhan Sabha to the Raj Bhavan in Chandigarh over the governor cancelling the special session for the Aam Aadmi Party, calling for a confidence motion amid fears of Operation Lotus being pursued by the BJP in Punjab, reportedly. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, commenting on the cancelled special session by the Punjab governor, said that the decision was in favour of Operation Lotus in Punjab, while further stating he would go to the Supreme Court over the matter. Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju, during a hearing linked to Delhi Health Minister Satyendra Jain, stated that the minister's appeal for bail was manipulated, alleging that the hospital had the medical report was submitted was being managed by Satyendra Jain, thereby leading the ED to reject the medical report. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan's close aide Kaushar Imam Siddiqui has been nabbed from Telangana. He was wanted in a case of Arms Act registered against him after a country-made pistol and 3 live rounds were found in his premises. Jacqueline Fernandez's stylist Lipakshi Ellawadi was questioned by the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police for nearly 8 hours. The questioning came days after Fernandez was quizzed in the case for the second time. The Indian women's team with their first ODI against England since 1999, with the proud moment coming about under Harmanpreet Kaur's captaincy. A near stampede-like situation was witnessed in Hyderabad earlier today as large crowds had gathered at the Gymkhana grounds to purchase tickets for the third India-Australia T20 international set to take place at the Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium this Sunday. 4 people were injured and the police resorted to lathi charge to take control of the situation. Indian comedians Sunil Pal and Ehsan Qureshi attended the last rites of comedian Raju Srivastav, who passed away yesterday following a heart attack on the 10th of August. He was admitted at the AIIMS hospital in New Delhi, where he had breathed his last. The Karnataka police arrested 5 people for pasting Pay CM quote-unquote posters in the Bengaluru high grounds, including 3 social media heads of the Congress party. The Congress Karnataka unit president DK Shivkumar and party leaders Priyank Kharge and Ajay Singh arrived at the high grounds police station and pressurized the cops to release the accused, saying that they were not involved in the matter. DK Shivkumar said that Congress is not involved in the Pay CM campaign and the government is free to take action against those involved in pasting the QR code in public places. DK Shivkumar also stated that it is the right of every individual to take a satirical dig at politicians if they were involved in corruption.
They have arrested our boys in the midnight. How many, sir? They have arrested more than 7-8 people. They have arrested. The Congress party has decided, we MLAs ourselves, all the 90 and odd MLAs and MLCs who are there, nearly 100, we will paste a poster. Every MLA will have to do it, and we will do it. It is our responsibility. We have to expose this most corrupt government, and this is the corruption capital of this country.
The Delhi High Court has reserved the verdict in the defamation case filed by Delhi's LG Vinay Kumar Saxena against Aam Aadmi Party leaders Sanjay Singh, Atishi, Saurabh Bharadwaj and the others. Remember, this comes after the war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party leaders and the LG following the investigations into alleged scams under the Delhi government. The battle between Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray factions over the Shera rally at the Shivaji Park has come to a stalemate as the BMC rejected the permission for a rally to both the factions, citing law and order issues. The Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena approached the Bombay High Court for permission to hold the celebration at Shivaji Park for its annual Dussehra rally after permission for the same was denied by the BMC. An image of the freedom fighter V.D. Savarkar was one among other freedom fighters in the welcome poster at the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Kerala. The Congress called it a printing mistake and launched an investigation over the local leader who posted the poster. 2 people have been apprehended in the Shivamogga terror case and the search is on for a third person. A team from the NIA has reached Karnataka and state police will assist them in the investigation. The Home Minister said that they had planned to disturb the peace and harmony across Karnataka. 2 terrorists connected to the Lashkar-e-Taiba were arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with security forces at Sopore in Jammu and Kashmir. Arms and ammunition were further recovered during the arrest, with the arrested identified as hybrid terrorists working for the organization. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat held a meet with the Chief Imam of the All India Imam Organization at the Kasturba Gandhi Marg Mosque in New Delhi. Sunil Ambedkar, a spokesperson for the RSS, stated that the meet was a part of a continuous general conversational process by the RSS chief and that the Chief Imam had invited him several days ago. An 18-year-old was hit by a speeding car in the district of Ballari in Karnataka. The girl sustained grievous injuries following the accident and is currently being treated at the Baptist Hospital in Ballari. A heated discussion took place between the toll staff and TRS leader after the TRS Nasurullah Bad Sarpanch was asked to pay toll. Police said appropriate action will be taken on the police who attacked and vandalized toll plaza. A man was beaten up over suspicion of being a child kidnapper and went on to set a vehicle on fire at the district of Kachad in Assam. The person was rushed to a hospital after being grievously injured. DMK MLA was caught making threats to shut the company down before dusk on a CCTV camera. He also threatened to hit them and break their arms and legs if they did not obey him. The police has now booked the MLA under 3 sections following the complaint from the company's current CEO. The Congress's Central Election Authority is expected to issue a notification for the AICC President polls today, setting the ball rolling for electing the successor to the longest-serving party chief Sonia Gandhi. After over 2 decades, the Congress is likely to see a contest for the post of party chief with Shashi Tharoor and Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot as the other candidates. Sources state that Congress leader Digvijay Singh is a possible contender to be the Congress president. The leader is expected to arrive at New Delhi and meet interim chief of the party, Sonia Gandhi. BJP stated that a woman-only session is to be held at the Uttar Pradesh Legislative Assembly and Legislative Council in order to explain the Mission Shakti scheme of the government and its impact on the women in the state of Uttar Pradesh.
मैं भागीदारी हूँ, उसके लिए मैं अपने आप को बहुत भाग्यशाली समझती हूँ और मुझे लगता है कि इस साल हम अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं, तो उस अमृत महोत्सव के तहत अगर ये पहल है तो ये बहुत ही अच्छा दिन है और सभी महिला विधायक बहुत ही बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लेंगी.
Stepping up the preparations for upcoming assembly polls, the full election commission will be visiting Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat beginning today to assess the readiness of the poll machinery in the 2 states. Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar and Election Commissioner Anup Chandra Pandey will be on a 3-day visit to Himachal Pradesh from today. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh attended a signing of MOUs between the NCC and United Nations with respect to the Puneet Sagar Abhiyan, a campaign by the National Cadet Corps, that is NCC, to clean the beaches, seashores and other water bodies across the country. British Prime Minister Liz Truss used her speech at the UNGA to warn fellow democratic leaders against any complacency when it comes to defending values and preserving a world order that rewards freedom.
President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the time of its foundation, the United Nations was a beacon of promise. In the aftermath of the Second World War, this building symbolised the end of aggression. For many decades, the UN has helped deliver stability and security in much of the world. It's provided a place for nations to work together on shared challenges.
British Prime Minister Liz Truss accused Russian President Vladimir Putin of a desperate attempt to justify his catastrophic failure in Ukraine.
Not let up on dealing with the crisis we face today. No one is threatening Russia. Yet as we meet here this evening, in Ukraine, barbarous weapons are being used to kill and maim people. Rape is being used as an instrument of war. Families are being torn apart. And this morning, we have seen Putin trying to justify his catastrophic failures. He's doubling down by sending even more reservists to a terrible fate. He's desperately trying to claim the mantle of democracy for a regime without human rights or freedoms.
Serbian president called the United Nations General Assembly important and vague while speaking before delegates at the annual meeting in New York. He said he supported the territorial integrity of Ukraine amid Russia's ongoing invasion of the country.
Serbia supports territorial integrity of all UN member states, including, of course, territorial integrity of Ukraine. In such a way, we behaved responsibly and seriously in this renowned institution. Nevertheless, we could hear from many speakers the stories about aggression and violation of territorial integrity of Ukraine.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that 215 Ukrainian and foreign citizens have been released by Russia in a prisoner exchange. Zelensky said that 200 of the prisoners were returned in exchange for the former leader of a Ukrainian pro-Russian opposition party and a close associate of Russian President Vladimir Putin. French President Emmanuel Macron announced that an additional 300 million euros had been allocated to the Global Fund over the next 3 years. A total of 1.6 billion euros will be given to the fund between 2023 to 2025. According to the Puget, a sound clean air agency, wildfire smoke made the air quality unhealthy for everyone in downtown and North Seattle. The agency said that winds sent a plume of smoke from the Bold Creek fire near Sky-Comish west to Everett and south into parts of Seattle. Novak Djokovic summed up the emotions of sharing a court with Roger Federer for the final time, saying that it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Federer, a 20-time Grand Slam winner, announced last week that the upcoming Laver Cup would be his final appearance as a professional. Harry Kane has announced that he will join other World Cup captains in wearing an anti-discrimination armband when he represents England in Qatar later this year. The 29-year-old will wear the armband in support of the One Love campaign started by the Netherlands prior to Euro 2020. Cristiano Ronaldo trained with his Portugal teammates ahead of their UEFA Nations League match against the Czech Republic at the Fortuna Arena in Prague. Portugal, winner of the inaugural edition of the Nations League in 2019, trailed Spain by 1 point in Group 2 of League A. Spain trained ahead of Nations League match against Switzerland at League A Group A. Group 2, Spain remained unbeaten at home against Switzerland with 7 wins and 2 draws. Robert trained with Poland ahead of their remaining 2 Nation League games. Poland sat third in League A Group 4 and held a 3-point lead over Wales at the bottom of the group.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Attorney General Nawardgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawardgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ
In the wake of joint NIA and ED raids underway in 10 states, Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a high-level meet at his residence. The meet was attended by top officials including National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and NIA officials. As per sources, the discussions in the high-level meet were centered around the searches at the premises linked to Popular Front of India and action against terror suspects. Amit Shah is said to have taken a stock on the action against the terror suspects and activists of the Popular Front of India across the country.
And as we know that around 300 officials of the NIA are on ground conducting these raids against the terror module in the country, trying to infringe with the security of the country.
The Pan-India terror crackdown is said to be the largest ever investigation process till date. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years, 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Paramveer Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years, 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the lunch which was served in the toilet.
बाउंड्री वॉल है, देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है।
जयपुर के बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो है विधानसभा की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन विधानसभा से ठीक पहले उन्हें रोका गया है।
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV and from our studios and in the newsrooms. We are getting you the full TRP report. The cognizance taken in court. A story that you will not find anywhere else, no other channel, because those are the same channels that tried to target Republic TV when Paramveer Singh and Sachin Baze were trying to attack Republic TV. We have breaking news updates and a team of reporters joining us live from across the country. Updates. Breaking news update. That's the first breaking news update. We are hearing that India today faces an investigation. India today faces an ED investigation, and that investigation has begun. That investigation continues. That's the first bit of breaking news update. It's a cash for viewership charge. A cash for viewership charge which has hit India today. In fact, we are hearing from the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet as reported in different media agencies, media reports, websites, that the investigation has begun and that investigation will continue after there was proof of cash being given for viewership. So it's a cash for viewership charge, Samiksha, cash for viewership charge, and that investigation I think continues is what we are hearing. All right, let's see if we have Abhishek, Aishwarya, Shravan. Abhishek is with me right now. Abhishek, take our viewers through this investigation. Now, there are reports. We don't have the report in our hand, but what we can tell our viewers is that India Today is facing their investigation. Every report saying that the investigation continues, Abhishek.
Well, obviously, Ranjan, so that bit is clear from not just the agency reports, but even the media platforms that have picked up this story. And why it's important? Because they have done their own due diligence, deployed their own resources, reporters, and then done those stories. And 2 points come out, or a couple of points come out of those, news points come out of those reports. A, that Republic is clearly off the hook and absolved, and that there is nothing found against Republic Network, and none of those who are named or mentioned belongs to Republic Network. Number one. Number two, that investigation is going on against other networks, which includes News Nation and India Today, as has been repeated. So this is a part of the charge sheet. This is part of the Enforcement Directorate report. More importantly, this is based on a forensics audit, Niranjan. Now that really lends a lot of credibility, because there has been a method that has been followed. There is a process that has been followed, based on which this conclusion has been arrived at. Also, Niranjan, remember, while the Mumbai police in the wishy-washy job that it did based on a forensic report, which was based on a compromised data provided by BARC, was done within a month and a half. The ED, in fact, has taken almost 1.5 years from November 2020 to now, and come out with this report clearly suggesting that due diligence has been followed. A methodical work has gone into this, investigation has gone into this, and so obviously the credibility of work which has been done over a year and a half based on complete data is more than the credibility of work done in a 1.5 months based on a compromised data set. So I think that's significant, and that's why I believe the CBI also is smelling rat and wanting to broaden its investigation in the TRP manipulation case that they already have with the complaint originating from Uttar Pradesh and going on to 5 states, and that's the reason why the CBI is looking into it, because it's not just one state, and even that might originate or go back to Mumbai because BARC is located there. So I think this is just a beginning, Niranjan, of a process which is ultimately going to see a lot of cleaning up happening at BARC, cleaning up happening at distribution departments of these media groups which are still under a scanner and not let off the hook. And remember, once the charge sheet is filed, the court has taken cognizance. The charge is going to be framed now, and that's where the real story begins, because when the charges are framed, all these people charge sheeted, all these people under investigation, they're called there. We are still awaiting a copy of the charge sheet. Once we get that, there would be more spilling of beans, as it is called, going to happen, Niranjan. So as I said, this is just the beginning. We are going to see more of it. We are going to see more facts coming out, and we are going to see more uncomfortable truths for some people coming out and breaking big time. And then that's when really the whole story would unravel. Hopefully the conspiracy part, which the CBI now wants to investigate, even in that investigation, we would see some progress now, Niranjan.
The big breaking news update coming in. So this is something that we reported last night. As per media reports, different news agencies, at least I can confirm to our viewers that at least 15 to 20 news agencies, news websites have reported that India Today will face that investigation, and that's been confirmed by at least 15 news agencies. We don't have that report in our hand, but that's the breaking news update that I'm getting in right now on Republic TV. Let's get to the next bit of breaking. Before that, I want to go across to Amandeep as well. Before I get to the next breaking, Abhishek, Parambir Singh is not to be seen. Nobody knows where Parambir Singh is. Samiksha, we can go take a question with Amandeep as well. He's in Chandigarh. Nobody knows whether Parambir Singh was in Mumbai, whether he was partying last evening, or whether he's back home. But we can take that question to Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. Amandeep, there Reporting live from Chandigarh. Remember how he has been missing all these months. The kind of charges he's been framing, the kind of charges he tried to frame Republic, he tried to tarnish the image, and now when the report is finally, the facts are out in the open, he's missing in action. Really the big question being, where is Parambir Singh at this point, Amandeep?
Well, absolutely, Samiksha, this is a big question. I can show you the visuals of the residence of Parambir Singh, where we are reporting since morning, and in fact he is still missing. And we have a list of questions against the Parambir as well, just because now the ED has very much clear
They're asking
on
some
the
questions.
issue.
Why don't you go to his gate?
There was no such evidence against
Amandeep, why don't you try asking his maybe his security guard, because we know that he's got security. Why don't you ask them, where is he?
Well, Niranjan, we'll try to go to his gate as well, and even we'll try to see as if anybody is there to whom we can ask where is Parambir Singh. Yes, this is the house number 133, which was one of the hideouts of the Parambir Singh. This is basically the residence of his brother, where he used to stay here as well. There is one person who is standing in the gate also. We will try to speak to them also. Excuse me, Bhai Sahab, excuse me.
Full frame, jao.
Bhai Sahab.
Let's go full frame, let's go full frame.
Parambir Singh ji हैं घर पे? Parambir Singh ji हैं घर पे?
Full frame, जाइए आप.
Bhai Sahab. So Niranjan, some people are here, but they are not willing to speak with us also. We are continuously asking them that either the Parambir Singh is inside or not. But you can see, after witnessing the camera of Republic TV, they have gone inside without responding to any of the query. There are several questions, Niranjan. There are several questions that we have to ask Parambir Singh about his investigation. When the Mumbai police was probing the TRP scam, and when now the AD has completely countered everything, every piece of investigation that was done by Parambir Singh while probing the scam. You can see the visuals. This is the residence of his brother, where Parambir Singh was staying earlier, and from here he has joined the investigation in Mumbai as well. Since morning, Ranjan, we are here, and in fact we are capturing each and everything, every movement of his residence as well. And even we tried to speak to some of the people, but nobody is willing to speak. Maybe there is some kind of directions from the Parambir or from his brother that not to speak to the media, especially to the Republic TV. Yes, Niranjan, over to you.
Yeah. He's missing in action. He's missing in action, ladies and gentlemen. Amandeep is right outside his residence. Amandeep, you catch your breath. Looks like you need to just gather your breath there. Okay, let me go across to Aishwarya as well. Aishwarya is joining us live from the Delhi newsroom. Aishwarya and Abhishek joining us live from the newsroom in Delhi. And the second breaking news update that we had is that Parambir Singh is missing in action. Parambir Singh is missing in action, and today, 2 years ago, he was the man who held that news conference. He was the chief of the Mumbai police. He was heading the Mumbai police back then, and under him, he tasked Sachin Vaze, a disgraced cop, a murder-accused cop who was brought in to the service, once suspended but brought into the service just to fix Republic TV. And Parambir Singh is nowhere to be seen. That's the breaking news update. As Parambir Singh, on that evening, in fact, when he held that news conference, spoke to different media houses, and he spoke to the same channels which are now under investigation. And he gave interviews, at least 2 or 3 interviews. On 2 or 3 occasions he was called, and he also fielded other officers, sadly, who fell for the trap of Parambir Singh. And today, Sandeep, where are you? What is your location? What is your location? A few disgraced cops, a few of them, gave the Mumbai police such a bad name, Parambir included, Sachin Vaze included, a few officers from the crime branch as well. Where are they now, and why did they do that? Why did they do that? Because all of them perhaps now will face inquiry.
See, yes, Niranjan, at this point of time at DGP office, now one of the senior crime branch official who is now posted out here, we are looking out for him out here at DGP office. Now remember, when the investigation was underway, Parambir Singh has appointed a few people in order to conduct the investigation, and in which Sachin Waze was there. And in fact, there was one of the senior crime branch officials who had taken a press conference, in fact, and had said that Republic TV deliberately was pushed up by BARC and the rest of the channels were pushed down. But all the claims now, as the ED's investigation and the charge has been filed.
Sandeep, there was not one. In fact, there were several news conferences. They didn't stop at that. In fact, they went on to hold several news conferences. So I think all of them will now come under scan. Aishwarya is also joining me live. Let me quickly get Aishwarya in. Aishwarya, second breaking news update we are hearing. Where is Parambir Singh? Yeah. I can tell you, the last he was spotted in public was by Republic TV, because we spotted him right outside our office, because there's a club around the corner. We spotted him 2 weeks back. Was he spotted after that? Have you seen him after that? Aishwarya, where is he?
Well, day before, we can confirm to our viewers that till day before he was in Mumbai. Till day before, there was a group of people whom he invited to his known residence in Mumbai, and there was somewhere a meeting / party at his Mumbai residence. That is what we are being told and being confirmed. But as you were just mentioning, Niranjan, that these tailor-made press conferences, that pack of wolves which joined hands to come and target Arnab and then Republic, where are they today? Will they come out and accept the reality? Will they come out and even play one line of the truth? Yes, we are dying to get our hands on that report, on that final report on TRP. But where are all these individuals whom gathered together, all of them like a pack of wolves, I say again, because they were just waiting to pounce for their pound of flesh. But they got nothing. And now when the truth is going to come out in this final ED report, in this final report on the TRP, they're all quiet, mum, finger on the lips, not one line, Niranjan, not one line on it. Whether it is ANI, PTI and several print organizations, they are coming out with facts through sources. But where is India today? Where are all those channels who literally tailor-made those press conferences? And now when the criminal conspiracy part comes out, and in the next few minutes or seconds rather, I'm going to have Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj also joining in, and she will tell you the legal angle, Niranjan. But you remember how these press conferences used to happen, whom was Parambir Singh contacting, whom all were calling Parambir Singh, what specific time these press conferences need to happen, what needs to be said, who will come, who will go, everything was tailor-made. But now they have to answer, and not only to Republic, but to the people of this country, to 1.4 billion people of India. When the truth will come out, when we get our hands, you and me, we are dying to get our hands on that ED report, the final TRP report. And when that comes out, it's going to be very interesting. Where are these individuals? They base their allegations on Sachin Waze. Where is he? Behind bars. Where is Parambir Singh? No one knows. He's running away. Mumbai, Delhi, Chandigarh, where is he? But the fact remains, Niranjan, that whoever said whatever came to their mind or whatever was being fed specifically, there was specific feeding happening on behest of certain very senior individuals at that point of time. Parambir Singh calling these junior officers, Parambir Singh calling media houses, and all of those media houses are quiet today, not one line, I say again. Yes, Niranjan.
Yeah, you know, we also have Rhythm joining us live, I think. Let me go across to Rhythm as well. Yeah. In just about 30 seconds, we will get Rhythm. But I want to show you behind me on the screen. I'll just see if I can just get you the kind of response that we are seeing on WhatsApp, for example. We put out the WhatsApp number on our screens, and a lot of our viewers are writing into us. And through all of this, for the last 2 years, when we were being targeted by this cabal, including the Lutyens media, the channels that are now being investigated, and their friends in the police, including Parambir Singh and Sachin Waze, who by the way is in jail, and their friends in different political parties, who are by the way also in jail, including Anil Deshmukh, Sanjay Raut, Nawab Malik, etc. There were many names, and all of them have gone silent today. All of them tweeted on that day, calling us TRP chores and God knows what. We'll play out those sound bites. Samiksha will play out those sound bites. It'll be interesting to see what they said back then, where were they back then, and where they are now. But I want to play out, you know, if I can get the surface output the surface output here on this. Yes, Aishwarya. Okay, Vidam is with you. Why don't you speak to her?
Vidam joining with me.
Yes.
Aishwarya, like you were talking and Niranjan has been talking, I just want to go across to the actual TRP report and the details that are out, that are there in the media that we've just seen today, whether it's PTI. The two details are very clear. There is zero evidence against Republic TV. The householders that were being spoken to said they never paid any money to Republic TV. The financial audit report that was taken into consideration by the then Parambir Singh led Mumbai police, they say was a superficial report and is based on no substance. 3 points that are there which clearly in the end possibly says that Republic TV there is zero evidence against. But if at the same time we come across to India Today, they say that there is a conspiracy that was there between media channels and RMs and managers, and that is still being investigated, and they say that India Today is being investigated. So two things come out very clearly here. In this case, when Parambir Singh held press conferences, there were certain media channels that played it really large. That India Today was one of them. And today, shockingly, ironically, the final TRP report does say India Today needs to be investigated, Aishwarya.
No, Vidam, but the point is, what all was happening at that point of time, it feels it was happening on particular specific feeding. Parambir Singh was in connect with particular individuals, media, police and politicians. So all of this was happening according to a plan.
Yes.
So, and that plan needs to now come out, we know, but it needs to come out right in front of the public. The 1.4 billion people are waiting for the truth to come out now.
Absolutely. And you know, where you say that, I also want to tell our viewers, even when this entire saga was going on, whether it's the Palghar case or the acid attack or then the 306 or the TRP or the privilege motion case, our sources within Uddhav Thackeray's legal team were telling us they are trying to get him in some case or the other. And I remember all of us were talking about it because this was the rumor in town in October that some way or the other they're trying to get you. Aishwarya, we actually remember the day Arnab was arrested, Niranjan was there much later after he was told that there is some action happening, there is some development happening, I would say. But the other media channels were present outside his house as if there is some action
because,
that
and
they have
hence
to
I
cover.
say it was a well-planned act. It is like a pack of wolves trying to attack. And they failed. They failed then, they are going to fail now, because today, as you said, when the final TRP report will come, we are saying whatever comes, you haven't seen the report, I haven't seen the report, Niranjan haven't, and we are saying without seeing the report, whatever is the truth, we will show. Can they promise? Can they promise they will? They won't, because they know deep inside their heart what's the reality. Rhythm.
Absolutely. And I also want to tell our viewers something that we made as an announcement. We shall be taking legal action against all the key players who tried to hatch this conspiracy, fabricate evidence and do this fraud. Whether it's the Uddhav-led government, right at the very top, whether it's the political masters of that time, former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh, whether it's disgraced cop Sachin Vazeh, who's facing murder charges in the Hansuk Miren case, or whether it is Parambir Singh or Sanjay Raut or Nawab Malik, all of them who tried to defame us, we shall be taking action.
Yeah, Aishwarya, need to take a break, but I just want to break this and then we'll take a break and come back. I want to break this. It's very interesting. You'll be very interested to know that we are hearing from our sources that the final TRP report is over 100 pages. I repeat, it's over 100 pages. And we're getting in some more breaking news that another channel has been named. I repeat, one more channel has been named in the final TRP report. So it's not just India Today.
The report is more than
it's not just India Today, just one more channel.
Another channel.
One more channel. We are hearing through sources.
Another channel.
That's right. That's right. So there are channels that have been named. We've given out the name that is being investigated India Today. There is yet another channel, Niranjan, like you said, that has been in the reports that are out there in the media, PTI and other digital news websites that are carrying it, is being named. And the bottom line really, as we are looking to see whether action will be taken, we are also trying to see whether we can get all the papers here, is that we need to go ahead today and try and be very, very clear that these channels need to carry out, Niranjan, what we did. I also would like to go across to our colleagues who are joining us from the field, whether it's Alisha, and we remember, like we were talking about earlier, Niranjan, how Suchrita Sohail were following the jeep that was the police van that was taking Arnab from Alibag to Taloja. I also remember the time when you went to Alibag, because at that time we didn't know where on the 4th of November when he was arrested he would be taken. I remember the charges that were put at that time. So all these things taken together makes us go back to the 2 years of lies by Parambir and his co-conspirators, and today a final TRP report, and there is silence.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya and Abhishek. Aishwarya and Rhythm, request you to stay with us. I have to take a short break. We'll come back with the live coverage. A lot of more updates we're getting in right now. We'll come back with those updates. We have 2 more breaking news updates that we're picking up in the newsroom on this case. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Taking a short break. Our coverage continues. No proof against Republic. India Today will face that investigation. None of these channels have the courage to even report it. Can you believe it? None of them. Not a single channel has reported it.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वकी संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years, 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वकी संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years, 2 years for this report to come out. the truth will be buried. But now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Page report that has been submitted to the court. Sources now telling Republic that one more channel has been named in the final TRP report that is yet to be released. Now remember, sources also telling Republic that there is enough proof that is being analyzed against another news channel. So other than India Today, another channel that is under the lens. We have Alicia reporting live from outside Parambir residence in Mumbai. Alicia, you've been through it all. If you could once again talk to us through, the kind of harrowing time that the Republic staff had to go through because of the serious grave charges, the false charges that were leveled on the Republic employees, and there was an clear attempt to tarnish the image of Republic.
Well, yes, Samiksha, we would never forget that 8 October 2020 when Parambir Singh, who was the Commissioner of Police, first let me tell you, I'm just reporting right outside his residence. We are just waiting for him. Anytime he can come, he can just speak about it, because on 8 October he did the same. He called for a press conference. He called some of the senior editors and asked to prepare the team at his press conference, because that is something he mentioned, that it is a very important very press conference. And now in the same TRP case where Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet, has submitted a charge sheet, and that has been taken a cognizance. According to the report, whether it is ANI or whether it is PTI, which clearly mentioned that there is no evidence against Republic TV. That was the charges that were given by then Police Commissioner Parambir Singh, and we are waiting him for any time if you want to comment on this, because we are just waiting outside his resident. Continuously rolling on this big story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years. 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years. 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue.
National speculation over the final TRP report. It is now time for the truth. It is the nation's most awaited final TRP report that has been submitted. Zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Lutyens media. It is confirmed India today now faces ED heat. Good afternoon, I'm Suesha. This is the news at 4 p.m. We get you the latest on the final TRP report that has been submitted in the top court. It is the biggest ever media victory for any media group in independent India. And the latest, of course, as the ED has made it clear that no evidence has been found out against Republic. More channels have been named in the report. The latest information we are receiving of how, other than India Today, irregularities have been found out against one more channel, and that channel has been named in the final TRP report. The agency clearly stating that irregularities are now being examined against that channel. So it is now confirmed that other than India Today, one more channel has allegations of rigging TRPs against them, and that is being probed by the agency. This, as the charge sheet was filed before a special court, and the Enforcement Directorate has said that no evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. And now proof is being analysed against one more channel other than India Today. Irregularities that are being examined against one more channel is the latest that is coming in. For over 2 years of lies that was peddled against Republic and the conspiracy that was hatched. It is now clear through this report that one more channel is under the scanner. Niranjan has more details on the same. Alicia is also with us on the broadcast. Alicia, if I can come to you and if you can throw more light on who that other channel is. India Today's name is there, that is confirmed. What more can you tell us?
Well, yes, Shuesha, we are actually waiting to get the copy of the charge sheet that has already been filed, and court has taken the cognizance. So once we access the charge sheet, we'll get to know who all are being named in this, and this is confirmed. Rather than India Today, there is also one channel, but again, as I mentioned, that it is very important to get the charge sheet, the copy of the charge sheet, so that with the allegations, with the name of the channel, and of course what are the evidence that has been transpired in the investigation of the enforcement directorate. But what is important to know, the allegations that was put on Republic TV back then in 2020 by Parambir Singh taking a press conference clearly mentioning that there is a TRP manipulation, that is none other by Republic TV. So he also got some of forensic auditors. So but now that is something under scanner, because what has been mentioned by PTI or whether ANI and specifically by the other publisher as well, what is clearly mentioned, there is no evidence. There is zero evidence against Republic TV, Republic Bharat. So even the Mumbai police, which has done the investigation, is something in the variant in the variance is what had been mentioned. So well, once the charge sheet is out, once we access the charge sheet, there will be many of the wins that is going to be spilled, because it's very important, the allegation. It was really a big fight for even for not for only us but also for the viewers who have been watching us since 2 years.
All right, Adisha, stay on with us. Niranjan is also with us on the broadcast. Niranjan, the truth is coming out bit by bit. Of course, it's been a long struggle for over 2 years of the lies that is being peddled, but now it is amply clear of how the conspiracy was hatched, and most importantly, the final TRP report and what it states. The entire nation is watching.
Well, that's correct, and the news that we are getting in our newsroom right now is it's not just one channel. You mentioned it. There are several channels, and behind me, Suesha, these are live responses. In fact, the numbers on the screen, you see the messages scrolling up and down. These are messages that people are sending us every second. So every second you will see a message there on the screen. You will see the screen getting refreshed. These are live messages, and let's zoom out because you can't really show the numbers. We don't want to reveal the numbers, but you'll see that the screen is moving. We've asked people to tell us what they think, and every second a message is coming in. Every second that I've been seeing, you'll just see the screen constantly moving, and we're really grateful to our viewers for writing to us. We will carry as many responses as possible on the channel as well. That is the real fuel that keeps us going every single day, Suesha. Just look at the messages. I mean, every few seconds you're getting in one new message as we share the numbers on our screens as well. Amandeep is also joining us live. But the news that we're picking up, because we don't have the report in our hand, we are purely going by what is being reported by different sections of the media. Because some sections of the media claim they have the report in their hand or have excerpts of the report. What we can tell you from our sources is that another channel has been named. I repeat, another channel's role is being looked into. It's not just India Today, but another channel which has been named. And what we can tell you safely is that it could be an English news channel which is being investigated. Apart from India Today, we don't have anything more than that as of now. Nothing more than that as of now. We should be able to get more. But that's the big breaking news update. That one more channel has come under the scanner. This is an irregularity against a second channel, and we will have to wait for that chart sheet to come out. When we have our hands on the chart sheet, we should be able to get more details. But thank you, viewers. Just wanted to say thank you to all our viewers who are writing into us. Every message, a new message, every second a new message is coming in. So 3 bits of breaking news updates right now. One is India Today is going to face an investigation by the Enforcement Directorate. They've said that to all the media which is reporting the story. Secondly, we are also going to get the certified copy. a certified copy from the court. We're going to get that anytime now. We have filed for the certified copies, and we have filed to access the final TRP report, and we are hearing that it's over 100 pages of data. It's an enforcement directorate chart sheet. It's got data that they have analyzed, and this data will tell you, and there are more names, like I said, more names, more details, and that should be the final word on the matter, because they've also spoken about the report that the Mumbai police had relied on, which was superficial, falsified, and we knew the intent was back then to fix Republic TV, and it completely demolishes all the claims that they had made. All these years, over 2 years, we've been waiting for this day to arrive, for the truth to come out, and the truth has come out. We've been saying it since day one, Suesha, that the truth will eventually come out, and you've been with us in this journey as well, Suesha. We've been saying that, and look at the irony. Bark is also under CBI scanner. We are hearing that Bark is going to be investigated by the CBI. Not sure whether it's the Bark officials now or former Bark officials, those who were at Bark. Alleged bribes being given as well. So that's another big breaking news update that we are getting to our viewers. So Bark being investigated by CBI, criminal conspiracy comes under the scanner. So what is criminal conspiracy? Criminal conspiracy would mean those who conspired to target Republic and to make up this fake case against Republic. And the CBI will now investigate that. CBI is going to look at the conspiracy angle, politicians, police officers, editors, and I'm sure a lot of messages were exchanged, Suesha, because when he was going to hold a news conference, reporters were called, were informed, they were asked to go outside Arnab's house, they were asked to come outside Republic TV. They hounded us because they knew exactly what's happening. So all of that, the conspiracy angle is going to come out, and that's the beauty of the truth. It will come out eventually. Suesha, as I toss it back to you, I think we're getting in some more news, some images, some reports. Let's take it from there.
Absolutely. Niranjan, and nearly 2 years ago, that tainted Mumbai cop Parambir spun a web of lies, claiming that Republic TV was involved in TRP rigging scam. Later, in a statement to the ED, he revealed that it was a political conspiracy. And after investigation, the final report by the ED has been submitted to the court. And while we are yet to access a copy of the ED chart sheet, PTI is claiming that there is no evidence against Republic TV. We're putting together all the details in this report.
Nearly 2 years ago, Parambir Singh held a conference and said Republic paid viewers to watch the channel.
Republic Television.
Later, he revealed it was a hoax, a political conspiracy, ultimately spilling the beans on the Fix Arna plot.
Please, आप लोग उनको तबीयत खराब लग रहा है.
But our journalists were targeted, falsehoods were planted, all under political patronage. Now the final report has been submitted by the Enforcement Directorate before the special court. While Republic TV is yet to access the charge sheet, PTI has revealed that ED chart sheet mentions that there is no evidence against Republic TV or Republic Bharat in the TRP rigging case, while other regional and entertainment channels were mentioned.
In a fight that began in September, October 2020, after 2 years, the final TRP report is out, and we don't have the full report yet. But the details put out on news agencies and websites claim that there was zero evidence against Republic TV. Few other channels, as per the reports we are hearing, took and gave cash for viewership and continue to be under investigation.
Lutyens media went all out to target Republic TV after Parambir lied. Well, now they choose to blank out the final TRP report. But ultimately, nobody can deny that in the end, it's the victory of truth.
This network is an idea. It is a thought. It is a faith. It is an ideology.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Jai Maharashtra!
And after all the ups and downs we've had to go through, it is a massive win for Republic TV in the TRP rigging case. This comes as the PTI accessed, as PTI accessed the TRP report and claimed that no evidence was found against Republic TV in the TRP case. The report alleged a wider conspiracy between channel viewers, agents and regional managers. Putting together all the details.
In a massive win, no evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging case. The Press Trust of India released a report in the TRP rigging case. As per the reports by PTI, there was zero evidence against Republic TV in the case. The report claimed that the investigation by Mumbai police was at variance. Furthermore, a wider conspiracy was at par between the channel viewers, agents and regional managers. The PTI report alleged that various channel owners had manipulated the system for a considerable period of time. The PTI reported that the ED had also found evidence against some regional and entertainment channels. The channels are said to be involved in manipulating television rating points by paying sample or panel houses. No evidence was found against Republic TV either by the statement or by the digital data evidence. This comes as the final TRP report was submitted yesterday.
I just wanted to come on air and say this, that we have just heard, Niranjan, that the final report in the TRP case has been filed, and I for one am eagerly anticipating it, because there are so many questions which will finally be settled, and we know that these questions need to be settled. And I hope the Lutyens media agrees with me. I hope the media conspirators, and I hope the conspirators in the media and the media who are the conspirators agree with me, because I think it is high time that the people of this country know the truth behind this so-called TRP scam, behind the scam which is the concoction of Parambir Singh, Sachin Waze, Uddhav Thackeray, Anil Deshmukh and all of them. And it's been 2 years. If anybody is watching this tonight, they know that it's been 2 years. It's been 2 years. 2 years in which all kinds of charges were put against us. It was told that we operate out of the proceeds of crime.
Yeah.
And it was told to us that we pay 500 rupees to people to watch our channel. Right? It was told to us that we are some kind of a mafia syndicate. And it was told to us that we are not the #1 channel, but we pay people 500 rupees to be the #1 channel. So I, for one, am really eagerly looking forward to the release of the TRP report.
The ED filed an enforcement case information report following the first information report registered by Mumbai police against Republic TV, 2 Marathi channels and a few individuals for alleged TRP manipulation. The scam came to light when ratings agency Broadcast Audience Research Council filed a complaint through Hansa Research Group. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Okay, so the breaking news now is that bribery for viewership charge is being investigated. Bribery for viewership charge. And that is a charge that is being looked into because the original FIR mentioned that, and the Enforcement Directorate has found that as part of their investigation, in the original FIR that was found, a few people, it was alleged from India Today, paid people to watch their channel, and that was the original FIR, and the Enforcement Directorate says that the investigation against them will continue. So it's a cash for viewership charge that has hit them, and that investigation will continue. So that's the other breaking news update that we're getting in. There's no, from the detailed reports that we're getting in from different news agencies, and most of them are citing the same fact that it is India Today that will face the investigation. And then they say that many witnesses have gone on record. There is data and officials, 16 respondents in all, and this is what we are hearing, that India Today will be investigated, and they will be investigated, and that investigation will continue. So as we get you the breaking news updates, I want to go across to our correspondents as well, the man at the helm of it. In fact, we were just looking at some of the transcripts. On the date the FIR was lodged, Parambir Singh's team officials, IPS officers were fielded by Parambir Singh to give India Today a clean chit. And Alisha is joining us live. Let me see if I can go across to her. Alisha, we filed for a copy of this report, which we are told runs into over 100 pages. What we can also tell our viewers is that another channel, so it's not just India Today, another channel and irregularities regarding a second channel have come to light. Now, interestingly, India Today has decided to black out this news. They are not reporting this news. There is not one line, one ticker, one scroll, one article, one wrap, one headline on the story. Alisha, not expecting them to, of course, because on that day they called Parambir Singh at least twice. They asked him several questions. They were allowed inside the news conference. We were not. We didn't even know what was going to happen. They, of course, were given a red carpet to be accomplices in with Parambir Singh in this particular case, or at least that's what it seems like now, going by the sequence of events. Now, another interesting aspect, and I have a transcript with me, Alisha. I have the transcript with me. I was just going through all the transcripts of who spoke to whom on that day. So there was a joint commissioner back then who was a part of the crime branch. And he spoke to one India Today anchor, then he spoke to another anchor on another channel, which is a number 3 channel now. And then he spoke to another channel, which is a number 5 or number 6 channel. And he was fielded basically, apart from Parambir Singh himself going. He spoke to different channels and gave India Today a clean sheet. And let me also tell you that I have the exact message. Let me just tell you, I have that exact message, that exact transcript. He said his words were, this officer's words were, even though India Today's name is mentioned, they have specifically mentioned other channels. But the original FIR never mentioned Republic TV. So there was an attempt to then cover up for another channel and try to fix Republic TV.
Well, yes, Niranjan, it's really very interesting to know at that point of time when the Parambir Singh took a press conference, he actually made a call to the senior editor asking them to, deploy a team for the press conference at his office, at his chamber, in the press conference that is specifically for the commissioners of police. So he asked to all the senior editor, and there were the channels who already reached. We were ready even back then. We went to the same CP premises to attend the press conference. Even we were ready back then, even now. We know that we wanted to know what exactly the press brief is about, but then we were not allowed because the instruction that was given by Parambir Singh to the police officials that every channel can enter except Republic TV. Republic TV won't be allowed to come inside the CP premises is what we have been told. But today, what the charge that has been filed, of course, in some time from now, once we get the access to the copy, we'll get all the details, what exactly has been mentioned. Because what has been told by the PTI or an ANI or the other print media, which clearly mentioned there is no evidence, there is zero evidence against Republic TV. As I earlier mentioned, we were ready back then. We are ready now as well because we are right standing outside his residence. He has to do nothing. He don't need to do any press conference. We are not asking him to get a hall or get some of the other places and answer. We are just standing right outside his residence. We are waiting. If he's there in Mumbai at the same residence, he just needs to come out and answer on the same allegations that he put forward. His same allegations that he made on Republic TV, clearly mentioning that there is a TRP manipulation that has been done by Republic TV. But now what has been said that there is no evidence against Republic TV. Will now Parambir Singh will answer this, because at this point of time, what we know, his phone is switched off. He has deleted his WhatsApp, and he's nowhere in contact. He's still missing. We don't know where exactly he is, because some of the place it has been said it was 2 weeks back he was in Mumbai, and later then he went to Chandigarh. But we have already a team in Chandigarh and still is not there. The people who are there in Chandigarh are not ready to speak. They are really scared of Republic. This question at this point of time, because we are just asking, what was the reason why you vindicated this? What is the reason behind where you have made all the points clearly mentioning there are the evidence against Republic TV, which clearly shows there is a manipulation. The TRP manipulation has been made. So we are just even requesting, we were just saying that it is just what has been mentioned in the charge sheet that has been given to the court, and court has taken already the cognizance of the charge sheet. So we are just need to know what was the reason back then in 2020 where he thought to get all the media. And if you remember, Niranjan, right after this press conference, there was certain media channel who were standing right outside the office. But right now, on the central agency which has already filed a charge sheet, they are not reporting. They are not reporting the fact. The fact is that there is no evidence against Republic TV.
Yeah. And Suresh, I'm handing it back to you for now. We're keeping a close track. Some more breaking news updates also coming in. So tracking every update, we're tracking Parambir Singh. Sachin Waze, of course, is in jail. We would have liked to ask some questions of Nawab Malik, but he's in jail too because he was also a minister then. And he said that their aim was to ensure that Republic TV shut down and Arnab commits suicide. Remember that? There was a sting as well. We would have liked to ask questions to Anil Deshmukh, but sadly even he's in jail, so we can't ask him those questions. We wanted to ask questions to Sanjay Raut because he held a news conference, but even he's in jail, so can't ask him that question as well. Wanted to ask Parambir Singh, but Parambir Singh is nowhere in the picture, so we are trying to look for these people and see where they are and ask questions. They are not to be seen in public. Handing it back to you for now. We'll try and look for them and ask them questions, or at least whoever's out of jail.
And you know, Niranjan, even as we continue to recount what had happened 2 years ago, and no matter how much we talk about it, it's clearly etched in all our heads to that malice-ridden presser that Parambir Singh had held, and it took the entire TRP market, media houses by storm. But now that the final TRP report has been submitted by the ED and cognizance has been taken by the court, Republic also mulling legal action for all that we've had to go through. We are putting out another report for our viewers.
2 years after Parambir Singh's malice-ridden presser took the TRP market and the media houses by storm, now the final TRP case report has been submitted by the Enforcement Directorate and cognizance has been taken by the court.
This report had been filed in the City Civil Court in Mumbai. We have the status report that says on the 8th of September this report had been filed. The contents of the report are not yet known. We don't know whether cognizance of this report has been taken. As the nation awaits the details of this report, what we do know and what comes to be known from the case status is the final TRP report has 16 accused who are named. They can be called 16 respondents for now.
The Enforcement Directorate, in its charge sheet filed before a special court, claimed that no evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. 2 years back, nefarious nexus tried to defame, deride and falsely implicate Republic. The ED filed an enforcement case and information report, which is equivalent to a police FIR in November 2020. The ECIR followed the first information report registered by Mumbai Police against Republic TV, 2 Marathi channels and a few individuals for alleged TRP manipulation. The scam came to light when ratings agency Broadcast Audience Research Council filed a complaint through Hansa Research Group. The ED charge sheet said that there was a wider conspiracy between channel viewers, agents and regional managers to influence or induce panel households to watch certain channels for monetary gains. In the month of June, Mumbai Police filed a charge sheet in which the name of the Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami was also mentioned. But now his name is not in the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate. In the charge sheet, the central agency has further underscored that the Mumbai Police probe in this respect was at variance with its probe. At the same time, the ED also said that it had found evidence that some regional and entertainment channels were involved in manipulating television rating points by paying sample or panel households. TRP is dependent on small statistical data of nearly 1,800 households in Mumbai and 45,000 households all over India. The ED charge sheet observed that there was a wider conspiracy involved for monetary gains. Now it is the most awaited report by 1.4 billion and speculation is high. The report is yet to be accessed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, viewers, there is a fresh development in the TRP scam. Now another channel has been named while for irregulating the cash for viewership, and in fact CBI has already initiated the probe for the criminal conspiracy. But the fact of the matter is that there was no such evidence against Republic TV. There was a clear-cut clean chit to Republic TV in ED's charge sheet. But now it's time for a short break, viewers, but stay tuned for more updates on this story.
Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by
And it is the time for the biggest trust as nation awaits the final TRP report. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted, zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Lutyens media. It is confirmed India Today now faces ED heat. CBI to probe Bark over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in the TRP case. Nationwide NIA and ED raids on. It is the largest ever anti-terror operation. It is a massive crackdown on PFI. Popular Front of India offices raided pan-India. Several top leaders are now under the scanner. After 10-day marathon hearing, Apex Court reserves verdict in the hijab case. And even as we are awaiting a copy of that report, it is the biggest ever media victory for any media group in independent India. No bigger example of media winning a battle against conspirators. In the charge sheet filed before a special court, the Enforcement Directorate has said that no evidence was found against Republic TV in the alleged TRP rigging scam. We also know that India Today has been named, and apart from them, another channel that has been named. I also want to bring in Abhishek as we continue to track all the details very closely. Republic is mulling legal action, and Abhishek, now of course only a detailed copy of the report that will put out the kind of allegations that are being probed, but several inputs that are coming in as far as the PTI report states that no evidence against Republic, and other allegations that are being looked into. Tell us more, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, Suesha. So not just PTI or ANI, the agencies, but even independent media platforms like the Indian Express, Hindustan Times, and their copies are by their own reporting resources, not the agency copies picked up and pasted there. Apart from that, you have online platforms like Bar and Bench, among others. In fact, if I start, I could name 24 organizations or media platforms that have really got out with this report. But essentially, a couple of conclusions. A, that almost all reports clearly say that Republic TV is off the hook, Republic TV is absolved, and there is no case against us insofar as TRP manipulation is concerned. B, that investigation is still on, and that the two organizations that you named, they are there in it, India Today and News Nation. But what is important is that a legal process has been set in motion with the court taking cognizance of this charge sheet. This is our executive editor, Legal Affairs, Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj joins us. Rhythm, this interesting bit. First, I'll talk about, or like you to talk about how we have reached here. So, Mumbai Police registers an FIR. We are not named, some other organization is named, and then they get an audit done, which is based on compromised data by BARC, and they come to a conclusion. ED, because that forensic audit of Mumbai Police talked about money laundering, picks up the investigation under PMLA, carries out the investigation, does a forensic audit of its own, and comes to an absolutely 180-degree reverse conclusion. Now, how does this happen? Is at the root the compromised data set provided by BARC? First explain how we have reached here, then I'll talk about the legal process.
I think very cogently, Abhishek, you've explained what really happened and why this case is so shocking. First, an FIR is there by Hansa. It names India Today, but alas, 2 days later, Parambir does a press conference on us. You've absolutely rightly said. Then they go ahead and file an FIR, and then a 1800-page charge sheet is filed against us. I think it was 1,916 pages exactly. The second supplementary charge sheet is filed in the TRP case, which names Republic TV, and then they completely stop coming to the court for a long time when this case comes up. And then today, it is the final TRP report that says that what the Mumbai police said we are at variance with. There is a financial audit report that they did, which is superficial. The householders did not pay or get any money from Republic TV.
Okay, now Rhythm, for the same forensics or different agencies, two agencies come to different conclusion. One case is, we don't know where it is, but in other case, the court has taken cognizance of the charge sheet. I think there also. Now, legally speaking, how do we go from here on? Like the ED says, the investigation is on against other networks. For so far as Mumbai Police is concerned, they have canned it. So how does the case really pans out from here on? particularly in the, I'll come to that later. CBI thing I'll come to later. But between Mumbai Police and ED, how the things go from here?
These are all different agencies that are giving out report in something that's now famously called the TRP case. In the TRP case now, what we have to see is the judge in the PMLA court, in the City Sessions Court in Mumbai, is going to look at this report very, very carefully, scrutinize it and come to a detailed understanding of what lies ahead. For us at Republic TV, what we're going to do is ensure and see that this is pursued properly in the lower court as well as in the Bombay High Court, where a quashing petition against this entire TRP case is pending.
Alright, so ultimately it goes to the Bombay High Court where quashing has to happen. And now that we have been absolved by the ED, Republic Network, it adds to the arguments, the strength of the arguments for quashing of the case, right? Okay, now finally, the CBI. Today, Shravan got the story, the input that CBI, which is already having a TRP manipulation case emanating in Uttar Pradesh, but going to Mumbai also because ratings invariably go to Bark, and which is in Mumbai. They also might look at criminal conspiracy aspect. So that's where things get interesting. Because who provided that compromised data set to Mumbai Police, based on which the Mumbai Police in 1.5 months came to a conclusion that the TRPs were manipulated? Yes. So that aspect to be investigated, where things go in that case as well.
Well, in that case, we have to see whether criminal conspiracy, which is a criminal case, and CRPC and IPC laws will be attracted, whether there's a fraud under Section 420 of the IPC is attracted, whether the CBI really believes that Bark also needs to give out great details. So I think the CBI investigation that has begun will take some time, because they will try and see all the people who are named here should be examined, should be interrogated, and then some details could come out. Interestingly, the final TRP report we are talking about also took into notice that they interrogated certain employees of India Today and also of Bark. I think the person who was heading it at that time, Mr. Sunil Lulla, was also interrogated. So very clearly, the CBI will come to its own understanding, and all this will be seen together in the court.
That would be very interesting to watch out. In fact, I've been asked to toss back to the studio because Roundup is coming live on Facebook. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely. And we are putting out all those details on our screens of when all Roundup will be connecting on social media with all those who've been wanting to talk to him. And Abhishek and Rhythm and Alicia, of course, we know the sentiment that is pouring in from all our viewers, the immense faith they've shown, how they've said that they knew it from day one, that Republic was not in the wrong and the truth has come out today, but they knew it all along. Alicia, I want to come to you quickly because fact is you've been witness to all that happened from the very start, how Republic was ostracized in that very news conference for the first time when Mumbai Police and Parambir, who was leading that news conference, had named Republic team was kept out. Then of course we saw what happened with Arnab, and the very fact that all those who were responsible in naming Republic, most of them in the dock, and we are trying to reach out to them. They're obviously, we can't do that because like I said, most of them are in the dock. Even Amandeep trying to reach out to where Parambir Singh is today. But important to put out, Alicia, all that happened through these 2 years.
Well, yes, Suesha, it is something we even waited for 2 years because that was enforcement directorate who was investigating into the matter, gathering all the facts, whether it is the statement that has been recorded, multiple statements that has been recorded, and only after that, according to the PTI and ANI and the other print media who clearly mentioned that there are no evidence against Republic TV. Well, yes, now talking about Parambir, because yes, back then on 2020, where Parambir Singh held a press conference, clearly named a Republic TV that we did a TRP manipulation. But today we are asking where exactly you are, because his phone is switched off. He has deleted his WhatsApp. No location has been located because where exactly is what we have been told that he was in Mumbai 2 weeks back, but right now he's whether we don't know whether he is in Mumbai or whether he is in Chandigarh, because he knows the fact that the ED has filed a charge sheet and court has taken the cognizance. So it is something we are also waiting to get the access to the copy so that more details and the more revelations in the same charge sheet will be come out, and the actual who was the name that has been even mentioned in the FIR back then when the FIR FIR was registered by Mumbai Police, and now also the ED has given the same information that the same particular channel is being mentioned in the same charge sheet, and soon there will be a notice that is going to be sent to them. They will be called before the court, so that will be something very interesting to know. But once again, I'm just showing you the visuals. We are just waiting outside. We are outside Parambir Singh residence, and we are just waiting. He just need to come out, and we need to see whether he is really going to answer or not. So this is something we are waiting for, because it's an enforcement directorate charge sheet which clearly mentioned as per the PTI and ANI that there is no evidence, that is there is zero evidence against Republic TV. Continuously rolling on this big story, as it's not a win only for the Republic but also for the million of people who loved and supported us from the last 2 years. So we are just slipping it into a short break. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और तो गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which
And in
Near simultaneous raids across the length and breadth of the country, a multi-agency operation spearheaded by the NIA today led to the arrest of 106 activists of PFI in 13 states for allegedly supporting terror activities in the country. In the latest, PFI is holding protests in different cities against the raids and a protest that is underway in Chennai. My colleagues Alisha, Varshini and Anirudh with us on the broadcast. Alisha, I'd also like to go to Varshini because we're getting details of a protest that is underway in Chennai. Before we do that, quick details from you on the arrests made in Maharashtra and what follows.
Well, yes, there was a searches, the raids that was conducted by Enforcement Directorate and a National Investigation Agency across Maharashtra, and what we have been told that it was 20 locations. But apart from that, that was also one searches, the raids that was conducted by Maharashtra ATS as well. And we know that the Mumbai unit of Maharashtra ATS has arrested 5 accused. One is from Kandivali, one from Panvel, Bhiwandi, Kurla and Malad, and all the 5 have been produced before the court. And this was the case that was registered by Maharashtra ATS under section 120B, 121A, 154A of the IPC and UAPA Act of 13(1). So even the press release that was given by Maharashtra ATS clearly, if I mention that in the early morning operation, ATS Maharashtra conducted a large number of raids in Aurangabad, Pune, Kolhapur, Bid, Parbani, Nanded, Jalgaon, Jalna, Malegaon, Navi Mumbai Thane and Mumbai. 4 offences have been registered in Mumbai, Nasik, Aurangabad and Nanded in various sections of IPC and UAPA for indulging in unlawful activities promoting enmity among communities and for conspiring to wage war against the state. So far, 20 accused connected with the PFI have been arrested. So this was the the massive crackdown that has been ongoing across the country. We know there are in total 106 that has been arrested. The arrest that has been made by NIA, ED and the state police, but it's also a simultaneous case that was registered with Maharashtra ATS where the 4 offences were registered and the 5 from the Maharashtra Mumbai unit that has been arrested from the various locations, Mumbai and the adjoining areas. Now they have been produced before the Sessions Court, and some time from now where the police will also, the ATS will also seek the custody of the 5 accused that has been arrested.
Right. Alisha, let's also take a quick word from Varshini in Chennai, where protests are underway. Of course, it's happening in several parts of the country. But Varshini, what do you see around yourself? Where are you right now? And what are the protesters saying?
Well, as we know that the massive raids that are happening throughout the country today has definitely created a wave in the state of Tamil Nadu as well. Whereas the important PFI leaders from Tamil Nadu have been detained in several parts of the state, not just in Chennai, but if you see the other places like Theni, Dindigul, Karaikal, Puducherry and even Madurai, there have been several district secretaries and several important office bearers of the PFI have been arrested and taken under the custody for further investigation. And also mainly because of these arrests and also about the kind of investigations and raids that have been happening on PFI from the morning to early in the morning today. The PFI people in Chennai conducted protests at several places. When they started off, it was a road roko at several places. They tried to stop the vehicles on the road and make a ruckus on the road, while the traffic police and the law and order police did try and maintain the law and order going out of hands, and they did try and arrest everywhere where the protest was happening. For instance, first it started in one of the main roads of Chennai, Anna Salai. Later it moved on to Parshivakam. It moved on to Pudupet, etc. And now the protesters have landed at Coimbatore, where a lot of people have gathered and are protesting against the NIA raids and the arrest of their PFI leaders. And now the police have also tried to calm them down, and many of these protesters who did not obey or abide by the police rules, the law and order rules, they have also been detained by the police. And there have been a lot of arrests also being made upon these protesters, but still the PFI people are trying to make sure that they are seen and heard, and that is why they are coming to the roads and trying to make a protest in several parts of the city.
All right, Varshini, stay on with us. Let's also cut across to Anirudh, who's joining us live from Guwahati. Anirudh, 9 arrests in Assam, and what follows now?
Yes, so 10 of the PFI activists have been arrested so far in Assam. These also include Aminul Haq, the regional secretary of the PFI, as well as Abu Sama Ahmed, who is the president of the Assam unit of the PFI. But let me also tell you that apart from the raids that were being conducted across the country and also in Assam by the National Investigating Agency, Assam Police Special Branch had also carried out the multiple raids at different locations in Guwahati, in Gwalpara, in Kamrup district, as well as in Barpeta, and so far 10 arrests have been made. The police have already published the dossier of detailing the allegations which have been leveled against them. They have been giving communal overtones to various issues like the Citizenship Amendment Act, the NRC issue, the Bilkis Banu case, as well as the Cattle Prevention Act of the state. And it was the PFI which was trying to actually give a communal fabric to even each and every issue, and that's on this charges they have been arrested by the Assam Police and the NIA as well. Yes, Swesa.
Right. Anirudh, Alisha and Varshini, we are tracking all the details very closely. We'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, a very short commercial break and a quick check of the big stories we are tracking this afternoon.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
As per the Press Trust of India, the final TRP report has stated that no evidence has been found out against Republic TV according to the ED's charge sheet submitted before a special court in Mumbai on Wednesday. In a sensational development after the ED filed its report on the TRP case in court, multiple media reports have stated that an investigation into the channel India Today is ongoing. Stepping into a short commercial break, but continuing to stay on how it is the time for the biggest trust. Nation awaits the final TRP report. Coming back on the other side.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over the decision taken by the Jagan government.
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वाकई संपत्ति खाली होती है और को गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है।
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी से क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है।
Parambir Singh tried to target Republic TV, a case where Sachin Baze tried to target Republic TV 2 years after the final TRP report has been submitted.
It's been 2 years for this report to come out. The truth will be buried, but now we know, and the biggest anticipation is the truth is out.
Russians escalating the war in Ukraine.
Massive face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP.
Shubhendu Adhikari specifically wants a CBI inquiry.
Karnataka Attorney General Navargi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
face-off between the TDP and the YSRCP, which is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. YSRCP government has decided to rename the NTR Health University after YSRCP. So now TDP cadre there in the state of Andhra Pradesh over
It's a time for the biggest trust as nation awaits the final TRP report. Nation's most awaited final TRP report submitted, zero evidence against Republic. Mega shame for Lutyens media, it's confirmed. India today now faces ED heat. CBI to probe Bach over criminal conspiracy behind fabrication of evidence in the TRP case. Nationwide NIA and ED raids on. It's the largest ever anti-terror operation, this time focused on PFI. Massive crackdown on PFI. Pan-India offices raided, several top leaders now under scanner. After 10-day marathon hearing, Apex Court reserves verdict in the hijab case. Alright, viewers, last night we told you how the final TRP report has been submitted by the Enforcement Directorate in a PMLA court. This report mentions how there is zero evidence against Republic TV. Republic now has information that India Today, a channel that was mentioned at least 6 times in the original FIR, is facing ED investigation still. The probe is on, and while the charge sheet submitted, the prosecution complaint submitted clearly says that there is nothing against Republic Network, Republic TV or anyone associated with us. It also says that investigation is still on against other networks, including India Today. That's an important takeaway from the prosecution complaint filed by the Enforcement Directorate. Let's go to Alisha. She's reporting live from the ground there in Mumbai. Alisha, what more can you tell us? The ED has filed prosecution complaint. Cognizance has been taken. What happens next? And more importantly, so far as ED's ongoing investigation goes, it's going to take how much time, and what kind of clarity would emerge insofar as TRP manipulation case is concerned?
Well, Abhishek, as far as this case is concerned, and yes, Enforcement Directorate which has filed a charge sheet, and yesterday court has taken the cognizance of the charge sheet. So even we have been waiting to get the detail, what has been mentioned and what has actually transpired from the investigation that has been conducted by Enforcement Directorate since the past 2 years. Because we even saw that there are many statements that has been recorded is what we have been told. But importantly, what has been mentioned and that has been published, not only in the agency, that is ANI and PTI, but also from the other newspaper as well, the news publisher as well, which clearly says that there is no evidence. There is zero evidence against Republic TV. Well, we remember the FIR that was registered back then in 2020, where on 8th of October, where Parambir Singh, who was the Mumbai Police Commissioner, held a press conference, called all the senior editors, asking them to deploy a team at his office for the press conference that will be around at 4:30. When we went to the press conference, but we were stopped at the main gate, at the main entrance itself, because what we have been told that Parambir Singh has given an instruction to the police officials that only Republic channel will not be allowed inside the premises and not be allowed for the press conference. But now the investigation now clearly turns out, and of course we are also waiting. We are I'm sure, Abhishek, it's not only you, me or the entire Republic, but also the millions of people who have shown the love and support to Republic TV since since last 2 years, since the allegation that was leveled against us. So even they have been waiting. Once we get the copy of the charge sheet, once we know the details, what exactly is that, because it's not only the India Today channel that has been named in the charge sheet, but also there are other channels as well, because there are 16 accused that has been mentioned in the charge that has been filed by ED. So the detailed information we can only tell to our viewers once we get the copy. But what has been confirmed that there is no evidence against Republic TV is what been mentioned not only by the agency but the print media as well.
Yes. Right, Alisha, stay back. I'll come back to you. In fact, let's look at another aspect coming out of this development, and that's Parambir Singh, the man who held a news conference on 8th of October and gave interviews to Lutyens media against Republic. The mastermind of the fake case is now missing in action. The cop who went rogue can't be found at his residence in Chandigarh or at his residence in Mumbai. We have been looking for him. Our teams are there on the ground, but Parambir Singh is nowhere to be seen. In fact, after his retirement and suspension from Mumbai police, he has been avoiding public appearances. Let's try and understand from Amandeep in Chandigarh where exactly Parambir Singh could be. Amandeep, you are in Chandigarh, outside the residence of Parambir Singh. What can you tell us? Where is he? When was he last seen at his home? If he is not at home, where is he? Why is he not at home? Can you tell us and share something from your interactions in the neighborhood since morning? Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. We have communicated with several neighbors and in fact the people who are working inside the residence of Parambir's brother here in Chandigarh, and I can show you the visuals as well. Since morning 8 a.m. Abhishek, we are continuously tracking each and every movement of this residence. But yes, Parambir is not here. His location is completely unknown. He turned to be gone on the mute mode since the ED has filed the charge sheet with no evidence against Republic TV. Remember, Abhishek, on 8th of October, when Parambir held a press conference while probing this TRP case, only one single headline was published with each and every news organization that TRP scam, Republic Media Network is a mastermind. But today, when ED has concluded their investigation, the same organizations and now have changed the headline. This says that ED files the charge sheet, but no evidence against Republic Media Network. And now the time is that so many questions are being raised on the investigation done by Parambir Singh when he was CP of Mumbai Police. He reveals in the press conference that Republic Media Network is the mastermind who has managed the TRP and he is included in this entire TRP scam. Now where is Parambir Singh? When ED completely turns upside down of the investigation, ED reveals the fact that there was no such evidence. But yes, the ED has also named the TV channels also, which were actually under the fire of TRP scam as well. But now when the ED files a charge sheet and counters the investigation done by the Parambir, and now the Parambir is nowhere, neither in Mumbai. Alisha was continuously reporting since morning, and in fact Parambir was not at his official residence. And we are here at Chandigarh where Parambir Singh was residing couple of months back when the investigating agencies have summoned him to join the investigation in the several cases, and he was at this location at his brother's residence. But now Parambir has gone missing from the entire scene. There are certain questions Abhishek, that need to be answered by Parambir Singh. Why he has made a fabricated case against Republic TV in this TRP scam despite knowing that there was no concrete evidence against Republic TV. Is there a driving force behind Parambir Singh, or this was his own decision? And in fact, who directed him to frame a case against Republic TV? Several questions are here, but no answer, just because Parambir Singh is entirely missing from this entire episode. Yes, Abhishek.
Yes, missing from the entire episode. That's the status of Parambir Singh. Amandeep, keep watching there. If the house's doors open and if you can locate somebody who can tell us where Parambir Singh is, because we will like to ask some questions of him. Moving on, a 100-page report has been submitted in court by the Enforcement Directorate in the TRP case. That's the prosecution complaint, as it is called. And the big news is that not just one, but several channels have been named in the report. It mentions 16 names as those of accused, and among other networks, News Nation and India Today named. In fact, it goes beyond that. There are half a dozen other entertainment and regional networks that are named apart from those two news organizations as having been found to be involved in some kind of ratings manipulation. That's based on a forensic audit report, which also, equally importantly, absolves Republic TV of all the charges made by the Mumbai police. Sujata Pandey joins us over the phone. She joins us live, in fact. Ms. Pandey, you have been our supporter, and this important development happening where Republic Network is absolved of all charges that were leveled by Mumbai police without basis, without investigation. How do you see this development?
So I think for me it was always a no-brainer, because everybody knew that even in the remotest part of the country, I have been to, the remotest part of South India and the Northeast and the Hindi heartland, and people who do not speak English also, they watch Republic. So for me it was always a no-brainer. I wish the report comes out sooner, because we need to know the truth. We also need to know who are the people who manipulated the truth. But this, what I see, this case is not just with Republic versus rest of the Lutein media. I see this as this case is about the entire free media versus people who are in power and they misuse the power.